Hey Gooners, this is Alan Smith.
This is Kevin Campbell.
Lee Dixon.
Colin Lewin.
This is Gary Lewin.
Charles Watts.
Dan Potts.
James Benge.
Danny.
Tom from the Gooner Talk here.
Ryan Rocastle.
Simon Collins. You may know me from the Evening Standard.
You may know me for my time at Arsenal.
You may know me from Arsenal or even the Hybrid Squad.
I'm a Birdcat Wonderland.
Being that physio sat on the bench next to Arsenal with my rubber gloves on.
The former Arsenal physio.
The Emirates press box, from writing, from Twitter.
From goal.com, from Twitter, from YouTube.
Football is the beautiful game and it brings us all together.
Sometimes there are things even more important than wins and losses.
And yes, even transfers.
Every 30 seconds, someone in this world gets diagnosed with blood cancer.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society works towards curing blood cancers
and provides support to families currently dealing with these diseases.
Gooners vs Cancer was started in 2017
by a lifelong Gooner who lost his father to leukemia way too young.
Since 2017, Gooners v Cancer has raised
over $75,000 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
And we need your help to keep the fundraising going in this year's campaign.
Every donation helps.
Every donation helps.
Every donation helps.
Every donation helps.
No matter the size.
And every donation enters you into the Gooner raffle,
where you have a great chance to win amazing Arsenal prizes,
including game tickets, stadium tours,
signed men and women's shirts,
and maybe a retro signed shirt by yours truly, Lee Dixon.
Me, yours truly.
Yours truly, Super Kev Campbell.
So much more.
It's easy to take part.
Just go to www.goonersvcancer.com
and donate directly to the charity.
Pick the raffle prizes you want to enter to win,
and wait for the drawings at the end of the campaign.
Again, that's www.goonersversuscancer.com.
We all know that victory grows out of harmony.
Victory grows out of harmony.
Victory grows out of harmony.
With your help, we'll be victorious against blood cancer once and for all.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thanks for your support.
Thanks for your support.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And that's the show, guys. That's it. That's it. 27 seconds, I said. Oh, Jared, how you been?
Doing good. Great to be back. As always, looking forward to the Pod-A-Thon every year. Great to see you guys again. You got a wonderful guest list put together over 27 hours and two brilliant guests to start it off. So couldn't be happier to be here and greatly appreciate the chance to come on with you.
And if you want to know why I picked, of all of my cohorts on the Gooners pod, you want to know why I picked Jared is because it's Sunday at noon where he is, and he's in a suit, like or a shirt and a tie. I mean, did you just come from an event, or is that for this?
Mike, this is the event. You put all the time putting it together. The least I could do was show up looking at least a little bit more decent than I typically do.
All right. Well, Harry is complaining about my outfit, but I have an explanation for this. Of course, I'm wearing the Gooners v Cancer shirt, which I did wash last night for any of you that have seen all of the promo. But this is my dad's army jacket. I have not been able to fit in this for many years, and frankly, I still don't. But this belonged to my father when he fought in. Well, he didn't fight. I should be clear. He was a medical part of the military in the U.S. Army in the late 60s and early 70s. And this is one of the 3 or 4 of his army jackets that we have. And of course, my father is the reason that I started this charity in 2017. He died of leukemia in 2010. And since we started this, we have spoken to literally thousands of people in our travels who are affected by blood cancers, leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, and everything else. And we just want to say that this is for them. This is for you, Dad. I love you. I miss you. And I'm not going to wear this throughout the entire pod. I'll probably put it back on at the end. But that's what this is all about.
Yeah. And I'll add one reason that I love being on here to start the show with you. Obviously, your father is the reason that it started. And last year I was able to come on the show with you and say, you know, when you and I met, it was a time my father was starting to battle lymphoma, and I was happy to come on the show last year and say he was 2 years cancer-free. So even more happy to join you this year to say he's 3 years cancer-free, doing well. Got to spend some time with him yesterday, and really just set me up for some excitement to join you today and have a good Arsenal chat and some fun.
Yeah, fantastic. And the Leukemia Lymphoma Society is the recipient of our funds. They help families who are dealing with this. They help the constant push towards finding a cure. And so far, despite what Alan Smith said, that was what I asked him to record last year in the intro. We've now raised over $100,000 as of this year's summer tour, and we're blowing past that. And I don't want to keep the two amazing guests that we have in the back any further, so I appreciate their patience, and we're going to bring them on now. One last warning: we have been getting thunderstorms here in the DC area for the last 3 or 4 days, and every day they've kicked our power off. So if I suddenly disappear from the pod, it's not because I fell asleep. It's not because I'm bailing on the 27 hours. It's because of the thunderstorms, and I have able co-hosts to help me. So, so one of these men I have known for 5 times longer than I've known any other guest on the podcast for 35 years. The other I once met at Union Chapel a couple years ago for about 35 seconds. They are a dynamic duo who can be found on ESPN, on ESPN FC, on YouTube. They're Gab and Juls shows on all major podcast platforms. And of course, they're both very accomplished sport and football journalists for multiple outlets throughout the year. I couldn't be more excited to start these 27 hours off with these two. It's Gabby Marcotti and Julien Laurent. Welcome to the Gooners pod. Did I pronounce that okay, Julien?
Yeah, perfect, man. Thank you so much for having us. I mean, Gab can talk after, but like, even if I have like a family occasion, let's put it that way, today and tomorrow, I had to be there with you, Mike, because I think what you're doing is amazing. Jared as well. I love the story. Gabby and Gabby's my brother, of course. So we could only do this together, of course. So I'm very happy to be here.
Well, I've had Gabby on enough times without you. I'm like, I'm not happy. Look, he asked me to come on every week, and I'm like, I'm not having you unless you bring Julien on. And then finally, I found another avenue through which to get to Julien, and it's finally happening. But Gabby, it's good to see you again, my friend. We have to kind of cover some familiar ground for the people that are on this podcast that don't know, because normally we're like at 12 or 13 viewers, and we're a bit above that today. But tell us a little bit about our history together.
Yeah, well, so first of all, this is a really, really important charity, and I think you guys have both talked about how it's touched your lives. It's touched my life as well. I don't know if you know the story, but my good friend Mike McCarthy, who lives here in London, his son George passed away from leukemia 2 years ago when he was 15 years old. He battled the illness for 5 years, and he was a massive Gooner. I mean, a really, really big Gooner. Had the opportunity also because Ian Wright was one of his neighbors. He was really supported by the club as well. In getting to meet players, going backstage. And he was one of those guys who he could rattle off so many facts and figures, almost just about every Arsenal lineup, I think, roughly in his lifetime, and some of those before. So a real passion. Arsenal was a huge part of his life. So I'm glad that really glad that I'm doing this. And George, I'm thinking of you right now.
Well, that makes a lot of us that are very glad that you're doing this. And thank you, Gab, for sharing that story with me. Speaking of stories, Gabriel, he won't talk about this, but he is the most successful graduate of our American School of London class of 1991 who has not walked on a tightrope over a pond full of alligators. He was voted most likely to be the biggest success other than Steve-O from Jackass. From our actually, he wasn't in our high school class, but he was in high school the same time that we were.
He was a year below us. Yes. We have not matched Steve-O. We've done relatively well, but I'm not going there. I cannot match him.
He's using the royal we because he's certainly not talking about me. I mean, Gab and I in 1990, I went back to the States. I ended up at uni in Virginia. He graduated in London and went back to uni in Pennsylvania. And I hate to say it, but 25 years goes by pretty quick, and we kind of lost touch with each other and went our separate ways. And then, bam! All of a sudden, we're colleagues again. I mean, colleagues at the same level of journalistic integrity. Did that take you by surprise when I re-entered your life, asking for things?
It did. I mean, obviously, what not everybody knows, and those who have seen Mike in person might be a little surprised by this, but we played football together. We were on the same team. And there you go. I knew this was coming up.
Yeah. I've never seen this photo before. How come I've never seen this photo before?
Look at the tallest guy there, and that's Gabby.
I can see his face.
Yeah, and then I think if you look down on the first row and 2 to the left, that's me with, on my knee down there. And then on the left is our coach. And I mean, I don't know how he found time to coach both Arsenal at the time and our soccer team, but I mean, dead ringer for George Graham. But yeah, you knew this was coming.
Yeah.
So Gabby said that you were a really fast, good striker. That's what he said.
He likes to say I have pace but no finish, but I was like the highest scoring player on the team.
Yeah.
What happened with your career then? Mike, where did did you get the injury that a lot of people who don't make it say they have?
The injury of eating way too much food. That's the injury.
Now you're getting back into game shape over the last year.
Yeah,
exactly. It's never too late. It's never too late.
I could play in the Saudi Arabian over 50 league. And I got one more picture, Gab, to show you, which is from the 1990 yearbook. It fits so nicely in between the four of us. I might just keep this here for the whole hour. I was cutting
lovely hair. That's lovely hair. That
I was clipping these last night, and I'm like, "Will Gabby be mad at me for this?" And I'm like, "I could live with that if he is."
We do the FC show on ESPN, and you do they ask you for predictions, or they ask you for some sort of opinion, and they put a graphic together. They try to find the most ugly, old photo they can find of you. And
Julien,
they definitely don't have this one, Mike. Please send it to our producers there.
You can just reach out to me. You know how to reach me. I will give you that.
Brother.
I will give you that at absolutely no. In fact, I'll pay you to put that onto the screen. That's how much I love that.
I think I look kind of handsome in a 16-year-old sort of way.
You do. I mean, look, Gabby and
with
I.
With the dodgy hair, with the dodgy haircut, yeah.
It was Gabby and I, at the time. Stop it.
We were just kind of having to really disappoint some people when it came time for prom. I mean, that's just the way that it was. So I'm always fascinated at the backstories of people who kind of hook up from various parts of life and start performing or collaborating and doing shows together. So, for those who don't know, and I guess I can put myself into this category. How did you guys link up? How did the Gab and Juls show start? Why is it not Jules and Gab? These are the questions people want to know.
So it's not Jules and Gabs because it's alphabetical order. And
that's what the people with the early names always say.
Yeah. One other fun fact, obviously Jules' name is Julien. And a lot of people would assume that Jules is Jules. But on the Gab and Juls show, it's Juls. Jules, you want to explain why?
I can't even remember, to be fair, why we didn't put an E in between. I mean, that since the day I moved over to London from Paris, that was people starting calling me like that, Jules, when we were playing football. I understood that everybody has a nickname in England, whether you're like an E at the end of or like a Y at the end of your surname, or your first name is shortened, or whatever way, but everybody literally has a nickname. So mine was Jules, and I think Steve Palisi, who is our big boss at ESPN, thought that Gab and Jules sounded really, really cool, to be fair, and I think he's right.
Well, so I've done a podcast before when I was working for the Times, and it was I think we in the Guardian, we were like the first newspapers to have like a weekly football podcast out there. Now, okay, don't tell anybody this. I'm letting you know a secret. They probably had a bigger listenership than we did in the early years. And I think part of the reason is that I think the Times readership was a little bit older. And the whole idea of people getting into podcasts, this is way back in like 2005, 2004. You have to get this thing. You either have to sit next to your desktop computer. You have to get this thing, which I'm sure your younger listeners have no idea what it is. It's this thing called an iPod, and download it. So
podcast machine.
Yeah, a podcast. So because Times readers were older, because Times readers generally had jobs to go to, whereas Guardian readers back then were, a lot of people lying around the house, but they were very technical, illegally streaming. Actually, I think it was called streaming. It was called torrents. Anybody remember what that was? When you could like steal music or steal, So they sat around doing that. So they were much more tech savvy. So they developed a bigger audience, and so that's how my podcasting career started. And then when we moved over to ESPN, they said, "Oh, we got to do a show. And it's like, I need a co-host. And my boss says, how about Jules? Jules had already started appearing on the show. And I got to say, and I'm not just saying this because Jules is here, I like to think I know more than most people because I genuinely know more than most people. But Jules is a freaking encyclopedia of random facts, and he has to he gets me to really raise my game. Like if I start talking about Southampton backup right backs, Jules goes down to the third and fourth stringer. I stop at the second stringer. So it's been a pleasure and education.
Can we return Cedric to that position, by the way? The third string Southampton right back. I think that would be helpful. But yeah, I mean, Jules, I could see why it works. I just wanted to hear the backstory. Can I interject for a quick second? Because we are getting, and Jared, if you could put them on the screen, we're getting some super chats, which is something, that occasionally happens. And it's a way to donate through YouTube. Thank you, Ola from the Fight Week show, with a little inside joke there about Pentagon Federal Credit Union. And thank you, Matt G. One quick request, though, and I hate requesting something of people who are being generous. YouTube takes like 40 or 50% of that. We are obviously donating any reciprocal or residual amounts from that to the charity. But if you are inclined to want to get a comment read, do us a favor. Go to goonersvcancer.com. Donate whatever you were planning on donating, and then just put a comment in the chat that says super chat. And we'll read it. It's not the only way you can show support. It's not the only way you can get your comment guaranteed to be read. That's normally the case. But today we want to make sure that the Leukemia Lymphoma Society is getting that 40% that, Alphabet would otherwise be taking through YouTube. So thank you very much for those comments. And, we're not going to turn any away, but goonersvcancer.com is how you can donate. Sorry to interrupt, guys. So Jules, to get you, we've talked to Gabby, dozens, if not half a dozen times on this podcast. So we want to learn a little bit more about you. You grew up in Paris as a PSG fan, but not the PSG that everyone thinks of today. Top half of the table normally, yes, but you stuck through some pretty lean years at the Parc des Princes, yeah?
Yeah, it's been tough. I was born in 1980, so growing up, when I first started going to the Parc des Princes, 84, I think, against Videoton was my first game. And after that, we won the league in 86. So there was not all bad years. And then we had the early 90s where the team was amazing with Weah, Ginola, etc. But certainly after that, it was far more difficult. I remember covering PSG when I was starting working for Le Parisien as a young journalist, when I still lived in Paris before moving to London, where we went to Sochaux on the last day of the 07-08 season. And that game, had they lost, they would have gone down to the second division. They won. Amaradiani scored 2 goals. And in the end, just about they stayed up. So that's how bad at times it was before the Qatari took over, brought all that money, whether you agreed or not with them running your club and owning your club. It's a different debate. I've got loads of friends who stopped going to the stadium, stopped supporting the team because they didn't agree with the Qataris being the owners there, which I completely respect. But I think they also did for the club. And my 3 children were born after the Qatari took over. I'm the oldest one just before. But they are big PSG fans, and the only thing they've known is the years of glory and the years of Thiago Silva, Ibrahimovic, and then obviously Kylian, Messi, Neymar, all of that. So I said to them, it was not always like that, and we had difficult times. And Gab always takes the make in a way by saying that PSG are a day younger than Alan Shearer, which I can understand, and that's fine. It's not exactly true because they were still there before, and the PSG, as we know now, was kind of merged in 1970. But still, I get the joke, and it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I wish.
Julien, who does Gab support?
Well, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say, but let's say, it's a one of
talk
the
about a
clubs,
team.
So
talk about a team that only started existing when a person came into the picture. Gab's a Chelsea fan, so he's got a lot of nerve talking to you about PSG being younger than Newcastle.
Yeah, true.
Well, there's
but it's a fair joke.
Chelsea were English champions in 1955, I think. So, but hey, who's counting? It's funny when Jules mentioned his first game, and it's one of the wonderful things about European football. I remember this as a kid. You said the first game was against Videoton. And for those who don't know,
the UEFA Cup.
Yeah, Videoton, like, you guys both look at me blankly when I say that, Jared and Mike. Videoton, you might think, is some sort of early porn site, perhaps, or maybe one of those illegal streaming things. And I remember seeing the name as a kid. No, Videoton is a team from Hungary. And I think they reached the semifinals of the UEFA Cup that year, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm guessing
they beat us.
They probably beat Paris Saint-Germain that year.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things, sorry, I'm going to show my age here. I kind of miss that from the olden days, that these teams would kind of appear out of nothing and actually be really, really good and march into European capitals and beat the fancy outsiders and get, almost go all the way. And of course, today, that's kind of a thing in the past.
No, because I mean, right now, if you listen to some people, the champions of Europe are West Ham. So I mean, you've got some surprise. Champions of Europe, we know who we are, is what they're saying. So you still have the small teams that come up.
But you know what I remember from that game? So I remember Videoton because now I still look them up and see where they finished because it's the first game, and I think even I was 4 years old. You always remember your first game in a way or another. It might be your dad or whoever you went with telling you, that day, because you might, if you were too young, you could not remember what happened really. But also it was the Parc des Princes, and that I can remember. What happened in the game and the score, I could not remember. But certainly the Parc des Princes, as a 4-year-old, to walk in that incredible stadium, and again, they are bigger stadiums, they are more modern stadiums. But this one, right in almost in the center of Paris, was just looked so beautiful to me and so impressive that I knew I would never forget. And I remember saying to my dad, one day I will play there. Obviously, didn't make it. Was just not good enough to make it as a pro. But we played my team with Vincennes, which my one of my grassroots team. We played under 15 Paris Cup final, as in like all the teams. And Paris is as a loads of grassroots team. We played that final against PSG, who we lost unfortunately. But that was before a Ligue 1 game at the time. PSG played against Martigues after, and that was the moment where all of us would always remember because we played at the Parc des Princes like the guys that we were supporting only a couple of hours before them. So that was very special. And from what I can remember from that first game, more than anything else, is how incredible I found the Parc des Princes that day. And I'm sure like young kids who go to the Emirates today or any other stadium, really, Wembley or whatever, will also feel like that. And it's quite rare for us with Gabby when we go to a game now to watch, first of all, because we've been to a lot of stadiums. But even if you go to a new stadium, it's really rare that we feel like that. Like you walk in and you feel, oh wow, and that kind of the feeling that almost when you were a kid and you are like shocked almost by the beauty of a stadium. But I had that at the Parc des Princes, and then to have played there 11 years later with my under 15 teams, even if we got beaten by PSG and rightly so because they were amazing, it still felt quite special to. I said to my dad in '84, one day I'll play there, and even if it was not really the way I would have liked to play there, because I still wanted to be a pro back then. But I still can say to my kids, I've played at the Parc des Princes. Every time we go there, I bore them with the story.
It's a beautiful place. I mean, I've been lucky enough to watch 2 games there. Went there with a friend of mine to see PSG play Angers, and then was there with my son a couple Aprils ago, and I'm trying to find a picture of it. But they were playing, I think, Lorient, and won 5-1. It was the first game where Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar all scored in the same game.
Yeah, I remember that game. That game.
And so here's my son Jake standing at.
Nice.
We had pretty good seats for that game. I must say, I'm a good dad. But yeah, it's fantastic. So I mean, real quick, was your move to London just based on the magnetism of Gab Marcotti, or were there other reasons that brought you there? Like literally, did you just lift up off the ground and go across the English Channel?
I mean, to be fair, before I go on to why I moved to London, when I moved to London, it was clearly Gab was the older brother, the guy who did this before me, before Rafa Honigstein, before even James Horncastle, who had a slightly different bio. But all this, like all the kind of European specialists that you can see now in England that you can find doing shows or podcasts or writing, all of that. Gab was the first one really, and I think there was a part of us all moving over. So like ideally, I would like to do like Gab, which was working for whoever sent you over there. So for me, it was Le Parisien. So working for a newspaper or radio from your own country, like Italy for Gab, but then also be good enough and have an English good enough. Gab is a bit different because obviously, you know, he went to English schools. But for me, to learn English good enough to be able to then work for English people, writing in English, speaking in English, all of that. But Gabby was always the example, the kind of model that we all trying to follow. And Guillaume Balaguer was a bit like that as well. So for me, when I could do that Times podcast for, and I think your career is always, whatever you do as a job or whatever your career is, there's always some very important dates and steps that you went through to get to where you are. And for me, working with Gab was like that. But when I moved over, Le Parisien, I've been working there straight after, you know, uni and journalism school. I was really lucky because it's a big newspaper in France. And they said, listen, France just drawn England in the Euros 2004 in Portugal. We need you to go over in December. And then the draw was in December. And then you stay 6 months until the end of the season, and you prepare a lot of stuff for the Euros when France are going to play England, because there's a lot of French players at the time in the Premier League. So I went for 6 months, and then I met my wife, Kate, amazing Kate, of course, 3 months in, and I never went back. So this is the story why I was supposed to stay there for 6 months. And in the end, it's 20 years now. And I never thought that when I moved over the first day and stayed in that crappy B&B in Victoria Station, that 20 years on,
in Victoria Station. He actually means in the station. No.
And I will be here now with the career that I've had. Touch wood, it continues with the amazing people I work with now and I've worked with through the years, and with an amazing wife and 3 children either. So this is the beauty of life as well. It's you're supposed to come for 6 months and 20 years later, you're still there.
That's that was what happened with my wife. She moved to DC for a year to get out of Florida and kind of get a new start. And here we are 28 years later, and we're moving back to Florida, which is kind of funny. But speaking of Kate, so you're also an Arsenal fan. Is that was that kind of bestowed upon you for that reason, or was it because France won the World Cup in 1990, or Arsenal won the World Cup in 1998, as it says in that newspaper in the media room?
Yeah, there was a bit of that. I mean, Arsenal was always felt, and we said in France that they were the 21st Ligue 1 club, really, because of the French influence, Arsène and all the players there. So if you're French and watching the Premier League in France, then at that time, those years, Arsenal were your team. Obviously, I mean, Cantona and United had a big appeal too. But after that, it was Patrick, Thierry, Robert, and all of that. So even before moving over and meeting Kate, who was already working at the club, Arsenal was my English club if you wanted. And then obviously, meeting her made even more, meeting all those players, because the thing about living abroad, I think, is you tend to stay with people of your own country. So naturally you get close to Pires and to Henry and to Vieira and to Clichy and to Flamini and all the others, Diaby, because you're French, especially the Parisians, one. So Thierry and Diaby, especially those, because you come together from Paris, you've moved there, and then you spend a lot of time together in London. So naturally you got together, and it's the same with Gabi, with the Italian player at Chelsea. You get close to Vialli and the others, Cudicini and all of that, because you speak French or Italian with them, and there's that sense of community that you miss when you leave home, really. So it was really easy with Arsenal. Now that Kate has spent all that time at the club, and what she's done there is amazing, and she loves the club so much. The only rule we have in the house is we don't talk about Arsenal. And she's so tough with me. Sometimes I would like to ask things, but there's no way I can ask. So this is the rule we have. But it's okay. I still support the club. I try to analyze the club, and Gabi is the same with Chelsea in a very objective way. I don't want to be too partial, but it's a club that obviously don't love as much as PSG, because PSG will always be the top one. But yeah, I've got a lot of time and love for Arsenal.
Well, please send our best to Kate. I saw her a few weeks ago. Hope to see her in about a month and a half or so. I'm coming over with my wife, and the club couldn't be in better hands right now than it is in that area. So Gab, we've talked at times about, we've had conversations about what was going on at Arsenal, what was going on at Chelsea. Most of those conversations were occurred at a time where we were a mess and you guys were winning stuff. I don't mean this the way it's going to sound. I'm not like trying to dance on anything or anything, or give you a hard time or anything like that. But I truly am interested in as an educated, informed, possibly inside kind of consumer of Chelsea Football Club. What's going on at the club right now?
Wow. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of layers, a lot of ways you can answer that. I think obviously this group of investors came in with Todd Bowley and Clear Lake, and I think if you were to talk to them now, they would say that there's a plan. And I think when they first arrived, I think it's very obvious that there really was no plan because, you know, if you cast your mind back to the summer of 2022, he essentially got rid of everybody who was in a position of power at the club, from, you know, the head of scouting to the director of football, Peter Cech, to Marina Granovskaya, to Bruce Buck, and that's understandable because obviously they were all linked to the previous regime and Roman Abramovich. They didn't have time to bring somebody in, so Todd Bowley said to himself, he says, like, I'm going to be the de facto sporting director of Chelsea, and I'm going to work with a manager. And that's fine to some degree if you're going to be good at it, or if there's a manager who has an interest in working with you. But Thomas Tuchel, and we're seeing it now at Bayern, being a director of football is not his thing. He's so focused on his own team, he doesn't know these other players, the strengths, the weaknesses. And I think that led to what I thought was a pretty horrendous summer transfer window last summer, which then led to, after Tuchel buys all these players, or Chelsea buys them on Tuchel's advice, then what do? Like a couple of days after the window closes, then they fire Tuchel and replace him with Graham Potter. And then this new strategy evolves. And the strategy basically is based on the fact that I think it's almost like the financialization of players, like really turning players into assets. So what they do is they go and they spend an enormous amount of money in transfer fees, which they did obviously in January and again this summer, on players who are young and who are not very highly paid because they're young players. And their idea is they're going to use amortization, the fact that you can spread these fees out over the life of a contract. And they've got a bazillion players, and some will be hits, some will be misses. They hope that they have enough hits and that they're young. And so the idea is, and the ones that are not good because they're not making a lot of money, they hope they can still sell them and not be stuck under their long contracts. We'll see how it goes. At least now he's got, you know, people who are actually director of football types for a living making those decisions. As a strategy, I think it's unprecedented. And I look at the team now and it really looks incomplete. You know, when your backup center forward is is Armando Broja, who I believe is still injured. I think you got an issue there. You know, I think you have a lot of issues up and down the club. But this is what they've embarked on.
Yeah, and one thing you pointed out there that I wanted to ask you about it, and you may view this two different ways, as from a fan point of view versus someone who works in the football business point of view. These contracts they're bringing in on these young players, you know, 7+1, 8+1, these really long contracts is something that, while we've seen it in other sports, you know, on the American side, you see this in baseball all the time, guys signing 10, 12-year deals. Do you think, one, that's good for the game overall? I know we may see some changes in the rules as this moves forward, but as a fan, I think a lot of folks that I've talked to in the Chelsea world say, we're buying young talent and locking it down long-term. That's ideal and are very happy about it. Do you view that as, one, something people should be happy about, and two, something that, do you think that's good for the game of football?
No, it's bad for the game of football, and I also think it's stupid and counterproductive. I don't,
because if they're good, you're gonna have to give them extensions and higher pay raises. If they're bad, they're just gonna sit on their ass and collect the money. I mean, we've learned that way too many times at Arsenal.
I mean, 100%. And I mean, and like the analogy that they made was with the NFL and how, like, you know how like in the NFL, there's just, because when players come into the league via the draft, their first contract is kind of set to a scale. So they generally make a lot less money than they should be making. And that's one of the reasons why draft picks are more valuable many times than veteran players or productive. If you follow U.S. sports, you get this. They're kind of trying to create that sort of analogy. So, like, if Malagusto stinks, hey, and by the way, he's looked okay replacing Reece James so far. Then the idea is, oh, look, we have a guy who may not be good enough for us, but he doesn't make a lot of money. we can easily go and sell him to Leon or wherever, and Roma, and we'll get our money back plus maybe a little bit, right? That's the idea. But the problem is, as you said, Mike, what happens? Players aren't slaves. Unlike in other sports, they can turn down moves. So you may get situations where a player's like, hey, look, I suck, but I got an 8-year contract. I still make a lot of money. You think I suck? No, I'm not going to go and sign for Steaua Bucharest just because you tell me to. I'm going to stay here and count my money. And then what happens? You can't force the guy to move, right?
Yeah.
Or if the player does well, Enzo Fernandez, I think he's on a decent salary, but to match it, Nico Jackson, a good example, right? He's come in, he does not make a lot of money. If he becomes really good, in 2 years' time, he goes to the club and says, or even 1 year's time, guys, I scored 30 goals last season. The other guys who scored 30 goals all make 4 or 5 times what I make. Can we talk about a contract extension? Well, you have 2 problems. One is you can only extend a contract. When you hear about pay rises, you can only add years to the end of the contract, right? You can't make the contract shorter and give them more money or whatever. So you have to commit even bigger amounts of money to turn his 8-year contract into a 9-year contract. But second, you can't just say no and say, oh, no, sorry, Nico, you're locked in. You'll be making £1 million a year for the rest of your career. It sucks for you. You signed for 8 years.
Guess who's about to down tools?
What?
Guess who's about to down tools when that happens?
Yeah, no. And yes, they're incentivized to play, but you don't want to have unhappy players in your squad who feel that they're underplayed. And their agents don't want that. And their teammates don't want that. And their teammates might think twice about doing it. So, look, I don't want to say it's definitely not going to work, but it's definitely counterintuitive. And there's a reason nobody's thought about operating a football club this way. So all I can say is he's going to walk away, to quote Billy Joel, he's going to walk away a fool or a king on this one. There's no half measures here.
And that goes to Mikey's question from the chat. How does this end? And at first I thought he was talking about the podcast. But I think he means how does this whole, obviously it could go in one or two different directions, but I don't think that there's a lot of middle ground as to how it can end up. This is either going to be a spectacular success or a historical failure. Don't you think, Gabby?
Completely. And that's before we even get into whether
FFP.
I know people joke about financial fair play and the Premier League's financial stability rules and how seriously they're going to be enforced. My guru in this is the blogger Swiss Ramble.
He's all of ours.
Familiar with him, you should be. He does a newsletter now. He explains complicated things so clearly. He did an analysis, and look, I know some people find this incredibly boring, of Chelsea and looking at how they can make things work, square things up, both with UEFA's new financial fair play, which is coming in, as well as the Premier League's financial stability rules. And he came to the conclusion that I don't think they're going to be able to do it. So we'll see. And look, we can ask this question about Chelsea. We can ask this question, Jules, about Paris Saint-Germain very much so. We can be cynical about it and say, oh, but, they'll be given a slap on the wrist and sent away. Maybe they will. I genuinely don't know. This is a huge test case, and I think we'll find out the Premier League, certainly with Everton, how that turns out, because that's a club which is obviously up Spit Creek without a paddle. Manchester City situation was a little bit different before people give us the
very different.
They're being investigated for other stuff.
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said corrupt and full of doping in the early years. I don't need to prove it. I got billed to do it. Or Der Spiegel, sorry. No, I've talked. I like to consider myself into the financial side of it. I don't find it boring at all. I think people find me boring when I start going on a riff about it. But I am no Swiss Ramble. I like to call myself kind of Jewish Ramble. But but I don't think that they can avoid financial fair play, falling on the wrong side of financial fair play. I think the gamble that's been made and with the government's recent statements about essentially not getting involved as an independent regulator in any sporting penalties, meaning docked points, transfer bans, relegation, things you see like with Juventus's financial irregularities. I think it's a intentional strategy by Todd Bowley, knowing that the worst thing that can happen if they get cited and penalized is going to be a fine. And there are already sports where Todd Bowley owns teams, specifically the LA Dodgers, where there is no salary cap or wage cap. There is a luxury tax that makes spending more than everyone else doubly as expensive, but he doesn't care about that. And I think that's the strategy, is just keep throwing money at it. And the worst thing that might happen is a few £1 million gets fined. And I mean, that's like, that's like a ninth of what they spent for Mikhailo Mudryk. So,
all right, I'm going to be slightly contrarian on this one. There's two factors. One is the other outcome, at least as far as UEFA is concerned. Premier League, I'm not sure you can do this, is if you breach financial fair play, and Paris Saint-Germain, by the way, were fined for breaching financial fair play, along with a bunch of other clubs just this past summer. You can sign what's called a voluntary agreement, where you basically agree to hit certain targets it's a settlement agreement over the next 3 to 5 years. You basically come up with a business plan and say, we're going to make this much profit here, that much profit there, and this is how we're going to reach break even. And then if you don't do that, then there's more penalties. We have to see how that plays out. What I would say about both of the Premier League and I think UEFA wide, there are other big, powerful clubs who live by the rules and have lived by the rules. Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal in the Premier League, Spurs in the Premier League. Those are clubs that are pretty powerful and have a lot of heft, political and in terms of fans. And Europe-wide, you can throw in Bayern, you can throw in Real Madrid. You can't include Barcelona in that for obvious reasons. And they might say, well, hang on a minute, UEFA, we stood by you with the Super League. Now you're going to come, but now we expect you guys, if we're going to live by these rules, we expect you guys to crack down on other people who might not be living by those rules. Because every year we hold back on our spending, right? We're all laughing at Manchester United. Ha, 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 Amrabat. Look, Maguire's still there. Ha, ha, Hoyland. Oh, Anthony Martial, what a freaking joke. Yeah, but that's because they had a transfer budget and they stuck to that transfer budget. If they come back and they say, wait a minute, we've got X bazillion fans around the world. We're the ones who are paying for all this shebang, right? Because we've got more fans than anybody else. Those are the fans who buy the subscription. I think there could be a lot of power there. And I think there could be a lot of clout there. So, it's not like the Premier League is some independent entity on its own. The Premier League is nothing more than its 20 shareholders. And those are 20 clubs owned by 20 mostly rich men.
Yeah. Well, I face this all the time. People who don't really understand how FFP works say, every time a player's bought, they say, oh, well, how can that avoid FFP? And it's not that simple. But at a point, it becomes so glaringly abusive to the intent of what that whole thing is about that it just kind of gives you that feeling that football's getting ruined. We have a little bit of housekeeping to do charity-wise, some things that we want to do with each segment. We want to get you guys on record with the answers to a couple questions. We want to do a prize draw, talk about and give props to some of the folks who have donated. So we'll take some time to do that. And if we have any time left in our hour, we've got a couple questions from the chat. Is that all right, guys?
Sounds good.
All right. So last year, here's the way this works. We do fundraising from July 1st to June 30th, just like the world football. It follows the same schedule. We have financial fair play concerns as well. And this summer, the big event was the U.S. Summer Tour. I'm so glad that the team comes because it gives us a chance to do fundraising. We did fundraising in D.C., in New York, in L.A. Then I jetted over from L.A. to London, and we did an event at the Tollington. I mean, it was just a great mid-July to mid-August timeframe. And we entered this Pod-A-Thon week having raised $15,000 total for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, which is fantastic, a month and a half into the 12-month charity year. Once the Podcast-A-Thon got announced and once we started gearing it up about 4 or 5 days ago, I count that amount separately to see how we're doing. Last year's Pod-A-Thon week, including the day of and the whole 27-hour show, we did a fantastic job raising $6,186 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society with a lot of support and help in doing that. This year, we are not quite yet through hour one of 27, and our donations have reached a total of $8,305.
Wow.
So we've already smashed last year's record. I think we can hit 10,000 if this stays up, and maybe more just for the Pod-A-Thon alone, which is It's fantastic. And I want to make sure to shout people out. So every hour, I'm going to shout out about 8 or 10 people that have donated. And these are in alphabetical order by first name. So the very first guy on the list is in the chat right now. He's my new friend. He's a relatively new Gooner. I love this man. Aditya Palwankar donated from Pune, India. Adrian Vaz from Towcester, Northamptonshire. Alex Giorgio, who is a good friend of ours from Woodford Green. Alexander Gross from Seattle, Washington. One of my longtime friends, Fredo Narvaez from New Orleans, Louisiana. Amrit Sahota from British Columbia in Canada. Anthony Soto, San Diego, California. Antonio Rosario from Shoreview, Minnesota. And Arnie Arneson from Grindavik, which I wouldn't have normally known where that was, but I've met Arnie. I know Arnie. He's from Iceland. So funds and donations and generosity coming in from all corners of the world. And I really, really, truly appreciate it. And we're going to do a prize draw in just a second here. I want to get the 4. Speaking of Jewish Ramble, I have a segment called The 4 Questions, which we're going to ask. We're going to try to remember to ask of every guest on the segments. And we're compiling a little table here where we can look back and see how those results turned out later on. Now, normally we do the top 4 and the bottom 3, but it's because the podcast has always been in the week leading up to the kickoff of the season. That wasn't possible this year, so we're not doing this. Just who are your big 6 going to be in no particular order? Who's going to win the Ballon d'Or? And I think it's pretty much just down to Haaland, Messi, and Saka, of course. Who's going to be the first Premier League coach to get sacked? And what is your big surprise event? Something that people wouldn't have imagined was going to happen by the time we reach, the end of the football season at this season anywhere in the world. So Gabby, who's your top 6?
All right, no particular order.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
I'll start with Arsenal, alphabetical. Arsenal, United, Spurs, City, Liverpool, and Chelsea.
Really? Okay.
I'm super surprised.
Wow.
There's nothing wrong with a little wishful thinking every once in a while.
Yeah, we'll let them have it. Julien, yours.
So mine is the same, not just because I want to back up my mate, but I do think that at some point Pochettino is going to get it right, and it will be enough for Chelsea to be in the top 6. But they will be 6. They won't be higher than 6, but they just about will finish in that 6th place. And by the way, Arsenal will finish in that top place. Really?
There we go. We like that. Now, is that because of a points deduction for City or just a competitive?
No, even without that, I do think that the Kai Havertz positioning is going to work out. I think that collectively, this team is going to get better and better. I think defensively, they're going to get better and better. I think the depth in the squad enables them to be good in the Champions League and in the league as well. So, yeah, I really believe that this is a season that is going to be very successful.
Fantastic. And the next 26 hours of this podcast, after you guys are gone, we'll be discussing Kai Havertz and the positional debate. I hope not, actually. The Ballon d'Or winner. When is that announced, by the way, Julien? Do you know? Or I don't know why I asked that of Julien and not Gabriel, like he wouldn't have known.
Because he's French, that's why.
I was just thinking like the things, like they do the thing in Monaco, right? Like you know.
Sometime in November, I believe, maybe, but I'm not sure. As you know, we don't vote. Henry Winter is the English journalist who votes.
And I was gonna, I'm just gonna say, I can ask him. He's coming on in a few hours as well. So, but who is your? So maybe he won't be able to answer this question, but who is your expected winner?
I mean, Kylian Mbappe, half biased, half objective. I know Erling Haaland scored a million goals. I know Messi won the World Cup, but I think what Kylian did through the season, I mean, also he scored a lot of goals. He's got, I think, 52 in 52 in all competitions for club and country. I think Kylian Mbappe is a more complete player and striker than Erling Haaland overall. Anyway, for Messi, as good as Messi was in the World Cup, this is a trophy for the whole year, for the whole season, not just for 4 weeks in Qatar. Where things, when Argentina went, they were amazing, and Gabby and I were there all the way, and we saw all the games, and it was great to even see it in the final, even if I was heartbroken. But I think Mbappe was very special in this year. So my vote will certainly go for Kylian Mbappe.
I mean, I don't know. Messi, World Cup, Schmold Cup. He scored a brace against Austin FC. I mean, come on. Gab, who do you think takes the? Is it going to be? Benoit Badiashile?
No, it's going to be Lionel Messi who wins it. It's going to be. I'm not a fan of the Ballon d'Or. I think it's a popularity contest, especially now that the jury selection. Look, you have somebody like Henry Winter who goes and watches a ton of football, who is obsessed. Seriously, ask him how many miles he clocks. Like, he'll go to 2 games in one day and stuff like that. That guy knows a lot. He sees a lot in person. Then you got people voting who, no disrespect, they don't have the same opportunities to see footballers, especially in person, that other people like Henry do. And inevitably,
Jared, does Troops have a vote?
Exactly.
Pass.
So it's going to be Lionel Messi. He won the World Cup. He made a lot of headlines since his move to Inter Miami. He had a better season at Paris Saint-Germain than he did the year before. All those things come together. I think it's going to be Messi for his 8th Ballon d'Or.
All right, perfect. First coach in the Premier League to get sacked. Gab, we'll start with you on that one. And Jared, you'll get a chance to answer these before you finish your
I'll
segment.
have plenty of opportunities.
I'm gonna tell you who it. I think it's gonna end up being Paul Heckingbottom at Sheffield United. I know it's kind of a boring answer. I think it probably should be Roy Hodgson if it's just to leave the job, because I don't think he's necessarily having a great time. I don't think they're going to fire him because you can't fire Roy Hodgson. He just kind of walks away. But I would be surprised if Roy didn't decide to take a break, maybe even in the next couple months.
Okay. And Julien?
Gary O'Neill at Wolves. I think that Wolves job and the way this club is run and directed is a bit crazy. So I think Gary O'Neill, unless the results drastically improve, which I don't think they will, would be the first one side.
And then Uncle George can just get them another manager for free.
Of course.
Right?
Exactly.
So we'll wait for Nuno to get sacked in Saudi, and then he can come over and you're right.
That's the plan.
It's the football merry-go-round. And Julien, just one big surprise that people would look at you and say, you're crazy to say that you think might actually occur. And this is anywhere in world football.
I mean, it's very easy. I say every year, but one year it will happen, Mike, is PSG winning the Champions League, of course. So Luis Enrique, now being a coach who's been there, obviously, and done it before in 2015 with Barcelona. This team playing as a team, finally, after all those years where we were just an addition of individuals, and that was it. And I think Mbappe, for what might be his last season at the club, very likely to be his last season at the club, I think can inspire that team to go all the way with a bit of luck at the draw and, maybe a few friends of Gab's at UEFA. I can see that I can arrange the draws for the last 16, etc., etc. Then we might get there. And then in the final, anything is possible, even against City or Arsenal or whoever they might face. So this year, PSG, and you can start betting on it. I know it's happening. So PSG will win the Champions League.
I mean, they're in the deathiest group of death. So I guess if they do get through the
you see,
the group,
even you believe.
If they do get through the group, there's like 3 teams that could have knocked them off in the knockout competitions that they'll already not have to play. Gabby,
exactly.
your big surprise in world football.
Well, after Saturday night, I would say Italy to not qualify for the Euros, but maybe that's not really a surprise. Italy missing out
not anymore, no
competition. So I'm going to go Jude Bellingham to be top goal scorer in La Liga. The logic there being that obviously he scored a lot of goals already. The way the system seems to be, he seems to run in from midfield and is in the right place at the right time. I think Robert Lewandowski hasn't quite looked as sharp. I'm not a Yusuf and Nasiri guy. Sorry. Morata, whatever. So, yeah, why not Jude?
All right. Sounds good to me. And last obligation that we have to do is to pick a winner of our first prize. Now, I said to people, and this is one reason why I think we did so well prior to the show, we do 25 prize draws. We have 27 hours, 25 segments. and a prize draw at each one. Some of the prizes might be considered higher value than others, although value's in the eye of the beholder. But when you donate during the show, thank you. We want that. We want to keep that going. If you haven't donated, please do. But you missed some prize draws, and we are starting off today with one of the big ones, which is a personalized 2023-24 Arsenal kit with your name and patches on it that you want to select from the Arsenal gift shop at the Armory. And we're going to give that away. If you didn't watch last year, we have a randomizer that we use. We put everybody's donations, even the ones that you donate during the show, into a randomizer. The more you donate, the more entries that you get. And that's all described on the website on Gooners v Cancer. So wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing some of the same names come up, but I'm going to try to do something that will prevent it from being the same names every single time. We also have a limit to where you can win one category B prize and one category A prize, and that's it. And so if you've won a jersey, a signed shirt, something like that, you can't win another one, but you can win one of the other prizes like a Zenith coin, a piece of art, that sort of thing. So those are the rules, and it's not the most high-tech thing or the biggest production values, so please bear with us while we do this, but we will share the screen here with our random picker, and the winner of...
This is like the NBA lottery.
Yeah. I know, I love it.
I know, but that's so much more made for TV than this is.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
I hope you have camera. Whoever wins, he's got a camera, and we see his face going like, "Yeah, I've won."
Of the 129 people that have donated so far, we've installed closed caption in their house, and when the Pod-A-Thon's over, we're keeping it on. By the way, all right. So the winner of the 2023-24 personalized Arsenal kit is Seth Thomas. Seth from Indianapolis, and congratulations to Seth right off the bat, getting a jersey, a 2023-24 personalized Arsenal kit. Congratulations to Seth, and we will have another draw at the end of the next hour. So let me stop sharing the screen so we can make your faces nice and large, and that's how it works. So we have reached the end of the first hour. We did a nice tight 60, as they call it in the industry. Julien, it's been an absolute pleasure finally getting a chance to speak with you, and please give my best to your family and Kate's family, and best wishes on a smooth event this week, and please tell everyone where we can find you on a regular basis. And I don't mean like at your mother-in-law's house. I mean like on the internet.
Yeah, thank you again so much for having me. It was a real pleasure to be part of this incredible event that you put together. And I'm on Twitter at Laurence Julien, on Instagram the other way around, Julien Laurence. And then obviously the show with Gab, the FC show on ESPN main channel as well, of course. And then a lot of other things, podcasts, writing for the ESPN websites. You can find me and him on a lot of other stuff as well, platforms. So just go and look for us. Is that great? And my good luck for the 26 other hours, Jared, for how many hours you do as well, because I've got a lot of respect and
much
love for
less.
Well, thank you so much. And if it should be decided upon high that you want to incorporate this into ESPN FC, I promise to borrow Jared's tie. Not the shirt. I'll just wear the tie over the Gooners versus Cancer.
Fair enough.
And Gabby,
literally,
my long time friend. Where can we find you? I mean, you have a very, very original Twitter handle. You've grabbed it before any of your family could.
Just my last name. I mean, that comes from having an unusual last name in the Anglo world and being an early adopter. But like Jules, I think it's fantastic that you do this. I was discussing this with Jared earlier. Is it true that, so my family's quite into NASA and like space launches and stuff. And, it takes several days. I think it's 36 hours from the Earth to the moon, to the International Space Station. They docked recently. Is it true that 27 hours you're wearing those special adult diapers that astronauts wear?
I can neither confirm or officially deny that. I could tell you I did.
Sponsors.
I could tell you I did last year, and it didn't work out as well as I'd hoped. So I'll leave it up to you to imagine whether I'm doing it again or not. But you will be seeing me get up, and you'll be seeing this at various times in the show.
Okay.
So yeah, and thank you for bringing that into everyone's consciousness.
These are technical questions people want to know.
Yeah. I mean, you're nothing if not a detail-oriented logistical, savant. So, all right. So, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it, and best wishes for the future. And we'll see you hopefully on the Gooners podcast again.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Well, we are off to a good start.
Almost a tight 60 minutes, as close as we could ever get, being that you and I are in charge of this thing.
Well, frankly, I believe that as we were told by many people, we started about 4 minutes late. So that was actually a very tight 60 minutes. I just got a text from Clive. He's a couple minutes late, so he'll be in just a second. But we're going to bring in our next guest, who is somebody who I've had the pleasure of sharing a stage with recently. I don't know what Tom was thinking in doing that, but a very, very, very nice guy, someone who has been very successful in his endeavors recently. Fantastic Gooner. FK, it's lovely to see you, mate. Thank you for joining us on hour 2 of 27.
Mike, Jared, what a pleasure to be here. What a pleasure. I just tuned in to the first hour, explosive start, 2 headliners, and now you're stuck with me. But listen, I love what you guys do. 26 hours to go. Bravo to you, man. I salute you. And if anybody's watching, do of course go and kick cancer or help kick cancer. Goonersversuscancer.com.
Thank you. I mean, and while Gabin and Juls are great first guests, they don't do Twitter Spaces after Arsenal games. So I mean, you're kicking their ass in that department.
That's very kind of you.
So yes, your formal introduction, and we'll vamp a little bit until Clive gets here. But he's the host of the outstanding podcast called The Latte Firm. I write these, so I have to now read the bit as though I haven't already introduced you. But he's the host of the outstanding podcast called The Latte Firm. He's appeared over the years on multiple podcasts, prolific on Twitter, where he now hosts weekly post-game Twitter Spaces with a huge following. Recently was a guest panelist on one of the hottest live podcasts to ever hit London. And I have proof of that right here. Where is it? There we go. We were the bookends to that podcast, which that picture accurately shows. And while we couldn't see any of the people because of the bright lights who were in the crowd, this picture actually cuts through all of that. But yeah, so welcome to the Pod-A-Thon, FK. And I used to say FK Hanaj, but it's F Carnage.
That's it. Yeah, thank you so much for your kind words, Mike. Honestly, it's a privilege to be able to join you tonight on this special show that you do. And yeah, to join Tom was also just a personal honor. You know, Tom, I followed Tom for a long time. I love his work. His dedication to what he does is phenomenal. You know that. I know that. And the people who came, you know, people who took time out of their busy schedules to come and see us and hear us talk about Arsenal, I cannot be more grateful. So thank you so much for having me on. And yeah, Latte Firm is just slowly taking off. So really enjoying that at the moment.
Well, if it's slowly taking off, then you've got a bright future to look in front of you. So a little bit of housekeeping as well before Clive comes in. We are now, I'm going to keep doing the total. We are now at 8,490 raised so far for in the Pod-A-Thon alone. We had a goal of $30,000 this year for fundraising. We're 80% of the way there, and it is 2 months into the fundraising year. We've still got 2 to 3 huge events coming up that are going to really be exciting to stay tuned for. So 8490 right now for the pod. I want to give recognition to another group of donors who donated at various times this week. We have Barry Byrne, who is from London. We have Bill Mader, who is from Greenwood, Indiana. Brady DeGroot from Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's a very American name, Brady DeGroot. We've got Brock Werner, which is I mean, it's either German or American. Brock Werner. It's the first day of the NFL, and these are some NFL player names.
Yeah, it's a very, very NFL name.
Brock Werner from Chicago, Illinois. We've got Cameron Perry from Corpus Christi, Texas. Charles Coglianese from Denver, Colorado, a suburb of Italy. We've got, of course, our good friend Christian Laufer, who's going to be joining us as part of the Not Another Arsenal podcast later on, from Jared's hometown of Chicago.
Yeah, another fellow Chicago, my Chicago Gooners scarf in the background today. So shout out to that group. Just a wonderful group of Arsenal fans.
Nice. You support us. We support you. Christine Martin from Freiburg. I'm thinking that's probably Germany. I'll look it up. And then we have Christopher Davies, who is from a town in Connecticut that is so finely named Canton, Connecticut. You know, there's restaurants called Canton, there's podcasters called Canton, and then there's Tom's called Canton. And Freiburg is actually a village in Norway. So again, I love seeing like cities and countries that are popping up for the first time. So yeah, thank you everybody for your donations. We'll be drawing our next prize draw at the end of the hour. So you're gonna kind of take the mic for some questions here, because I did way too much talking in the last hour and I gotta pace myself.
Try and give you a little bit of a break and save your voice. 27 hours or 26 more is a pretty long time. So
meanwhile, we just got a text from Aston saying, let Jared talk for a minute.
Yeah, hour one was fantastic. It was a great way to kick off with Gabin and Juls, two just wonderful people in the football world who bring a lot of attention to the cause. Us all as Arsenal fans, obviously, we bring it to people in the Arsenal community. Obviously, those guys having a pretty large following just in the football world in general exposes Gooners vs. Cancer to a lot of new people. So a massive thank you again to them for coming on. It was a good time hearing their stories and having a laugh. And really the only way to follow that up in hour two is to have two of what I think are the most brilliant, literally and figuratively, voices in the Arsenal podcasting world.
Do you say two?
I said
now
two.
We've got two.
Yo,
look at these three bald heads on the screen at the same time, looking fantastic. And Jared,
three and a half. I'm on my way. 3.5.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't mean to introduce you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we got to get Clive on. And can I quickly do my intro for Clive? I'm just coming right out at the beginning of the 27 hours and saying I've written these intros. I'm going to read them off the paper. I don't care.
You can just say hello.
I don't care how professional it is. Hi, Clive. Our second guest needs no introduction because I love the man. He's getting one anyways. He's quite literally the voice of reason. You can see and hear him on the Arsenal Vision podcast at the Emirates with his outstanding son on commercials. Please help welcome back to the Gooners podcast, the one and only Clive Palmer. That wasn't that bad, was it?
Not too bad. I'm quite a quiet man, as you know, Mike.
Yes, and I can't believe I'm actually telling you this. I've told other people this and asked them not to tell you. But last year during the podcast, Clive joined us during hour 17 or 18. Hour 17 or 18, he joins us, and I'd had a co-host who had bailed. He didn't. I make that sound like he bailed. A co-host who couldn't make it, and so it was me and Clive, and I was like, SOS, Sophie, I need you right now because I'm lagging and Clive, I'm interested in everything he's having to say, but this is the worst voice for me at this particular juncture of time where I'm susceptible to getting a little glassy-eyed. So
I have been told my voice can put people to sleep, and I don't take it as a criticism.
Well, it's so great. Right? But so this time I want you on hour two because I'm bright and bushy-tailed, and so now Jared,
anyway, hello, Jared. Hey,
FK. Clive, great to see you. And you're right. I think
see you, Clive.
You should like it. I think anyone who's ever sat behind a microphone would feel blessed if they were gifted with the voice that you have. And FK is not far behind as well. So
my daughter in the chat making fun of me now.
You can't hear yourself, so you just talk.
Yeah. Hour number two, it's the introduction of the ASMR fans into the Arsenal world. So it's going to be great to have everybody, all the new faces. Go to goonersversuscancer.com to see what this is all about. But with you guys, we did want to focus more on Arsenal. We're going to talk a little bit on the pitch stuff and then kind of move on to you guys as individuals and kind of your love for Arsenal and things you have going on. But early on this season, it's been a little bit of a mixed review. We have 10 points from 12, and some Arsenal fans are really ecstatic with what they're seeing. Some are not as in love with the perceived change in formation and the way we're setting up. And I've seen two sort of routes of thinking. The statistical analytics side, people say, our XG is up, our expected goals conceded is down. It's progress. As soon as it clicks, it's going to work. The other side, the more practical fans that watch the game say, we've conceded more goals than this point last year and we scored less. So how can it be better? And with most things, I think the truth probably lies somewhere in between. But I want to get both of your opinions through this first section of the season, the first 4 games. Clive, I'll come to you first. Give me your general thoughts on what you've seen, and are you happy with the state of Arsenal currently and the trajectory you think they're on?
I think when you walk into a season, you have to think about what are you bringing into that season. So most of us are bringing in last year's wonderful feelings where we all experienced something we didn't expect to experience. And I call it like first date syndrome, right? With that first date, we get a second date. It's got to be like the first one. It's got to be, you know what I mean? But life isn't like that. Not every night is a Saturday night. Sometimes you're at home with the missus, it's a Wednesday night and you just get the takeaway and you're chilling, right? And you're in a different place. So, and so we have to, as fans, we have to adjust our minds to a different season. Why? Why do we have to adjust our minds? Well, you know what? We're in the Champions League. And we're about to find out in the next 2-3 weeks what a Champions League season really looks like and how it forces rotation, how it forces us to look at the extremities of our squad. Over the last 5-6 years, we've had a similar season where we've had games we didn't even want in Europe. So we could try to get back into the Champions League. Now we're in the Champions League. So I'm sorry, for many of us, we've forgotten what that looks like, what that feels like, and what we have to do to prepare ourselves for this new competitive landscape. And I'm learning, well, not learning, I'm remembering. I'm trying to remind other people, actually, that it's a new season. And I say to Elliot, I say to him, I want to get one of those Men in Black neuralizers, the ones that makes you forget things. I want everyone to forget last year because it won't be like that again. It'll be different. And it may be better in some parts and it may be worse in some parts. But I guarantee you it'll be different because of the competitions we are now involved in. Because the level of focus, the Champions League changes our weeks. It reprioritizes our games. And we're going to get a reminder of that real quick. And if we get to 16 and quarterfinals, trust me, we're going to get a reminder very quickly. And everybody who's playing and where they are in their game and where they are in their maturity, their performance, it's going to matter. It's going to matter a lot, And I think then we just have to wait for those moments. Until we get there, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. But we have to try to erase last year and look at this season as a fresh season.
I think that's a really good point. And like you said, no 2 seasons are the same, but especially not one where you're going to be competing across multiple competitions in the way that we're very fortunate to be this year. And I'll jump over to you here, FK. One thing he said is all of us have fond memories of last year. We watched back the highlights. There's so many great moments that season. If there's any critique that I hear most this year, it's that we haven't seen as much of sort of the free-flowing, aesthetically pleasing football that Arsenal fans, and obviously not just under Arteta, but going back to Arsene Wenger, have grown up seeing. And that's part of when they think of Arsenal, that's what they think of, is that style of play. Do you think our sort of change in setup is going to permanently take that away, or it's just a matter of players acclimating a little bit, getting used to their new teammates, and that's something that we'll sort of progressively see coming more and more as we move through this season?
Without trying to repeat a lot of what Clive has said, I think because he just, when you talk, everyone just listens, right? I'm taking notes here. I mean, look, for me, just on last season, it was extraordinary, right, Jared? We were in a title race that was unexpected. We went on the most joyous ride for 9 months of the season, top of the league for so long. And I think we all remember just how it kind of fell away from us. And I think last season was almost as fun as it was quite a harsh lesson that, if you want to compete with this juggernaut that is Manchester City, you kind of need to be perfect on all fronts. And I think maybe that's where a little bit of the nervousness comes around in terms of this season, both from the players, but also from the fans, that we kind of want to just win every game. We were so disappointed with dropping points at home to Fulham. Actually, 10 points out of 12. And, the start that we've had to this season is not that bad. It's just that City are just so bloody perfect. There's no jeopardy about their results, and it kind of papers over anything else that any other team does. So we know the margins are tight. And I think that's where the kind of stress comes from. And the reason why we're not maybe, free-flowing, swashbuckling football that we had at moments last season just yet is because, you're quite right. We've added some players in key positions, and they will take time to kind of get used to the team, the structure, a new manager's instructions, the pace at which we play, the style at which we play. There's also been a lot of football. It's amazing. It feels like it was ages ago, but the World Cup was just a few months ago. Some of the players, in particular Declan Rice, he had a very long season with West Ham, probably didn't get much of a break. And so the players are kind of coming into the mix, and they're going to take just a bit of time to kind of just fine tune what we want to do. Mikel's been trying different things. There's been a lot of criticism about playing Partey out of position, playing right back, and he's trying to experiment. He talked about 38 or 43 different formations in one game. So it's about change. It's about having some optimism. It's about having new players, new systems, new structure under Mikel. But it's also really frustrating that Manchester City just seem to be this well-oiled machine. And despite losing a lot of players, they've brought in some really good talent. They've outspent us again, and they are the standard bearer, Jared. So it's a number of reasons. And again, just to kind of finish on this question, similar to what Clive was saying, there are going to be some low points, some tough points. If you want to compete for the Premier League title, it's not always going to be, roses every week. So there's going to be tough moments. There's going to be moments where you feel that every point you drop is just a bitter, kick in the guts. And it's just about how well we respond. And of course, United to Fulham was just a great response.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think your point's well taken when you talk about the expectation Arsenal fans have. So much of that is dictated by just how good Manchester City is. And the margin for error is so small. When you watch them play, it feels like they're never going to drop points. But we know what'll happen. It's the Premier League. Every year there's upsets, there's results you don't expect. And their time's going to come too, where they're going to drop off a little bit. Their schedule intensifies the way all of ours will once Champions League starts. And we certainly hope that at some point we can spot a chink in the armor of Manchester City, because at times they look just absolutely unbeatable. One thing you mentioned there was, some of the new players fitting in and getting accustomed to playing with one another. So one of the questions we often ask pretty much everybody that comes on the pod, we have a small sample size. We're 1 month into the season. We've played 4 matches. The team's been relatively good by most people's estimations. Who for you is the early player this season that has stood out, whether it be because you think they're the best player or they've just brought more than you expected? I want to get kind of both of your perspectives on this. Clive, I'll come back to you first.
So it is my want that I don't always answer the question, Jared. So so what I will say is I want to get people straight on this, because we talk about last season with rose-tinted glasses, and I'm telling you, lads, look at the form since Anfield 2-2, and that's our recent history, and it wasn't always working. And the reason why it wasn't always working, because people have been watching us on TV and they've been looking at us and looking at ways to stop us. And so when you're a coach, you have to evolve your system. You have to create layers of different ways of playing. And how are you going to do that? By picking all of our favorites to do exactly what we did in the good times last season, or by trying some slightly new tweaks and allowing yourself to have different tools in your toolbox. We expect our manager to have different ways of playing, yet we don't allow him time to develop different ways of playing. I think that's very important. Maturity of fan. I talk about it a lot. I'm trying to mature my thinking. Trust me, we can all pick our favorite first 11, and I want it out there for 60 games. That's what I want. But that's not life. Back to first date. That isn't life. Like, life means you're going to have a calf strain, you're going to have something go wrong, get someone out of form, someone lose their confidence, someone find their confidence. And I think that's part of football, that's part of life, that's part of the journey of the season, that's part of the dynamics of the season. and we have to allow that to develop. Last year, when Man City were behind us by 8 points, we're not on the City Vision podcast, right? However, they've got a track record of winning. There's less stress around when they drop a point. We drop a couple of points and the world ends. We have to mature and grow up because it's going to happen. I promise it's going to happen at a time we least expect, and we're going to be traumatized. So we have to mature ourselves a little bit because we're going into the top table of football. If we're 5 points away from City, there's not many other teams better than us in Europe. That's the truth. So we have to mature our thinking towards that. Do you think our manager wants to win the Carabao Cup, or do you think he wants to win the European Cup? He wants to win the European Cup. And to do that, you have to raise standards. To raise standards, you need to make decisions that we may find uncomfortable. Our new goalkeeper, by the way. We may find that uncomfortable, but I want our manager to raise the standards by a series of actions which do that. If that means chinning people in their contracts, we chin them and we move forward. We get better at buying and we lift the standards to achieve the expectations that we all have secretly, right? So it's not going to happen by being nicey-nicey. And that's why I want to say that, Jared. Back to your original question. A player that's looked good. I think they're all fine. But I will say one person's had more stress placed upon him from the start of the season. And I think that's probably Saliba. I think he's been stretched out. He's been made chief passer, chief central centre-back. He has had his mate for all the games. I think we've loaded on him post a back injury. And I think he's really responded really, really well team-wise. And I think he's a crucial piece to this club. You know, so yeah, I think he's not surprised me, but I think he's top class. You know, top class. That's what I want to say.
David Ziegler occasionally becomes David Ziegler. I mean, because when you're a David and you do something really funny or good, you know, you become David to me because that's just a sign of respect. I mean, leave it to David to come up with a comment like that. Jared, you're saving the Barbers, you know. But
not for long. Their time's coming.
Yeah, that's true. That's
going faster than I'd like. The Arsenal turnaround, I think, has bought me a couple more years. My stress levels come down a little bit over the last 18 months, so I should definitely.
And if you're not feeling better after that, after Clive's, his mantra there. I don't know if mantra is the best word, but that this is why we love Clive, because he will just reassure you, and you're like, yeah, even the hardest core. What's the word for someone that's just never happy about anything?
Pessimistic.
I
guess so. Could take.
I got Sophie once, Mike. Sophie wanted to get stuck in. I went onto her show and I went, "Hey, how you doing?" And I got her.
She just melted right off the button.
It's one of my favorite shows.
She was drawn butter by 20 minutes into the show. Oh man,
and she's one of, I think, everybody's favorites. It's hard to spend any time on a podcast with her. I've had the pleasure of meeting her in person and not just love Sophie. Just absolutely brilliant. Whether you're talking Arsenal or talking about life, she's one of the good ones, and I think we all have a great appreciation for her and kind of everything she brings to the Arsenal community.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing a lot of her tomorrow.
Yeah, she'll be joining and co-hosting with Mike for a number of hours. Overnight for me, probably prime hours for her where she is, so that's gonna work out perfectly. But going back to one of Clive's points, and when he said it, I kind of laughed to myself, but at the same time totally agree. When he talks about fans maturing, I think it's as spot on of a comment as you'll ever hear. And as someone who, like all of you, spends a lot of my time on Twitter following Arsenal fans, at times it seems like the most impossible outcome we could ever see. I think it would be wonderful if people would take a step back and look at the game the way he describes. Unfortunately, it's just not the world we live in a lot of times online. And it's disappointing because there's so many good people who share that sentiment, but there's a whole lot of them out there who, as soon as one ball's kicked out, the world starts collapsing around us. And you see everybody going pretty negatively at a lot of the players. One of the players this year, and that I think has gotten a lot of scrutiny some of it fair, some of it probably not, is Kai Havertz. I've heard comments about how poor he's been, that he holds the rest of the team back. I've seen a lot saying that we're putting Partey at right back to shoehorn him into the lineup, which I think is well wide of the mark, given that Partey played some at right back at the end of last season when Havertz wasn't even on the squad. When you watch those games, FK, Kai Havertz, do you look at that as a player who's just sort of betting in with new players around him, new coach, new system, new teammates? Because when I watch it, I'm not nearly as down on him, I think, as a lot of the fans have been. Do you think they're right in that estimation, or do you think he kind of gets a bit of a tough draw since most of the players have been quite good, and when the results aren't bad, we always have to have a scapegoat, and sort of as the new guy, that gets thrown in his direction quite often? So give me your thoughts just early on Kai Havertz at Arsenal.
It's a really good question, and I've seen it on shows, obviously, that I do and podcasts that I listen to all the time. You know, Kai Havertz is a big talking point. I think with Kai, the fact that he's come from Chelsea, the fact that he cost us £65 million is, you know, rightly or wrongly, always going to be a bit of a you know, the sort of expectation mark. People kind of expect him to come in and hit the ground running because of the fee and because of where we've got him from. I think his time at Chelsea was a little bit dysfunctional because Chelsea were just awful last season. You know, you can't expect a player to be outstanding in a team that finished 12th and that was largely dysfunctional week after week. I think people have just, you know, expected him to kind of hit the ground running. Now, Mikel's obviously trying him in at that sort of left 8 advanced central midfield position. It's not a position that he's played, you know, in the majority of his time as he's been a footballer, because most of his time he spent sort of up top. He's played out wide on the right and on the left. And so that expectation is there, that tag, that is always going to be there. I feel for him, Jared, if I'm being honest, because I don't think the criticism is fair. I think all players take time to acclimatise. Now, it's also just unlucky for him that Julien Timber came in and just flew out of the blocks, and everyone thinks, right, there's a guy that we signed. He didn't play in Mikel's system. He's been playing in 3-4 different positions, and he seems to have just it looks like he's been here for years. But I do feel for Kai, because he's in that role where, you know, central part of the team. He's a bit of a connector, you know, that sort of pre-assister where he has to be familiar with his left wide forward. He's got to be familiar with his left back. He's got to be familiar with the man playing up front, and even maybe the guy behind him. And if you look at the 6-7 games that he's played, if you include all the pre-season stuff, you know, he's played with 3 different left backs. You know, he played with Zinchenko, he's played with Timber, he played with Tomiyasu. I think he might have even had a bit of game time with Tierney. You know, out wide on the left, he had Martinelli, he had Trossard. Up front, he's had Jesus, he's had Nketiah, and like behind him, he had Partey playing once in the lone 6 position, Rice playing there, Jorginho playing there in pre-season. So, like, he just needs to get to know his teammates. He needs to get to know the role that Mikel wants to play, which isn't his usual up front role. And once he kind of understands, like, once he's able to anticipate the movement, or, you know, when a player is going to move, when a player is going to want the ball, when a player is going to sort of run in behind, like these automatisms that we always talk about, he will be so much better as a footballer. So you just have to give him time. You know, you can't deny his natural talent. He's always been a talented boy since a very young age, you know, described as a mercurial talent when he was playing in Germany. Chelsea obviously invested heavy in him, didn't have the best of times. I think a goal or 2 would help his confidence. But I also think, Jared, in closing, Kai Havertz is probably one of those players, and I'm sure guys on the Arsenal Vision podcast have said this before. If you watch him on television and you just follow, you know, your eyes are following where the ball is, you probably miss a lot of what he does. So if you kind of watch the game again, or if you're at the stadium and you can see him finding intelligent spaces in between the lines, he runs in behind from time to time. His work rate off the ball is really good. His defensive numbers that we all analysed before he joined the club, as a presser, as a defender, being a forward, are really, really good numbers. And so, look, I think the best is obviously yet to come. And Mikel is adamant that he wants him to play in this team, some sort of role. So I think the criticism is harsh. I do think the Arsenal fans are perfectly entitled to call what they see. And some people are going to want him just to score goals. And if he doesn't score goals, they're just going to be upset by that. But I think in time he's going to be good. So I would advise, you know, invest in stocks while they're low in Kai Havertz.
Yeah, you and I are in complete agreement on that. And I think you made a number of good points there. And a lot of it, too, it just comes from the comparison around. You mentioned Julien Timber coming in and just seamlessly fitting in. And Every player can't do that. Similarly with Declan Rice, he's come in and been brilliant. And as soon as fans see one player do it, the thought is, well, that should now be the standard for every player that comes in week one, first touch of the pitch, that you're top level and you're brilliant. And unfortunately, it just doesn't always work out that way. Additionally, we've seen Ben White play it right back. He's able to overlap Saka. Odegaard moves out on that side. And those three have a very good link up and understanding of where each other are going to be. And as you said with Havertz, he just hasn't had that stability and positioning. I think that's the one thing that Zinchenko brings that's most important. He obviously brings a lot, is stability to that side of the pitch. When he comes in and he sort of takes up that midfield role, things looked better. And the more game time those guys get together, I think we're going to see the balance from us being much stronger on the right to it being a much more balanced attack than we've seen thus far. And like you said, that just takes time. That's not something you can snap your fingers and have come together as quickly as people would like. But I think it is there to be had. Mike, go right ahead.
Jared, how did we get to where we are now in this world of football fandom where, I mean, so little time is given? I mean, it's just, I mean, you know, you've seen the tweets about, you know, imagine if, you know, who had the slow start at Arsenal? Dennis Bergkamp, Thierry Henry. I mean, or Bergkamp was about how he, you know, was playing at his former team. But like, it's just insanity. I've done a lot of promotion for this podcast this week, and some of those pods were podcasts with people from other clubs, you know, multi-club podcasts. Some of them were other styles of podcasts, and just on Twitter in general, the people have made their mind up about Kai Havertz's Arsenal career. Now, there is some history to look at, and it's his Chelsea career. There's some other history to look at, which is his Leverkusen career, which is completely in opposition to his Chelsea career. But I mean, it's just my father-in-law has a statement that he uses called "wait to worry," and it's really hard in sports because it's this instant gratification world that we live in right now. But I mean, it's just Fabio Vieira is starting to show us some of the things that Edu and Arteta might have seen in him last year. A small sample size of performances, sure, but I mean, we don't want to fall behind in the in the league. But it's not even just I'm not happy with how he's done so far. It's he was an awful purchase. Mm-hmm. He is finished, and Arteta is going to be finished because that's the hill he's going to die on. He's played 4 games. I mean, how did we get here?
So you need to change your Twitter feed, mate, because that's just you're doing your head in. All right, so Jared, do you mind if I have a little go and have it?
No, I would love it.
I think so. When there is uproar like this is what I tend to do. I try to look at why. So one of my many sayings is you can never fool the punter. The punter's not always wrong, right? So why is this? So if I said to you, all of you, what is the left 8 position to you? What does it mean to you? What is the style of that position? We probably have a debate. You probably say, oh, Trossard could do it. Smith Rowe could do it. You mentioned Vieira, Mike. By the way, I saw him last year trying to do it, and he couldn't do it.
No, the Southampton game was a disaster.
I was there, and we all know what happened in that game, right? So some people say Declan Rice could do it, which he can do it, no doubt about it. What they do it in their style. So Granit Xhaka did it in his style. Granit Xhaka used to be an 80-touch, 90-touch player playing in the deep 6. Went to the left 8, we call it for discussion. Went down to 40 touches. Off the ball roll. 7 goals, 7 assists. 2 of those goals came in the testimonial game, last game of the season. Let's get it real, right? Let's get it real. So that position was defined by a strong personality in Granit Xhaka. He made it a ball progression position. Do it in 1, do it in 2, round the corner, disappear into the box, second forward. That's how he defined the role. So that role means different things to all Arsenal fans, right? Just say that. We can debate that role, what it looks like. Then Kai Havertz comes along. He's a player that's not easy to define. Is he a 10? Is he a second striker? Is he a right 10? Or is he a left 10/8, how we're trying to play him? It's up for debate. So you mix the two together. You say a position which we would all debate what it looks like. Then you bring a player into that position that we'd all debate what is his best position. Is he a centre forward? Is he a post-up forward? Is he over the top of the press guy? Is he someone who wants pressing them first? So you mix the two together, and you have to then give time for the cake to be baked, for him to define the role by his play style. And I think I know this is why people are struggling. So what you do then as a fan, you say, okay, Granit Xhaka, good defender. He scored goals, bonus. Kai Havertz, good forward. Not sure if he can defend. What's happened? He can defend probably better than Granit Xhaka, and he can't score as much as Granit Xhaka right now. He's 1 goal, 1 assist away from being the answer, because his ability to cover the kilometers, the ability to win the ball, to read the second ball, to cover the distances. I'm sorry, he's better than a 30-year-old we let go. But around the box at the moment, he's indecisive, not sure of his movements, not sure of his partners, as FK alluded to, that we lack stability. And so when Zinchenko and Jesus come into this team, we're going to get a chance to really judge what he can do in a comfortable environment. And I can't wait to see it, because I think that position was limited before. And I firmly believe the ceiling of this team, and it's going to sound dramatic, every other area we know about, that one position is the one that's got the most ceiling on it. And the players that are going to drop into that position is going to be the one that's going to take us to the furthest. Because everything else, I think we've seen the potential of around the pitch. It's only going to grow. But that one position, I think, is unknown.
I think that's wonderfully put, and kind of a good spot to cut off the Arsenal section here, because I do want to give Mike a chance here. We've got some housekeeping stuff we do every hour. We've got prizes to give away. We've got a number of people pouring in questions for you two, and I want to make sure we get to some of those this hour. So, Mike, if you want to jump in, get some of that going, and we'll make sure we get a chance to get the questions in as well.
Thanks. Yeah, we're starting this portion of the pod a little early, but that's because, as I suspected we would in this particular segment, we got a ton of questions from the chat, and we want to get to that. Speaking of the chat, 140 people in the chat right now. It's fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Means we've got some folks here who don't normally come in when we go live. Let's just say that's an understatement. But please go to goonersvcancer.com. As the scroll at the bottom says, you can learn more about the podcast, about the charity, about how to donate. You can use that page to donate, enter yourself in all the rest of the prize drawings. And so we're doing something at the end of each segment called the 4 questions, which is normally done, in the springtime at my mother's dining room table, but we're doing them every hour on the hour right now. So the 4 questions begin with your big 6 in no particular order. Who are your top 6 in the Premier League this season, Clive?
City, Arsenal, United, Liverpool, Spurs.
You can see the pain in him as he says that. This is really the interesting one right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Aston Villa.
Wow. Okay.
Over Brighton is interesting.
Yeah, I think Brighton are excellent, but I think Brighton are going into an unknown season.
Yeah, that's true. With a lot of Europe.
Find out a lot more. Right,
FK, your top 6.
City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle, and that lot up the road.
All right, you
got the squeeze into 6th. Yeah, is that 6?
That's 5.
Shit. Let's go with. I said United, right? Nope. City, Arsenal, Liverpool.
I didn't hear you
United.
say United.
United. Yeah, United. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, the first Pod-A-Thon that we did top 4 and bottom 3. This was in 2021 before the 2021-22 season. We had 2 people pick Arsenal in the top 6. That was after our 8th place finish, our second consecutive 8th place finish. So that shows you how far we've come. the winner of the Ballon d'Or. FK, we'll start with you on that one.
It's got to be Erling. I mean, what a season he had. What a machine he is. His numbers, I know Messi's the favourite and whatnot, but Erling Haaland, the impact he's had at Manchester City is phenomenal. And I think he will get it, and I think he would deserve it.
Yeah, well, we've had 3 answers to the question and 3 different answers to the question so far. Clive, who do you? I have a feeling you're about to put someone into the lead.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be Messi because he completed football. And,
he did. Yeah, he did.
And that's it.
Yeah, joined MLS.
And the world watched it, and none of us will ever forget that final.
That reminds me of a friend of mine I met once who told me that he completed Pornhub.
Another thing, and whether it's right or wrong, the Premier League doesn't get the respect it deserves at the global awards level.
That's very true.
Otherwise, Thierry Henry would have a Ballon d'Or, not Pavel Nedved. Yeah, and it just doesn't get the respect, and because I'm afraid these global institutions and UEFA institutions, they don't like the financial superiority of the Premier League.
Well, yeah, there's a chip on their shoulder when it, and the way that they can influence it is very small and few and far between, but this is one of them.
This is one of them. We can just stop them having the best player in the world, as well as all the best managers, all the most money, and all the best TV viewing figures, all the best financials. We can't give the best player in the world. We just give it to anybody else. That's at the senior level, the junior level, the golden boy level. It's been a consistent theme for many, many years, right? And it's funny how there's not a single tweet of a noise coming from these institutions about the Saudi involvement in the game. Because what that does is it weakens the Premier League, and they are happy with that because they want to see more democracy, shall we say? I'm not sure that's the right word, but across the European landscape. So,
and it's unfortunate because other than not voting for Premier League players in the Ballon d'Or, I mean, UEFA and FIFA are just, I mean, they're spotless.
It's a podcast, Mike. Maybe I should come onto your podcast.
There's nothing else you can say negatively about those organizations.
You know what I'm like once I get started.
All right, first Premier League coach to get the sack this season. Clive, we'll start with you.
Oh my God, I don't think about negative things, right?
That's true. Well, depending on who it is, it could be a positive thing. Although,
crikey, I can't even think of anybody that's. I can't think of any of the teams at the moment. Go FK first while I think about it.
Okay, FK.
That is a really difficult question. I mean, Sean Dyche can't hang around that long, can he? I mean, Evan are garbage. I'm bracing myself for that Goodison Park defeat next week. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to go left field. Go for a shock, okay? This is going to shock a lot of people, and will probably tell you all you need to know about my football knowledge. But I think Erik ten Hag is in for a tough time at Man United this season, and they are, 1 or 2 results always away from chaos and panic, and Anthony now with his off the field misdemeanors. I mean, alleged misdemeanors. I can't believe they've got Maguire and Evans at the back. I mean, it's comical. So I think, he could be in trouble. Maybe. Why not? Why not Erik ten Hag? Back to you, Clive.
I think he's 16-1, and which is like 8th joint favorite. Which, I mean, that's only going to get.
Wow.
Those odds are only going to get shorter the longer this continues. But Clive, any?
Who's the Sheffield United man? Is it Paul Higginbottom?
Yeah, Higginbottom.
Mm-hmm. I'll go him. I think. But I say that with no conviction because I agree with FK, actually. I think of all the roles, Ten Hag is the one that's under the most microscope. Yeah. It's not because they lost to us and they had a 2-week international break for us all to think about them. There are things happening off the pitch in that club. There are things happening regarding him in his press conferences. If I'm him, I'm getting a PR guy real quick. Because you cannot come out after games and be doing that to your players and then expect them to run about for you the week after.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. That's not how you manage people. That's not how you bring people on the journey with you. So I can see problems there, but I can see problems in the executive. So who's going to make the decision?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the succession plan? There is none at Manchester United. There's so many things wrong at that club at the moment.
It's delicious.
Beyond the points.
So the final
It's another podcast, Mike. I'll come on through that one as well.
Final question is your big surprise. This is just any concept or anything that you would think wouldn't necessarily be, oh, well, yeah, that's obvious. Tell me something I don't know about world football between now and the end of the season, now and next June. Just something that you would think wouldn't be that popular of opinion. FK.
Oh, Clive, you go first on this one.
Something just give you an unpopular opinion about.
The unpopular opinion would be a good way of saying it. Something that wouldn't be like, yeah, I mean, like saying that Holland will win the Golden Boot or something like that. Would not be in this category, because I think everyone kind of doesn't think that's much of a stretch.
I've got a couple of things spinning around my head that I don't even want to say out loud, because I don't want to wish them to an existence. But I think the Arsenal goalkeeping discussion is one that I think is going to be unbelievably interesting. And I don't mind which way it goes, and I think there's some innovative thinking going on at Arsenal regarding this position, and there's potential for real innovation. And
that's in like having two goalies playing at the same time?
Well, not so much that, but having our historic structures around how we decision and select that position, I think are about to change, because the game has changed. Onana had 59 touches in the last game. He's basically an outfield player. I think Havertz had 30 something, right? So when you're a top team and you have 55 games at the top level, I think that position, how we view it, is going to change significantly. And it's going to be something, again, we're going to have to get used to. And Ramsdale may not say suffer, but may have to adjust what success looks like for him in that position and how many games he plays. And I think this is going to be something going forward. I think it's going to be commonplace for the top teams only, for the top teams.
Okay, so, I mean, I agree with that. The big surprise will be, is it Raya becomes our number one?
Or will there be a number one?
Okay, so we'll call it split goalkeeping duties. All right, FK?
It's such a hard question, but I'm going to say this. I don't think we're going to win the league this year, and I think Arteta has to prove himself in Europe, and I think we will surprise a lot of people in the Champions League. I don't want to say we're going to go all the way and do it, because things like this come back to bite you on the bum, but it would not surprise me if we were to get to Wembley. And of course, Mikel Arteta, as manager and coach, won 12 at Wembley. I mean, that would be insane. And the other thing, just I was thinking about, Mike, I've been talking about this for some time. I think Martin Odegaard has entered the chat about how good he is compared to the likes of Cesc and Mesut Ozil on his day. And I reckon Odegaard's return this season could be better than Cesk's best season at Arsenal. So, and that's some claim, because I grew up watching Cesc, one of my favourite players of all time. And I think Odegaard's in that league. So yeah, his numbers are going to be phenomenal. 2 for the price of 1.
Beautiful. And that way, whichever one doesn't come true, I'll just cut it out of the podcast. All right, so we're going to do the quick draw now, and then we'll spend the rest of the hour, and we'll have a brief, hopefully a brief kind of crossover, as we call it in the business, with Dave Seeger, who's our next guest. Oh. You both know Dave, I'm assuming.
Yeah, of course.
It's always nice to have a little crossover where we have everyone on together, then we say goodbye to you guys, and we pick up with him. So our total as it stands right now for Pod-A-Thon week, let's just call it that for simplicity. Our total for Pod-A-Thon week has reached $8,900, which is absolutely fantastic. We've gotten some very generous donations in the last few minutes. You are entered into the prize draw. Thank you to everybody who has donated. And our prize for this hour is a Ruth Beck art, size A3 print. Let me see if I can get one of these, because I want you guys to see the size of it.
disappears from screen, leaves Jared alone.
So Ruth will be joining us in our artist hour tomorrow, but Ruth is just an amazing artist. Her stuff really resonates with me and to everybody who I've brought, these to when we do live fundraising. And it's always a treat to be able to give these away as an incentive for donating. Scenes of Highbury, scenes of N5 and N7 and all of that. So we're going to be giving away a Ruth Beck art piece, and it is going to go to the winner of this drawing. And this is where the technical aspect of this gets a little funky. But I'm going to share the screen so that everyone can see that I am not favoring anybody. So the draw for the first Ruth Beck A3 size piece of artwork has been won by, I knew this was going to happen. All right, Seth Thomas. Now, look, you donate a lot of money. You're very generous. You're gonna come up in the drawing, but it is completely and totally random. So Seth has now won his prizes, and Seth is in the chat. I'm glad glad he thinks Ruth Beck is the best because he's just added another piece of Ruth Beck art to his collection. So congratulations, Seth. Now, what I can tell you is we're not going to see Seth's name anymore because he has won one category A prize and one category B prize, and we've instituted that rule. So Seth in 2 hours has maxed out, and we appreciate Seth's donation. And now I can send the two things that he's won in the same package and save up postage. So, I mean, it's fantastic. So this is wonderful, by the way, both the artist, the donor, and the winner all in the chat at the same time, communicating with each other. That's what we love to see. So thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Seth. And thank you to everybody else. And I promise in the next hour, we will have a different winner. All right, so now we're going to get into user questions, as I like to call them here. And we're going to start with the one that we just received. Kevin Demsek, by the way, I'll say it again. Kevin, your generosity is appreciated. You are fantastic. I've met you a number of times, and thank you for the super chat. Quick note, if you are inclined to super chat, which is a way of showing generosity, it's also a way of highlighting your question and generally getting it read. Do us a favor and donate that same amount of money to goonersvcancer.com directly so that YouTube doesn't take 40% of it. And then just send us your comment with super chat in all caps, and we'll read it for sure, no matter what. But again, thank you, Demsek, and the proceeds of all of the super chats for this podcast and for every podcast that we do all go to the charity. We're going to go we're going to alternate between you on these user questions. So FK, who do you see as the backup to Saka on the right?
I'd love to see Reece Nelson get more game time. I wouldn't mind seeing Gabriel Jesus play out right wing as well when Saka needs a rest, if he ever gets a rest. I mean, he's played about a gazillion games in a row. And Eddie Nketiah's doing a fine job up front. So yeah, either of those two. But Reece, for me, let's get some minutes from him.
That's a great question. And so far, you can't complain with what Reece has done with his playing time. I mean, he's making the most out of very little so far. So, all right, Clive, let's pick one for you here. This is a good one from Somnus Wanderers. What's your feelings on ESR and what his role will be? I think we may have actually talked about this, FK, at Canton's event. So it'll be interesting to get your take on this.
Oh, dear. He's got work to do, right? He's got work to do. We talk about raising the standard, and he's got to raise his standard to get in his team. And I'm not sure where he's going to be. Again, it comes back to lack of clarity of player versus what's his best role for him as well. Football talent-wise, he has it. He definitely does. But I think he needs, when he gets his chance, which he will get next month, he has to go well for him. There was a period, very short period ago when Trossard was our best player in pre-season. He's kicking it and he's doing all the stuff. He played that one start. It was against Fulham, was it?
Fulham, yeah.
And he tracked the ball like a trampoline. And suddenly, no one's calling for him anymore. You know, and it's a harsh world out there. It really is harsh. We've got short memories. And But that can go both ways, right? It can turn very, very quickly, or we can go against very, very quickly. So there are a number of players in that attacking midfield area that we are developing, and Smith Rowe is one of them. The problem is with him, the player. He has to execute and deliver. It's not with the management, it's with him. When he gets opportunity, he has to do it. No questions asked.
What I did see from him, I mean, at the Barcelona game in LA, I mean, it was very notable how once he came on the pitch, he looked like a man possessed. You know, it's preseason. It's, you know, he's in the raft of substitutes that comes in the second half of a preseason game. But I mean, I was left completely convinced that he was working his way back into this club, and that, you know, he wasn't putting his head down and sulking, and he may not be putting his head down and sulking, but it surprised me how little, if any, game time he's had in the 4 Premier League games.
It's coming, Mike. It's coming.
PSV is going to get some minutes, you think?
It's coming. We do too many games in too short a period of time.
Okay.
And he knows he's fighting for a place. Yeah. He knows he's fighting for his place. And with the upcoming cup games starting to come in, he's going to get his opportunity. And the bad news, as we always say, is if a guy has one bad game, they get put down. But as Clive said there, he's going to have his opportunity. And we saw recently with Fabio Vieira, if you put together 1 or 2 very good performances, you're going to earn your spot and get some minutes. So, you know,
can I just say something there, Jared? Just to clarify, we've gone through the first block of games, and everyone's playing once a week, and so you end up playing with a narrow group of players because you just do, right? So we tried to put a couple of extra players in, and people weren't happy because some people weren't playing. We're going to the next block of games where we're going to be playing 3 times in 7-8 days, but consistently. So all the people worried about Smith Rowe not playing and Trossard not playing and Vieira not playing, they're all going to play. Kivio's playing, Tomiyasu's playing. They're all going to play. And after the next block of games, for next international break, we're going to have a much better view of the whole squad. Until now, I'm afraid people on the fringes, they're not going to get all their minutes, but they will do soon. And that's why I say the problem's with the player. They got to do it when they get their opportunity.
Okay, perfect. We're going to do one more question, but before we do that, we have reached the 8 p.m. UK hour, and that means we're going to bring on our next guest for a bit of a crossover here. You know him, you love him. I'll do my formal introduction once we officially start his hour. But Dave Seager, it's great to have you joining us today. How you been, my friend?
I'm very well. Evening, gentlemen.
Snazzily dressed.
Illustrious company I join.
Good to see you, Dave.
So we're going to do one more user question for, and I think it's FK's turn on this one. So it's a bit controversial, I guess. Peter Colson says, oh no, this isn't the controversial one. Sorry. It says, my big fear is that the City will go unbeaten. I guess that would be a bit controversial. Invincibles is the only title they are missing. Are we the only team that can beat them? I know what Clive would say, because he's already basically said they're going to drop points. It's inevitable. But you know, dropping points and losing, I guess, are 2 different things. FK, is there a threat to go?
I don't think they're going to go unbeaten. I think secretly, as the run goes on for them the start of the season, they might start to believe it. But I think the Premier League is so relentless and so unforgiving. I think they'll slip up when they least expect it, and then the schedule is going to be grueling again. Whether it's us that beats them, Mike, it'd be nice to beat Manchester City, wouldn't it? in a serious competition. It may be us, it may not be us, but I don't think they're going to do it. I think the Premier League is just far too unforgiving for that. So fingers crossed.
All right, beautiful. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what we pay you the big bucks for. All right, so thank you for those user questions. FK, Clive, it's been a fantastic hour. I absolutely appreciate you guys coming on. Jared, thank you for alleviating my voice a little bit during the hour. You're 35 times the host that I am. I mean, you dress nicer, you speak better, you're more composed. So
yep, I'm glad you said it.
Yeah. Well, look, if there's one thing I know how to do, it's not think I'm better than anyone else at anything. But the way that we can see you, reach you. Let's see if I can find this now. Oh no. Wrong one. On Twitter, Clive PAFC, Arsenal Vision. Where else can we find you on a day-to-day basis without giving your address away?
I don't do. I do the vision mostly. I do a couple of little things. I'm doing like bit of coach's voice stuff. I do a bit of that, which I really enjoy actually because professionals are on it and they scare me. so that's really good. And I do a bit with Tom. Not much else really. Elliot keeps me busy. You know what it's like.
Well, and outside the Emirates with your son, please give him my best. You have other kids, I think, but
yeah,
not that I've met and embraced. He's a special kid. He reminds me a lot of my own son, which is why I like him so much. And next time we're at the pub at the same time, I will find you. Yeah,
it's good to see you, mate, and keep well, right? You're looking good.
You, and FK, we could see FK at FCon age,
FConage, that's the one.
And at Latte Firm, of course. You do late night shows, you do spaces, you do lots of tweeting, and it's it's always fun to interact with you.
Thank you, my friend, and good luck with the rest of this 25 hours now. What you're doing is fantastic, Mike. So privileged to be on, and like Clive says, you get scared on the coach's voice. I get scared when I'm on with him. So yeah, it's touche, my friend.
Thanks.
But thank you, Mike.
Now you got to make sure, because I think there's one in New York and one in LA and in London, and we're going to be talking about this with Dave. But the Sheffield United game, right after the Sheffield United game, we all got to make a beeline for the Armory for Dave and Jacob's book signing. So if you stay tuned to the pod after you're out of the studio, you'll learn a lot more about that. But we're all going to be in London all at the same time again, and we got to make a special thing happen. So thanks a lot, gentlemen, for coming on.
Pleasure.
Dave,
nice to see you.
Good luck.
See you guys.
Thank you, boys. Enjoy, Dave. Thank you, Jared. Take care. Bye for now.
All righty. Dave, good to see you, my friend. We've been talking a lot lately, but we haven't had the chance to speak face to face that much. And
there's even less of you now.
Yeah, well, I'm trying, but so as I was saying before, part of what I was doing all the last week or so is writing different segments and questions and stuff, and so I'm just going to read my introduction for you. It's not going to be smooth. I'm not going to just move right into it, but we were set to have another dynamic duo tonight, our third in a row to start off the show. Who, much like Gabin and Juls, who we had on originally, grew up in lands far, far away, living separate lives until one day the universe brought them together to create magic. Unfortunately, we found out very late, due to important circumstances beyond his control, that half of the Dave and Jacob team wasn't able to join us tonight. We do want to wish the best to Jacob, aka Poorly Drawn Arsenal, and we will be seeing and hearing from him soon, and we'll be learning a lot about how during this hour. But joining us tonight is a man who's admired and beloved by Gooners everywhere. He's a prolific supporter and author, writing both blogs and books about our beloved Arsenal for at least the last 12 years, to the delight of everyone with a copy. He's written on or for or with a number of blogs, including Gunnersphere, 1-0 down, 2-1 up, or as we now have from the Manchester United game, 2-1 down, 3-1 up. And currently, of course, Gunnerstown. His first book, Geordie Armstrong on the Wing, was published in 2014, followed up by Supporting Arsenal as a Funny Old Game in 2016. His fourth book was the very important Arsenal for Everyone in 2022. But it's his third and his fifth books that brought him together with Jacob, aka Poorly Drawn Arsenal, as author and illustrator. First, Arsenal's Double Double in 2018-19, and now their brand new book, From Double Double to Invincibubble. Welcome to the Gooners Pod-A-Thon, Mr. Dave Seeger.
Thank you for having me. What an introduction. You know more about me than I know about me.
It's funny because I just discovered that
Gunnersphere is a distant memory. Crikey, I don't know where you trawled that from.
Well, the internet. I learned about the internet last week, and there's information on there. It's almost like a super highway of information. It's crazy. It's fantastic.
I literally was a reader of blogs like most Arsenal fans, and I was just reading a blog one day. It said, "We're looking for writers. Are you interested?" So I just sent an email off. This is 2011 to the guy who obviously runs Gunnersphere. Not that I didn't know who he was. And he just said, "Oh, send us a sample blog." So I sent it. And I even remember the article. I remember what I wrote about and everything. And he said, "Oh, that's great. Can we publish it?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Can you write all the time?" I said, "Well, I work full time. I'll try. I write a bit." It was a bit of a tabloid site. I said, "I'm not going to do, on demand stuff. But if I have an idea, I'll write about it." And people started saying, he said, "Are you on Twitter?" I said, "Never heard of it." He said, "Well, you need to go on Twitter because that's how you promote your blogs." I said, "Okay." So I opened Gunner Dave 66. And then after about 6 months, I broke my leg. And I just started getting a bit of following on Twitter. So people were saying to me, "You shouldn't be writing for that site. You should do your own thing." And I probably never would have got around to it if I hadn't broken my leg. And I was at home for 7 weeks. My son set me up my first blog, 1-0 down, 2-1 up. And the rest, as they say,
it's history.
It's history.
There
you go.
So even though Jacob isn't here, I do kind of want to spend a lot of the hour talking about your book and your collaboration with him. And frankly, Jacob is here in spirit tonight, and we'll hear from him directly, indirectly-ish in just a little bit. Some quick housekeeping, though. Shout out to the chat. We've got 126 people in the chat right now. I would go through the names of everyone that's in the chat that's joined us, but we've got the good fortune of having too many names to go through. But it's a lot of friends that we've known and seen for a long time.
Ryan. Evening, Ryan.
Yeah, and a lot of folks who we haven't seen before, who we appreciate joining us for this. Go to goonersvcancer.com right now if you can. Please learn more about the charity, learn more about this podcast, donate, like and subscribe on our YouTube page, and you'll be entered in the remaining prize drawings for if you donate on goonersversuscancer.com. A quick update on the totals fundraised for this Pod-A-Thon week. We are now at $9,135 for the week. So we are getting dangerously close to the $10,000 mark, whereas podcast week last year was we were just under $6,200. So it's a great sign of growth. And that brings us to almost 25,000 for the campaign that only started in the middle of July. So,
brilliant.
So yes, yeah. I mean, I'm tingling. It's fantastic. So we've got more prize draws going as well. And if you have a user question, something you want to ask of Dave, can be about anything, about Arsenal, about his history, about the books, about the Illustrator, the collaboration with Jacob.
You can add that if you like. That's the first edition of Geordie Armstrong, the Winning, signed by me, Bob Wilson, and Jill Armstrong.
Wow. Okay. Well, that will be something that we will give away. It's going to be we're giving away a signed book at the end of this hour. So I'll add that to the list, but thank you very much.
Yeah, just put it together. I haven't. The new book is arriving this week from the printers. I haven't even seen the physical item yet. So
actually, that book, if you remind me afterwards, that'll be added to our next raffle, the one that we start in about a month or so, where you can choose kind of which prizes you want to put your bids on and that sort of thing. So
I'll bring it with me to New York.
Beautiful. That's fantastic. Well, or I'll pick it up from you in London, one way or the other. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So, how were you and Jacob brought together back in 2019? I frankly, I mean, I've known Jacob. I met him in person in 2022 last year at the Orlando tour. Fell in love with the guy, by the way. Just an incredible guy. Was lucky enough to see him again this summer and met his dad, who is hilarious. You can see where he gets it from. But I wasn't quite aware that back in 2018 he was out there and
he wasn't.
I mean,
I discovered him, Mike.
So I
honestly, I started writing. I had this crazy idea about writing the book, obviously in the style that I did, in rhyming couplets, describing everything that happened in those 2 double seasons, but in rhyming verse. And in my head, although it wasn't quite the same as Dr. Zeus, but it was that style. And I thought, I need illustrations that would match that. And I think he just started on Twitter, and I didn't know him. I followed him. I said, "Can you follow me back so I can ask you a question?" It was literally as simple as that. I said, "Look, how do you feel about this?" And he said, "I would love to do it," because for him, I guess it was then, he's far bigger than I am now, but then he wasn't. So it was probably quite a good opportunity for him to put his work out there at the time. And it was great for me because I needed exactly his style of illustration. It just fitted so perfectly. The whole idea of having the Arsene Wenger, the first image he drew for me was the Arsene Wenger on the cover with the Dr. Zeus hat on, Arsene Wenger's magic, he wears a magic hat idea. And he did that. And I thought, wow, this is going to be great. And so that was it. It was that simple. Of course, he's gone on to much greater things than me. He's, he works with Arsenal Vision, he works with Arsblog. He's out there with his newsletter and his videos. He's just amazing. So it's a very talented guy. Very talented guy.
Jared, please put that back up. That Mark's just won the podcast so far, which is Arsene Wenger discovered Jacob back in 2003, but decided against signing him. That is the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's it's funny because I could have asked, but I wanted to save it for the podcast because I really kind of thought Jacob was a 2021, 2022 kind of rising star in the whole social awareness thing. But so I wondered whether you had discovered that. There he is.
Yeah, Jacob has made his way into the chat brilliantly. And I don't know if we said it right off the bat. For those of you who don't know him or aren't as familiar with his work yet, he's on Twitter. I believe his handle's @Can'tDrawArsenal. Definitely worth a follow. He's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean these are the Twitter links, but we're going to put those up again at the end of the show. But I mean, as good as his artwork is, as funny as his sense of humor is, he is an even better human being. So since he's here, in the chat at least, we do want to put one thing up, and that is and talk about your upcoming shows. Then we'll kind of talk about the book itself. But you're doing some live events. I love a live event. I love being at them. I love being in them. And these two live events, I will both be at one and in one. So I'm really thrilled about that. But if you haven't already seen this on the interwebs, is there something, Dave, you wanted to say something?
Well, no, I agree with you because I've done book signings for every book, but I've never been involved in a live event. I've never been asked to be involved in a live event, so I'm not a big podcaster, so it's a great opportunity, and I'm very thoroughly looking forward to it. I haven't been to America for decades, and it really came out of the fact that Jacob said, "Well, if the club does hook into this book and the club want to do something, I want to come over for that." And I said, "Well, okay, if you come over to England, I'll come over to America and we'll do something in America." And it started as a seed of a conversation, which has now spiraled into something hopefully quite big. Thanks to Curtis and the Arsenal,
Yes,
and that will be heavily public. Curtis is on the road this weekend celebrating his birthday, I think. But Monday the news will go out, via email, via the Arsenal New York website and everything. At the moment, it's only been an Instagram tweet, and it's been myself and Jacob promoting. I'm hoping, it'll take off when the might of Arsenal New York City gets the information out in the public.
Because I know you're cool as a cucumber about the whole situation right now. So.
No, I'm not. I'm stressed. The thing is, because Jacob's unavailable this weekend, he knows he's sitting there thinking Dave's desperate to know how many people have booked, because it's obviously he's organised the Eventbrite booking, and I have no idea how many people have booked, and he knows exactly how many people have booked. And he's annoying. He's loving the fact that I don't know.
There'll just be a number that shows up in the chat, I think, anytime now.
If it's small, I don't want to see it in the chat.
Okay. All right. So let's hear from the man himself from his major announcement earlier this week.
Hello, I'm Jacob. I'm the man behind Poorly Drawn Arsenal, and you're probably thinking, "Hey, why is this guy here? Where's that walrus fellow? Give me the walrus." All great questions. I'm here because I have an announcement. I'm going to London. Sorry, I'm also going to New York. Sorry, that's not the announcement. The announcement is that I illustrated a book. I illustrated a book with this guy, Dave Seager, who also wrote all these books. The book is available for pre-sale now, and the reviews are rolling in. Andrew of Arsblog said, "Oh, fuck." Oh, wait, you know what? That is not the right quote. He said, "A fun look back at Arsenal's most historic season, the 2003-04 season revisited with rhymes and fantastic artwork." And Amy Lawrence of It's Amy Frickin' Lawrence said, "The Invincibles, as you've never seen them before, through art, poetry and a light humorous touch, this is a wonderful alternative tale of Arsenal's greatness. So why am I making this video? Another great question that you asked me, because Dave and I are going on tour. We'll be in New York on October 7th at the Ground watching some Arsenal, discussing some Arsenal, and signing some books. We'll also be in London on October 28th. That's the 28th of October for you fancy people. Signing some books after the Sheffield United match at the Armory. Super fancy. We really would love to meet you all. I come across as shy and I worry that makes me seem unapproachable, but please approachable. I would really love to meet you all. Okay, more details in the descriptions below. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye.
The two best parts of that, well, the three
I have
best
one in
parts.
mind. You go first.
The three best parts of that. The first one is it gave me a chance to go up and use the toilet. The second one, look, I need every opportunity I can get. I don't want to. The second one is Amy Lawrence of Amy freaking Lawrence, which is hilarious. And then please approachable.
That's the one that got me. I seem unapproachable, but please approachable.
If you want to know what Jacob is like in person, that please approachable is the. I mean, there's nothing that isn't just like sweet and engaging and hilarious about that. And his sense of humor is just is right down the middle of what I find funny.
I thought you were going to say my floating head.
The what?
My floating head. Just
no! I did actually want to ask you about that. Why is your head disembodied? According to Jacob.
Don't think that Jacob asked me anything. He doesn't say, "Should I do it like this?" There's no point. He's the talented one. That was as much as I saw that pretty much as everyone else saw it. To be honest.
That's absolutely hilarious. So let's talk a little bit more about the event. You kind of went into it a little bit before we played the announcement, but this is the graphic, as we'll call it. It is at the Ground in New York City. I've never been there before. It's really, really lower Manhattan, right? Like almost right at the bottom of the island, and it's Saturday, October 7th. At 3 p.m. It goes until 7 or 8 or till whenever anyone decides that they're going to leave.
Yeah.
And tell us kind of what the schedule is for that day.
Well, it's a moving feast, but if I would give it my best guess now, it will be Alexis Guerreros will be opening the event with a welcome, a bit of stand up, welcoming you, me, Jacob, the guests. Then we're going to go into a film. Either the Invincibles, as in the one Arsenal did in 2015, or the Arsene Wenger one, depending on timings, not decided yet. But there'll be let's watch something about this amazing team, and then there'll be the panel, which some slim guy, he's going to host. So there'll be you hosting, me, Jacob, and Alexis.
Yeah,
talking about the book, talking about the Invincibles, which obviously goes hand in hand with the book, and then obviously after that, probably a beer or two break, and then Jacob and I will be signing and selling, hopefully, multiple hundreds of copies of our book.
Yes, I mean, I hope you're bringing 1,000 in your suitcase.
I think this is the idea of having the booking, to gain some commitment from people, and you can either just book to come to the event and buy the book on the night, or you can, buy the book with your ticket, which is slightly cheaper actually. So hopefully, I gather from the first wave of bookings, it's about half and half. So quite a lot of people are taking the opportunity to buy the ticket and the book.
Yeah, and this is the event, right? Kind of repeating what was on there. And if you go to, this is going to be something you can access from either Dave or Jacob's Twitter handles, which we'll go over a little bit later in the show. Just in case, I think there was a slight internet hiccup right when you first started talking about the event. So I just wanted to repeat, in case anyone wasn't listening, that Alexis Guerreros, who is part of the Soccer Cooligans, which is a pretty popular podcast over here. He is a professional and a very, very good professional comedian. And he also CBS host as well. Yeah, he hosts the Galazzo show on Paramount Plus, which we see, all week and during the European weeks as well. So he's a really great get. Where you did a great job in securing him with Curtis's help for the podcast. And we're just, really couldn't be more thrilled to be doing this show. And I'm very honored to be asked to be a part of it in DC, in New York.
And I think Christine Guppo, also from the same show, is going to be coming along to add some glamour. She said she's very excited to come along. She's a massive Gooner, apparently. So
fantastic. So
which is a bonus.
If you're in New York, if you're anywhere near New York, if you're from Boston, if you're from Philly, like Jacob, if you're from, I'll be flying up from Florida to join you guys for the day and for the night, and then the next morning is the Man City game. And there will most certainly be a group viewing at one of New York's famous pubs that that support the Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean this was Jacob and I took that Curtis's advice from Arsenal NYC that we'd be better to do it. Once we knew when the fixture was, if it was on the Saturday, we would have done the event on the Sunday, but it's on the Sunday, we do the event on the Saturday, and also to get the event done so it finishes in theory early evening. Because people can then do their own thing, or they can stay drinking with me. That's entirely up to me.
I mean, I've been to New York. I'm fortunate enough to have been to New York a number of times. Saturday, the 7th of October, I don't need to be out at Times Square doing stuff. I'm just gonna be where my Gooner people are.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling you'll want to, if you're coming to the event, you'll want to do the same thing. So, so that's a great event. Please put your user questions and comments in the chat now. Some of the ones that we haven't used from the previous hours, we might get to if we have the time. But New York's not the only place that you're having a show, or that you're having an event. There's another one as well, and I was very, very excited to find out that it happens to be when, completely coincidentally, my wife and I are going to be over there. But tell us about the second event.
Well, this is all a bit, there are no details at the moment. All I have from Arsenal, and to be honest with you, I'm blessed here because Arsenal have been very, very good to me. They don't stock a lot of books. It's not a big item. It's not a big ticket thing for Arsenal. But the last event went well, obviously, because the last book was very much bigging up Arsenal's, attitude and the way they work. With fans of disability. I did a lot for the club in that respect. So I think they were very good to me then, but they've continued in the same vein. So I'm very lucky. But the detail at this stage is that it's after the Sheffield United game in the Armoury. I can't tell you who the surprise guests are going to be. I assume, whoever they get or organise will be obviously Invincibles related. That's all I can say. I don't know who it's going to be, but it will be directly after the match. Which is a Saturday 3:00 kickoff. So we're going to be talking about 5:00 in the Armoury on the 28th of October. That's all I can say at this stage, I think.
Now, will they be serving alcohol in the Armoury?
No. This is very much, if it's anything like the last one, it's a case of one corner set up with, you buy the book at the till from someone who's employed by the Armoury, then you come to have it signed by myself and Jacob and whoever the star guest or guest may be. And then it's very organised. I mean, I think we did 200 books in about an hour after the Newcastle game on Arsenal for everyone. Just a queue. People just queuing and chatting to buy the book. Shake hands. Last time it was Jack Wilshere and Per Mertesacker, just buy the book. And then, so no, it's because obviously this is why it's the 28th of October rather than this month, which it could have been, because obviously Tottenham is probably the busiest day of the Armoury for the whole season. So it was completely impractical. And then Man City the same. So that's why it's a little bit later, because it had to be a game that's slightly quieter, shall we say, for traffic-wise in the shop after the games.
Well, it is the Sheffield United game. And based on what some of the people have been answering in their 4 questions, we'll probably get the new manager bounce for Sheffield United by that point, as we always seem to do.
Well, someone just been sacked by Sheffield United?
Well, one of our questions is who we think the first coach is going to be sacked. So it'll of course be October 25th that the person is sacked, and then the 28th is the game. But really looking forward to those. And it is not a coincidence, nor is it lucky that Arsenal support your career and your writings, because I mean it is completely well deserved. Arsenal for Everyone is, I mean, the concept and the execution of that book is so important and so special and so well thought of, and so it really is an honor both to consider you a friend, and also to see how the club that I love so much has embraced both you and, starting last summer as well, Jacob at the same time. Those videos of him with, who was it, Granite and I forget who the other person was. I mean, just, I know it was a highlight for him, but I mean, it was just so fun for all of us to watch. So
yeah, well, obviously he's particularly excited because obviously he's been to New York lots of times. He's never been to the Emirates, so it's massive Jacob as well to come over, which is going to be fantastic. And he's bringing obviously his fiance as well.
Bringing Liz and I'll have Steph with me, and it'll just be a really really nice time. So let's get to some user questions if we can.
I've got
actually. Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No. I just realized we've talked about the event, but we haven't really talked about the book so much.
Yeah, and as long as we're here, we might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's do that. So, it, like you said before, it is kind of a. I mean, I thought of the Cat in a Hat kind of Dr. Seuss type of thing, but you've written very serious about serious topics. And you've also written books that have interesting concepts. You spoke to comedians who are Arsenal fans. I mean, that's just brilliant and unique and all that. Where did it come up to you? I mean, like to do the rhyming thing, and I mean,
it's a bit of a family joke that I always used to do it. Like for kids' treasure hunts, Easter egg hunts, rhyming clues. I've always done it, and it's one of those things that. It just comes easily to me, if I had to do a reading for a family birthday, it was always in rhyme, and almost to the fact that my family ridicule me and take the mick out of me about it. But I just think after the first two books, one of the things about writing books is it isn't easy, particularly when I don't think of myself as a particularly good writer. I mean, I have good ideas, but it's not necessarily easy. And one of the things that's really not easy is when you're a touch type. When I type, it's like this. So when Geordie Armstrong is based on interviews with people he played with, people he coached, people he played against, then the comedians, it's long conversations, which I've got to synthesize into a chapter, which appears almost like a conversation, but isn't a I said, he said. The bit that's hard is transcribing. And people say, you can get these great recordings and, these things that record devices. It doesn't work. Unless you're in a sterile room with just two people, it really doesn't work. So for me, it's very, very long to type. First of all, type the interview and then turn the interview into a chapter. So the fun bit's the interview, the writing the chapter's fun, the middle bit is hard and long. So when I came around to do the third book, I wanted something that was fun and not long, and it was just me chatting or to myself, really. And that's why I came up with the idea. I thought when I suggested it to my publisher, he'd say, don't be ridiculous. But I guess I earned a little bit of credit from the first two books, and we did it. And I always intended to write the sequel probably very soon afterwards, but obviously I had some sort of personal stuff going on in my family, a bit of trauma and tragedy, so I just didn't do it. And in a way, it now makes sense that I'm doing it, on the 20th anniversary. But no, the rhyming couplets thing is just something that I like doing and I find easy. What's not easy is obviously not repeating yourself and describing football action in rhyming couplets. So I should imagine, I don't know anyone who's ever done it before or since, to be honest, and probably because it's a stupid idea, but
Well,
there you go.
You're right about the timing working out. To have it be on the 20-year anniversary of the Invincible season just kind of works out perfectly and seamlessly with everything you do.
Yeah.
And it tells you how difficult it is for aspiring writers out there, that you have someone sitting here telling you it's extremely difficult for him to write. And this is someone who's about to publish their, I believe, fifth book. So to let you know just how talented these creatives are in the Arsenal community.
Yeah, there's plenty of them in our community. I tell you that. I mean, there's some very, very good writers in our community, and I'm not one of them. There's some really talented guys out there.
We have some great writers.
I mean, sorry, Jared. The level of creativity in this. I mean, people talk about the Arsenal fan base in such negative terms because they're referring to Twitter basically and to the reactionary people who speak the loudest. But we're having an Arsenal artist hour later with just three of the literally dozens, if not hundreds, of creative people who create things to look at. And there's so many people who create amazing things to read and to listen to. I mean, I cannot imagine that this is the case in every other fan base. No. I mean, could Sheffield United seriously have the breadth and numbers of artists and authors and podcasters and comedians and humorists? I mean, it's really a special thing about this supporters club.
No one else could write the Supporting Arsenal is a funny old game, because virtually every comedian in the country supports Arsenal.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you have to have a sense of humor to support this club.
And there are people that I spoke to, in the book. 16 comedians in that book. Jack Whitehall's not in it. Bob Beckett's not in it. There are other fans that I couldn't get hold of at that time. So there's probably 25. I managed to get 16. Yeah, talent. Yeah.
It's funny. I want to go back. You mentioned something about the rhyming was just something that you did with your family, and it's kind of grown from that. When I see a book like this, one thing that jumps out to me is it's a bit generational, in that people who have been fans of Arsenal for decades get to relive some of the happiest moments as an Arsenal fan in a really fun way, especially with the artistry that Jacob brings. But also, I feel like it's a great way for those same fans to bring their children into the Arsenal community. The drawings make it really fun. It's something that you could get children interested in as well. Was that an intent of the book, to have it be something that is a little bit of a generational thing that can pass along?
Good question. Good question, Jared. With the design and style of the book is made to look like a children's book. That's 100% the case. That was definitely planned by myself and the publisher in the first book, and obviously this is just the same style of book with a different color. But equally, I have not used a single naughty word in 90 odd pages, and that again is a conscious decision, because I know from the first book that people read it to their kids. I've got pictures of Arsenal fans sitting with young children reading Arsenal's Double.
That's brilliant.
There's a really good friend of mine in Paris, in France, called Groover Blog. I don't know if anyone yet, but I've got a picture of him with his son, with the Arsenal's Double.
You're talking about Grovesy?
Yeah, yeah. No, Groover Blog. His name is.
Okay.
His name's yeah. But absolutely. So yes, it was conscious, and in fact, there's even talk with the publisher about doing a box. Like you get kids' books in a box set. So there's even talk for Christmas, maybe having both together in a box set, potentially. But yeah, no, very very much that was the plan. But every single detail of the season, there's not a single facet of what happened in that season that's not in the book. So it's funny. It's a style that's not serious, but there's nothing missed. And the club have read the whole book from start to finish before they agreed to stock it and buy it and publish and sell it. So you can't get the detail wrong, even though the style is a bit out there.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant coming together of all of those things, and I think people are going to be really excited when they get a chance to read it and meet you and Jacob both at the live events too. Is just sort of icing on the cake.
Let's not spoil the ending of the book, though, right?
Does it end with Mike Riley?
Don't to know what happened.
It doesn't end with Mike Riley, right? Because then you would have had to put in some unpleasant words.
Tell one of the nice things about this book, and for people who read it, and I hope they get this. I couldn't do this with Double, but what I did with this one, because of Arsenal's quote about the potential to go the season undefeated, and because of the ridicule and the media, frenzy, if you like, when he said that in 2003, in this book, as it progresses, although we all know that they'd go 30, I'm able to bring in, what the other teams were doing in relation to us, what the media thought, was it possible, and you're building that momentum all the time. And you can bring, although you're describing the games, you can also talk about where the position was in relation to the parvenus, of course, at the time were Chelsea or the normal rivals in Man United. So there's a lot more building this, not suspense, as I say, because we all know what happens, but it's building it to a crescendo, if you like. Because there's almost two, because obviously you win the title after 34 games and then you're invincible after 38. So there's almost two.
And that's the sign. That's a sign of a good piece, because I mean, I've watched the '89 film from Amy friggin' Lawrence, maybe 20 times, and every single time I get nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, I lived it as it happened. I've known about it for 35 years. I've watched the movie 100 million times, and I still get nervous that like Mickey's going to miss the shot, and that's because the movie takes you into that emotion. And so,
have you got Amy on today at all?
I've obviously discussed it with Amy. She's got a house full of kids for a birthday party, so it just didn't work out.
Last Sunday, and because I sit in my block is 31. I think you know that, Mike. So obviously all the radio and the press are in the back of my block. So I was walking out after we beat Man United 3-1, and Alex Crook, who's the chief TalkSport football correspondent, I know him quite well. He's a mate. He's a massive United fan. Yeah. And he's standing up there in the back row with his mic trying to describe the action, and I'm walking out going, Alex! And I completely didn't realise that I was shouting over Amy, and Amy just sort of popped up in front of me from her seat and just gave me a massive hug and started jumping up and down with me as I was walking out on Sunday.
That had to be glorious. Every time I go to a game and sit on that stand, I always pop into, in between, I guess, 30 and 31 to try to find Amy. And we're neighbors now, me and Amy.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll definitely be talking to her soon. But she is literally Amy friggin' Lawrence. She's that special.
It's nice to get. Obviously that wasn't by, that was by design that I asked Amy and Andrew to give comments on the book, because obviously they've both written brilliant books about the Invincibles. So to have them sort of say something nice about it was quite personal and important to me. Thank goodness they liked it. But
and those books are part of our Highbury library now at atop a cabinet in our kitchen in the North Bank. And we're going to be adding to that, hopefully, with a book when we're back in October, a very special double book, Invincibubble book. So, all right, let's make sure we got time for some user questions here, and
yeah, there's a number of them coming in, so let's jump into those.
Disregarding the name, and I've met this guy. This guy showed up for Tom Canton's show in a T-shirt that he had made a few days earlier with a picture of him, me, and Tom Canton at the Tollington the night of the Emirates Cup. So 4 days later, he shows up in a T-shirt. It is the first time I've ever seen my likeness on someone's T-shirt, which was kind of hilarious. But this guy is hilarious, although this question is not hilarious. How did you break your leg?
I literally fell over on a muddy slope running, jogging, fell over and it landed up, fell awkwardly. 99 times out of 100 it would just been a sprained ankle, but I just wrenched ligaments off the bottom of the tibia, and it took a little bit of bone off, when it wrenched off. So I was in plaster for 7 weeks, a red and white plaster, I hasten to add. I was offered a choice of colours, but
and it ended up being the catalyst for a successful writing career. So
always started that way, yeah.
Always a silver lining. The next question here from a fantastically named guy named Jared Duggar.
Jared is a fantastic guy too, by the way. He's a veteran.
You know everybody, Mike.
I know a lot of people here in the States. Jared's from San Antonio. He represents.
If you know anyone who's coming in the questions who's from New York.
Yes, I've already reached out to everybody that I know that's in New York. But Jared, he's represented our country in the military, and
I think that question's for you guys.
Yeah, it is a bit of a fun question, obviously. He says, would you rather fight 100 duck-sized Katie McCabe's or one Richarlison? I mean, I'll be happy to take this one just out of the sheer punchability of both faces. I think Richarlison is the obvious choice here that most every Arsenal fan would love to have a go at.
Yeah, I'd rather kiss Katie McCabe and punch Richarlison, I think.
Yeah, this is going to turn into F, marry, kill in a second here. But no, the question normally is 100 duck-sized Katie McCabe's or one Katie McCabe-sized duck. But I think he's assuming that Richarlison would be more punchable than a Katie-sized duck. I mean, a Katie McCabe-sized duck, I think, would be adorable.
I'd be frightened of a fight with Katie McCabe anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. We got another one, Jared?
Yeah, we'll move on to something that's kind of more serious. As serious as we get on the Gooners pod. From Peter Colson, this is a good one. He says, Dave, are you worried that the new Invincible season we have embarked on right now is going to tank the sales for your book?
No.
I wouldn't be.
Trilogy.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that would be my next. That would be the third book, wouldn't it? No, absolutely.
See,
No,
I was gonna suggest like a book. I mean, because since the Invincible season, it's been a little shaky. So are you gonna do a book about?
It's interesting. It's interesting.
You do a book about the Birmingham loss to in the League Cup final, and some sort of rhyme about Koscielny and Chesney running into each other.
Yeah, but also you asked Clive and FK at the end of the last hour about whether they think Man City can go this season unbeaten, and the answer was they were both. They're not just saying because they don't want to say they don't want it to happen. They generally don't think it will, and nor do I. I don't think people realize how difficult it was, and when you actually go back writing a book like I have, because obviously, let's face it, I haven't got a 20-year photographic memory. Although I was at a lot of the games, I don't remember every game. So I'm reading the match reports, I'm watching the videos, and we nearly lost a lot of games that season. We didn't win, we played badly, and that is one of the things that is. I put it in the program on Sunday because it was an interview in the program. It is one of the things that is a comparable between this Arteta side and the Invincible side is that they don't know when they're beaten, and they will grind out a result. And we haven't had a team like that for a long time.
Yeah, and
we haven't had a team capable of grinding out results.
Yeah, you're right about that, and it's an excellent quality to have, and one that I think a lot of us over the last decade have been pining for. To see it come to the Emirates over the last season and a half has been a welcome change to what we have.
Yeah, because we've gone from having no leaders, or 1 or 2 leaders in the team, to having 5 or 6 leaders in the team, and that is it.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the manager, but that is it. You've got people on the pitch, who you've only got to watch. I mean, I did tweet after the game. Martin Odegaard has grown into that role. I mean, he is a skipper. People thought Declan Rice was going to be coming and given the armband. Odegaard is our skipper, and you watch him where I sit, Mike. I'm very close to the pitch. You see him talking to Havertz. Anytime anybody makes a mistake or it doesn't go their way, he's in their ear. He's encouraging them. He's cajoling them. As is Sinchenko. We've got a lot of leaders on that pitch now, which we haven't had that for a long time.
Yeah, and you can tell there was a directed point to be made in our recruitment that we were going to bring in those type of players, and it started back. He's no longer with us now, but even Kieran Tierney was that type of player. And then as you said, Zinchenko, Odegaard, Rice, all of these are young players that are mature beyond their years, and you can tell that that's 100%. A quality that's important to the team and something that's been wildly beneficial thus far. Huge. As we've got about a quarter of the hour left, Mike, do you want to jump into some of the housekeeping stuff just to make sure we have time to get all that in with Dave? And then
let's do one more user question, because I'm entering some of the most recent donations into our randomizer. So if we got one more user question to go, then we'll be ready for that.
We've got plenty, some much more serious than others, as you would expect on any podcast we're involved in. This one is just kind of a general Arsenal and Premier League question, but we haven't talked about it over the first couple of hours, so maybe we can get Dave's opinion on it. Comes in. It seems to me that every week we're discussing something negative with the refs after every game. What can be done to improve the standard of PGMOL?
It's really not my subject. I'm not like other Arsenal fans on this. I know it's wrong, and I know there are problems, but they're the same problems for everyone. I'm not one of these conspirators who thinks some clubs get it more beneficial than others. I really am not. I never have been. Some of the decisions are bad, but I'm still of the view with PGML, with VAR, whatever the system, it is the same for everyone. We had errors pre-VAR, pre-PGML. We have errors after. I'm not saying we shouldn't try and get things changed and improve, and I think Howard Webb probably is going to be a positive influence over time, but it's just not my bag to talk about. I'm sorry, Peeny Weenie, whatever. Was it Peeny Weenie?
pretty close, and that is your bag. That's his bag to talk about.
I'm just not. I'm not a great person for that question. I'm sure that you'll have many people in the next 24 hours who will happily wax lyrical on referees.
There's a line around the block of people who want to talk about officiating in the Premier League, as it's always a hot topic of conversation.
Let's hit me with one more.
I wanted to highlight it just because Demsek is somebody, just a wonderful person. Mike and I had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with him at the Tollington after the Manchester United game back in the end of January. Just a wonderful guy. Really enjoyable to talk to him as an Arsenal fan. His question is, Dave, when you meet Mike, was he wearing his Gooners versus Cancer t-shirt?
Yeah, I don't think he's ever taken it off, to be honest. No, I mean, the more interesting question in reverse that, Dennis, is, does Mike actually wear any clothes that aren't Arsenal related? That's what I'd like to know. Has Mike got a shirt that is not an Arsenal shirt or an Arsenal t-shirt? He's looking now.
I have one. You know what? I have three elements to my wardrobe. One is Arsenal, which is like 90%. And then my two kids' unis are the other 10% combined between the two. So I was pictured wearing and if you don't know that this is the name of a university, you'll wonder why I was wearing this. But a James Madison T-shirt, the U.S. president in college, not the guy that plays for Spurs now. Yeah, but that's pretty true. And by the way, I have like a whole closet full of these things, and I washed them all last night. So yes, I've been wearing this a lot this week because I've been doing promotion for the podcast. But
I used to have a Yukon Huskies shirt in the late 80s.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of Husky shirts recently.
Interesting fact.
Okay.
I had a mate who came over to my university in last year from Yukon, and then three of us went out and travelled around. Actually, last time I went to New York, Boston, Philly, Washington was with this guy. And so it was the Yukon Huskies, wasn't it? That's their team at that university.
Mm-hmm.
Good college.
Mike,
content.
Mike, I'm always glad to hear you're supporting JMU and buying more gear from the bookstore.
Exactly, because you've got a connection there. So let's do the 4 questions real quick, and then we'll do the prize draw. So the 4 questions that I have for you, David, are Dave. Sorry,
only my mum calls me David, by the way.
Yeah, and that's like with Michael and myself. I'm in trouble when I hear Michael.
David,
your big 6. In no particular order, who finishes in the top 6? Any surprises in there for you?
I think Liverpool definitely back. Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City is the top 3. I think the surprise, if it is a surprise, is I think Brighton will finish in the top 6. So I don't think Newcastle will. I think Man United probably will get it together, and I think Chelsea. So I think Brighton, if there is a surprise these days, I'm not sure it is, but
right,
yeah,
so
that would be my top 6. So I think Tottenham nowhere near, and I think Newcastle will miss out as well.
All right, great.
So I think they'll be able to cope with European football.
Who's your Ballon d'Or winner? Who do you think wins?
Messi wins.
All right.
He shouldn't, but he will. Just because it's about stories. It's about they're painting a picture and a story, and for him to do what he did in that year to win the World Cup, after so many disappointments. I know what Haaland's done, and I think he probably should win it, but I think Messi will.
All right. And first coach to get sacked in the Premier League this season?
Sadly, it will probably be the Luton coach.
The Luton coach?
I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but
okay. And a big surprise, kind of a surprise statement or something that's going to happen that wouldn't seem obvious right now, but that you think will occur in world football between now and the end of June, by the end of the season.
Wow. Oh God. Should I have known about this question beforehand?
Yeah, I might start mentioning these things at the beginning of the hour, and then coming back.
Let me think.
Tell you what, while you're thinking about that, we'll do the prize draw.
Okay.
All right. So, quick update: we have now crossed $9,160.49. The 49 cents coming from the very Alamo City Arsenal that contained David Ziegler and Jared Duggar, among others. And so a shout out to a few more donors. We've got Christopher Manns from Virginia, not far from me. Clayton Maddox from Greenwood, Indiana. Craig Thornburn, my buddy Craig from Fort Lauderdale, head of the Fort Lauderdale Gooners. It's actually from Lake Worth, where my in-laws live. Dale Carriger from San Francisco, California. Damian Chua from Jurong, I believe that is, I have to look that up, Jurong. I think it's Malaysia, actually. Damon Gregg from Tucson, Arizona. Daniel Robert from Hertfordshire. Danny Ruck from Chicago, Illinois. Dapo Konu from Potter's Bar, England, and Darren Hopkins from Tadley. Is Tadley England or Ireland or Scotland? Do you happen to know?
I think
Dave?
it's England. I think it's England.
All right, beautiful. And
my surprise is one of Pep or Klopp leaves at the end of the season.
Okay, so Pep or Klopp gone.
I just think the way that Germany are at the moment, I can't believe that the German Federation isn't going to come for Klopp at some point this season. And if Liverpool aren't doing what he hopes they're going to do, that's a possibility, I would say.
It's an interesting question, and we have a user question that's related to that as well. Okay, so perfect. So now let's draw for this. The prize, of course, for this hour is a signed copy of From Double Bubble to
Invincibubble.
Yes, Double to Invincibubble, a signed copy that will be your very own, signed by both Dave and poorly drawn Arsenal, Mr. Jacob.
If you want it to be signed by Jacob as well, it's obviously going to have to be after the 7th of October.
Yes, well, we generally, we give away some amazing prizes here, but we don't give them away quickly.
Yeah,
it takes time to fulfill some of these prizes, and some of them require, personalization and
obviously we'll throw in the limited edition calendar, which has got 12 illustrations from the book for a 2024 calendar. So the cover of the book is the front cover, but then we've chosen between us, January, February. Most of them are from the month. The action is from the month. Some of them, for example, Vieira scoring the winning goal in May. Some of the obvious ones, Wenger like that in April. But so there's an image, 12 images from the book on the calendar, which we'll throw in as well.
I mean, the prizes keep getting better and better. I mean, you just can't. There's no bargain out there like this podcast. So, all right. So the winner of the book, signed, and the calendar. Thank you for your donation to the winner, Sairam Sundaresan. Thank you so much, Sairam. You have won the book. We will determine how to get that to you and notify you after this. Let me find where my.
Does it say which country he's based in?
Yes, I can find that out in a second. He is based in, and it depends how much shipping I need to end up paying for this. Sairam Sundaresan is based in San Diego, California. Yes. Now I feel like an ass for assuming that it might not have been San Diego, California. All right. So I mean, I figured somewhere along the 27 hours I was going to get canceled, but I didn't realize it would be Dave that put me in that situation. So.
I was only asking in case it was easier for me to post it from England. That's all.
Yeah, that does come in handy with Ruth sometimes, and I appreciate the sentiment, but maybe I mean, if he cared that much about Arsenal and about you and about curing cancer, he'd come to the New York event himself and pick it up.
Yeah,
that's all I got to say. So, so that's that for the third hour.
Ask the question. Are you coming to New York? And get people to put in the comments.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if there's someone, if you put in the comments and text me a picture of your plane reservation, if you're coming to New York, we want to hear about it because Dave is very much looking forward to having a packed house, as am I in New York. So,
well, you're sleeping on my floor, I gather.
I'm not. It depends. If Rick ends up coming, we'll probably split a hotel room. So we'll see how that goes. But if I do end up crashing at your place, we will definitely release a montage of our experience.
Well, you don't go anywhere without filming yourself, Mike. So that's obvious.
There's one place I go without filming myself.
I did want to answer one quick question here, Mike. Lowkey73 in the chat says link to donate. You can just go to www.goonersvcancer.com. The link is there. All the money goes directly to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and any donations you make today, not only will you be into the big year-end drawing, but you'll also be into these hourly drawings for the remaining 24 hours, if I'm right on that. They fly by.
Yeah, we got 24 hours left.
Paul and I donated last night from Gunnerstown, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, it's incredible. We've got I mean, the numbers of people that have donated, we've got about 150 so far, and the generosity, the size of the donations. We have always said, and I believe this and mean it, any donation matters. Every amount helps. It's all going to a great cause. But it just, sometimes you get blown away at the generosity of people, because this is far from the only charitable event, far from, in the Arsenal world.
And it's tough. It's tough for people at the moment. It's tough times.
One of the biggest years of fundraising that we had was during COVID. And I almost didn't run the charity that year because of the fact that I just knew people needed to do other things with their funds, and that it was going to be hard to really ask people to do it. And I got encouraged to do it, and I did it, and it was all virtual. There was no, in-person fundraising possible. And but again, the Arsenal fan base is one of the most generous fan bases. It blows me away every time. And what Elliot and Andrew are able to do for the Arsenal Foundation with their, I mean, you'd think that it's a zero-sum game. You'd think that there is, just a quantity of money and generosity that there is, and the more options that there are, the less each one would get. But that's just not how it works. People just, we really support each other. So our next segment it has a full house involved in it. So we've got some of the folks backstage. We're going to wait for the rest of them to start showing up. But do we want to first of all mention where everybody can be found? And by everybody, I mean Dave and Jacob. On Twitter at GoonerDave66, the blog that I wrote 2 articles for and then completely disappeared as my life got very complicated, is at Gunnerstown. But I appreciate that you don't give me a hard time about that, Dave.
I haven't written for Gunnerstown for months because of the book. So I can't give you a hard time.
All right. Well, and then of course Jacob at Can't Draw Arsenal, which is actually kind of ironic because he can. That's kind of the thing. It took me a while to figure it out, but he can, and he does, and we miss him and appreciate him popping his head into the chat earlier in the segment. So,
Soph.
Yeah, I've talked to Soph about you. I think she likes you. I mean, not like that, of course, but I mean, she's I think she's a fan. I think she's in the pro Dave camp.
Well, in that case, I expected to fly back from Cyprus on the 7th of October.
I tried to tell her.
A real friend would.
I'm like, I'm a more proper Gooner. I'm a more proper friend.
Wait for the comment.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Cyprus.
We can't get what we want every time. All right, Dave. With that, we're gonna let you go. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate everything that you do, and including me in some of those things now is just an honor. So,
no, thank you.
Anything else you want to say to
goes well for the next 24 hours? Good luck.
Thank you.
I was on with Perry last year, wasn't I?
Yes, you were as well. And you know what? That reminds me, something I wanted to mention. Kudos to Perry. Support. He's recently come out with some comments about his personal life. I won't go any further, but if you've heard them, you've heard them. And I'm really proud of what he's done, and we're all behind you. Is all I want to say. And could not be a nicer guy and a more generous and enjoyable guy to spend time with. And so I really appreciate what he's doing with himself.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, Dave, it was an absolute pleasure to meet you. This is the first time we've got to speak. It was great. I look forward to getting my copy of the book, looking forward for the pre-sale. And Mike, as my first leg of this Pod-A-Thon has run, I will bid you adieu. And I hope very much you're still upright and going for the next time I come around.
Yeah, Jared will be back. When are you coming back, Jared? We got you coming back.
I have to look at the schedule. Maybe tomorrow morning.
It's 1 o'clock UK time tomorrow with Charles Watts.
Perfect.
So really, you're basically the guy that we pull in to talk to the highly successful authors,
writers. Yeah. Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah. So Jared, thank you very much for riding along with me for the first 3 hours. Dave, love you. Jared, love you. See you soon.
Take care, guys.
Everybody.
Good luck.
All right. It is now the 9 o'clock hour. We are in the 4th hour. This is going to be a special 2-hour segment, and I got to get these guys on as quickly as possible because no one in their right mind wants to see me full screen. So first, we're going to bring in the host of the game that we're getting ready to play. He is Mike McDonald. He's in rural Tennessee.
Definitely rural.
Yeah, with new internet, we've got here, let me get the official introduction here. The creator and game master of tonight's Who Am I game. He's a wonderful guy, a football coach, bringing the English football sensibilities to rural Tennessee of all places. He quit his lucrative gig as lead singer for the Doobie Brothers to write a fantastic game review column in the aforementioned Gunnerstown blog. I should have brought you on when Dave was on. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Sweet freedom.
Because you are basically carrying, not alone, but carrying Gunnerstown right now with your weekly positives, needs, and hopes column, which is fantastic. And it's great to have you, Mike, on the pod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you for what you are doing.
My pleasure. And we're now going to bring on everyone else, except we lost one. He was scratching the top of his head with a head scratcher, and now he's off the pod. So we'll see. Oh no, there he is. So who are we missing then? Oh, we're missing lead judges, of course. And let's get the game started before he shows up here, because who wants to lose to that guy? So next to introduce, we have he's one of 3 Jews on your television screen right now, but you'd never suspect it, especially with all of his clothes on. He's an experienced podcaster who's back doing his thing on the oddly named James Johnstone football channel and does the Arsenal show. It is James Johnstone. Welcome back to the pod.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. It's very good to see you, and I appreciate everything you're doing, man. It's amazing. You guys, I know you do it with all your family and everything as well. It's fantastic, man. I'm very, very proud to be here.
Well, you are part of that family. And so next is my personal podfather. What can you say about this guy? He is the founder of a Burkamp Wonderland. Hold on, let me try something here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's a founder of a Burkamp Wonderland. He loves his sweets, and that's not just because that's what he calls me. His name describes him perfectly. My former and future co-host on the temporarily dormant Sunday Roast podcast. It's Danny, the GFP Sweetman. Danny, welcome back to the pod.
Nice of you to get me on. Squeeze me in a tiny little gap. I mean, I am much like the man who discovered Pele. And what thanks do I get? I'm on with these Muppets who are going to ruin me during this game.
I gave you
my agent has been fired for this.
I gave you your choice of the very important 3, 4, 5, and 6 a.m. hours, UK time, and you turned them all down. So what do you want from me?
I said I will be your. Can we swear on this?
Sure. I mean,
I said I'll be the stunt cock for when someone else can't make it up.
All right. Speaking of that.
It's fun.
Speaking of that, next we have the young guy on the panel, a man who's been following Arsenal since there were only 6 teams in the Premier League. I have no idea what that means. The man reaches out to me every time I'm in London. We always share a meal and a hug. He's one of the jewels of his generation of Arsenal supporters that we need to spend time with and learn from, so we can pass on the past to the future generations. I didn't realize when I wrote this how much it was going to sound like a funeral. I'm very sorry about that because I love you. Welcome to the Pod-A-Thon to my very good friend Melvyn Marks.
How you been, Mike? Fine, thanks. Good evening, everybody. Actually, can I borrow that just in case some people want to use that at my funeral? I'll send it over, please.
I would give that to Jerome, but I'd rather be invited to use it myself. But
fair enough.
So yeah, fair enough. Then the next introduction. Let me see if I have a text from this guy. No, he's just not here. All right, so that would be everybody then, huh?
My cat's
Spoiler
here
alert.
The 4th.
Well,
Betty's here.
Who is?
Betty, my cat.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, Betty's going to win. No, I think we're good, and this will actually make the game go a little bit quicker if he doesn't come. But of course, we love Lee and hope that he shows up. And spoiler alert: when it comes to the final standings in this game, I'm going to lose. So Mike, I'm going to
as well.
I'm sorry, who?
You're playing as well.
Yeah, I'm. Well, if you call it playing, I'm. If you call it playing, I mean, my capabilities in this game are what the kids now are calling shite. So I think I'm the comedic relief for the game. So Mike, I'm gonna hand it off to you. This is a very comprehensive game with very complicated rules. So please explain how it works. Let me know what you think, and then go ahead and get the game started. I'll try to put the scores up on the screen while I'm busy not getting answers right, and then we're going to try to stop this at about 5:40 p.m. or so. Okay. 5:35, 5:40 p.m. or so, if that works.
Very good. Well, this is a Who Am I quiz, and it's an Arsenal and world football-related quiz. It's both. So what happens is we've got a full season, August through May, of questions, which is 4 questions a month, 1 a week, sort of just to be cute. And So each question is a player. So we start with an Arsenal player, former, present, and I'm going to give you 5 clues, or give these guys 5 clues to see if they can identify the player. Now, as soon as one of these guys shouts out an answer, that question is done. And that person's standing to win 3 points if they got it right, or 0 if they got it wrong. If they guess on the first clue, which is risky, they get 5, but they could also get -2 for ruining it for the other people. And if it goes a little further, then it goes a little further. And the first clue is always super tricky. Now, do you want to do a practice run here for James's sake, or do you want to just jump in, Mike?
If you've got a practice one to do, then yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Okay. Oh, in the words of Triple H, let's play the game. Let's play the game.
All right.
Time to play the game.
All right. Well, here we go then. James, you're brave, because here we go. All right. So the first question is Arsenal current or former player. And month of August. First question.
Hold on. Let me hold you back up, because Lee Judges is making 2 appearances on this podcast, one today and one tomorrow, and he logged into the wrong one. So I think he'll be here in just a second.
Is there a limit on how many bald people you're allowed on a podcast? I know you had 3 earlier.
Yeah, we had
Melvyn.
I'm making up the quota, Danny. I'm making up the quota.
Exactly. Yeah. So
you get away with it, Melvyn. You're just about to sneak through.
All right. So let me go ahead and get and name the 10 donors for this hour. I like to mention the people that have generously donated to us. So we'll vamp for just a second, and I won't have to do it later. The first name on the list is the last person that was just joining us, Dave Seager. Thank you from England, of course. David Alexander from Boyden Hamlet. Anyone know where that is?
It's made up.
Boyden Hamlet, CM19.
Yeah, it's next to Gelden Hamlet.
That's where they make the cigars, I think.
Royden Hamlet. I've got to now find out where that is. Royden Hamlet is.
Oh, you said Royden. I thought you said Boyden. Sorry.
Royden Hamlet is right by. It's in Essex. It's right by Broadley Common. I should have known that.
I should have known that.
We also have David Nowashevsky from Michigan. We've got Dean Christian from Texas. Dean Simmons from Oxfordshire. Debbie Hanlon from Carina Heights, Queensland, Australia. Denise Vandergoot, who you'd think would be from Holland, but she's from Pasadena, California. Don Kushek from Pennsylvania. Dwight Moe from Devon-les-Bains, which I think is France. And then Ishan Shrimali from Mountain View, California. Probably right inside the Google headquarters. Lee.
Good evening, Joe. Sorry, I was on the wrong link.
AKA Mr. Technology.
Sitting there going, it's just out of order. I've rushed home for dinner, and then no one's here. Like, you know what I mean? So, but then he said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm in the background," and I realised that I was on the wrong link. But
I was going to give you a nice heartfelt introduction, but now you're going to get it. We have some major star power on this pod, but this guy might be the most famous, most connected of all. He won't get on a train carriage unless there's 4 other famous people on it. He's accidentally deleted every piece of content on his own YouTube channel's StreamYard dashboard. He's the number 5 most requested star on Cameo worldwide, behind only Floyd Mayweather, Lindsay Lohan, Simon Cowell, and Troops. He's a man who requires a very specific treatment when he goes down injured on the pitch. He celebrates things prematurely, especially when it comes to this game. Welcome to the pod, Lee Judges.
Thank you very much. What an introduction. Thank you very much. So I've been out with my brother today. My brother's first time I've seen him in 3.5 years. So we've been out for dinner today. But I've cut it short for you, Mike. So my brother, you're in the house now.
Then we're going to cut this short because we are ready to roll for this game. You don't get the rules because you already know them. So let's go.
I know the rules.
Yeah, he's done this before. And so the other thing I did forget to mention is James, when the question has been answered by somebody, the rest of you can get 1 point or 0 if you get it wrong by doing this. This means I agree with the answer, disagree. So that's how the game works. So here we go. We're going to jump straight into it. First question is Arsenal related.
James, you're going to want to unmute yourself because you're going to want to scream your answer at any moment.
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, all right. Question number 1. First clue. Not the guy who greased his torso. Clue number 2. Was not originally worthy of a song. Clue number 3. A quality moments player.
Is it Granit Xhaka?
Okay, so we take Granit Xhaka as the answer, and the boys are going to be thinking, do they like that or not?
No.
Lee, did you go up or down?
I'm going down. I don't know if that's Granit Xhaka.
All right, James could be my saving grace here by being as bad as I am at this game.
Okay, let's find out then. So I'm going to read the rest of the clues. Clue number 4 was out of the blue signing, and clue number 5 is alternative to Odegaard. And the answer is Fabio, the guy who greases his torso. Fabio Vieira.
All right, so now each of us has 1 except for James, who has -1 or 0.
No, he's got 0.
No, that's right. I forgot you're not a negative person.
All right, we're going to crack on because we've got a lot of questions to get through. Question number 2, which is world football, which is any team, present, former, but not Arsenal. Okay, clue number 1, probably the best player in the championship a few years ago. Clue number 2, former Chelsea and City academy player. Not many people know this, actually.
Obviously not.
Clue number 3. Same name as arguably the best ever athlete and the best ever pop star. Same first name. Clue number 4. Plays for a team in stripes now.
Is it Michael Elise?
Okay. Okay. What do you think, chaps? Michael Elise?
Yeah, it could well be that.
I'm riding with you.
When you said athlete and singer, I was like, that gives it away.
I assumed it was Michael, but I didn't come up with
because I'm thinking Beeble.
Michael Jordan and
Jackson.
Yeah.
The only question is if you have the right Michael, but I think you do.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was at Chelsea, if I'm right.
Yeah,
well.
and City, and us.
I didn't know that.
Arsenal as well.
I didn't know that.
Okay, well, okay. Clue number 5, offered the chance to go to Chelsea this summer, but signed a new contract instead. Smart man.
There you go. All right.
Well done, James. All right, let's crack on. Question 3, which is Arsenal related. Clue number 1, a hammer. Clue number 2, excuse the pronunciation, Gornik Zabretse. Clue number 3, 38. Clue number 4, his initials were before CDs.
Lucas Podolski.
Okay.
I should have. I thought it when you said Hammer. I was like, that could be one person, but I'm going to wait for the rest of the clues.
Yeah. Very good.
Very good. Yeah, very good.
Okay, thumbs everybody.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, and clue number 5 was loyal to Cologne. Well done again, James.
All right.
Lucas Podolski. All right, let's crack on the 4th one. It's the last one in August, so to speak. So
beginner's luck.
Maybe. World football, this one. Clue number 1. Doesn't look like your average central midfielder. Clue number 2. Remarkable transformation after moving position, which most professional footballers, as we know, just don't ever move position. Clue number 3. Part of his name didn't start the fire.
Joe Linton.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, Joe Linton.
What is going on here? Why did we invite him on?
James, do you want a warm up? You've not played this game before.
To be fair, I actually went to the gym today and I've smashed so much creatine back.
Oh, so you're winning this using
I am alive. I am
drugs.
alive.
You're using performance enhancing drugs, I see.
Oh, I'd melt the cup today, Mike. I'd melt the cup, mate.
He's a DM now, isn't he?
Yeah, he was a striker.
He's a forward, good to a midfield player.
Yeah, centre mid. Well, wait. Oh, I've got to wait to see if I get it right first.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, Lee, you went up, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Clue number 4 is one of the lowest scoring centre forwards in Premier League history.
Joelinton.
And clue number 5 is plays central midfield now after moving Voldemort out of the team last season, meaning John Joe Shelby. Well done again.
Sorry, you said Voldemort, and my computer has a setting where it automatically does that.
Okay, all right. We're going to do score check at the end of each month. So we've got James is in the lead with 9. The rest of the boys are all tied. I've got them 4 each, so still time with 3 points for a win, so to speak. So September now. Question 5, Arsenal. Clue number 1, banter. Clue number 2, seems to play better away from home than at home. Clue number 3, suffered more adversity than success in his career so far.
Ramsdale.
Is that Melvyn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to agree with that.
Yeah, I'm going to, yeah.
What was the first clue?
Banter.
First name's Aaron.
Banter.
Yeah. Class. I think you're right, Melvyn. I think you're right.
I don't know about the home and away thing, though. Yeah, plays better away from home and goal. Good shout, Mel. Yeah.
Okay, let's find out if he's right. Clue number 4, kicking skills, but is he as good as his competitor?
Yeah.
Clue number 5, should arguably be picked in front of Pick, which is Aaron Ramsdale. And somebody came out with a stat, maybe it was Orbinio on Twitter, saying statistically, Arsenal have a problem. I think we all know at home, don't we? Just conceding goals, too many goals, and then made the point that I wonder if because of the banter, he stays more focused and he's more determined when he plays away from home. Because if he's going to banter with the crowd, then he needs to make sure he steps his game up, right?
Yeah.
Could he be the first ever goalkeeper to play 1 at home and 1 away, rather than cup keepers?
Yeah, it's worth thinking about. All right, let's. Well done, Melvyn. That question 6 now. World football. Clue number 1. First name is same as an ex-England coach. You might want to scribble down some names. Clue number 2. What's that sign I see in the sky? Think about when you were a little boy. watching the movies. Clue number 3, help transform their poor defense.
Danny was never a little boy.
Clue number 4, Goran Eriksson.
Sven Botman.
Okay.
Did I just make that name up?
No.
No, there's a name.
I thought that was a type of fly.
He's the Newcastle centre-back.
See, I knew what I was on about. I don't know where that come from.
That was running through my mind right when you said it. All right. So what were the clues again? What's that up in the sky?
Yeah, first name same as an England coach, and then I said Goran Eriksson, which helped transform their poor defence.
Did they have a poor defence?
Well, I'm going to have to agree with it, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to go and get a pen.
Yeah, that was a shout and a half.
So because he's not 100% sure, he's going to get a pen.
Pens
I'm
help.
up with it, Mike.
All right, let's find out if Danny was right. Clue number 5 was him and Fabian Schär. Danny is correct. It's Sven, not Batman, but Sven Botman.
What's the one in the sky? What's the clue to that?
Bat signal.
Batman.
Yeah, Botman.
Oh,
Batman.
right.
Batman. I thought it would lead you down the path, you know.
Yeah, well, it certainly led me down the path. I'm going to get the pen, yeah.
Well done, Danny. This is becoming quite an even quiz here. Everybody's chipping in.
Just you and me, Lee, that haven't got one yet.
No, I haven't got one yet. I've had a few beers, so I don't know.
All I want to do tonight is beat the questionnaire once. You know, if I get more points than him, I'll be happy. At the moment, I'm beating him, so you know.
Well, the joy of this quiz is that you actually don't ever have to answer the question first, and you can do rather well. You could even probably win just by getting this right, you know, up and down. So, anyway, Arsenal question 7, clue number 1: in the shower or the car, and definitely at the concert. That's a great clue. I'm just going to give myself a pat in the back. Hold on.
I can imagine you sitting back in your rocking chair late at night thinking of these things, and you go, oh, that one's a corker.
I knew you'd like it in particular, Danny. I don't want to claim that I'm thinking about you late at night, but,
well,
you know. All right, clue number 2, Charlton.
Yeah. I'll wait.
Clue number 3, like many, he made a mistake leaving.
Alex Song.
Oh, I don't know what I was going to say, Song. Just about to come out with Song.
By the way, contestants, don't be looking at the chat.
I've got mine on.
I haven't got mine on. It's private.
No, yeah, private.
I saw him once. He had one of them big black American.
Well, are they putting it in the chat? Are they putting it in the chat then?
Don't know.
Yeah, I just had a peek at the chat, and there's a bunch of people guessing in there. So for the integrity of the game,
cool,
because
I don't know.
Our middle name is integrity. We should not be looking at the chat.
No.
All right. Yeah,
I'm going with that because I was just about to say Song before it. As you can
What
sing
was
in
the
the
first-
shower, song in the shower. It's clever.
In the
Shower,
in the
stage,
car.
and car.
Yeah, clever.
Okay, Danny, what did you do?
I'm going to just agree with him. I've got no idea how that works for the first clue.
Yeah. Okay.
Singing in all the places.
Clue number 4, didn't always stay in his hole. Clue number 5, good combination with Van Persie. Well done to James again. Alex Song, singing in the shower, in the car.
Very good.
Yeah.
Oh, Song. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too clever for the likes of us, Dan. This.
Mike, has he publicly said he was upset leaving Arsenal?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if he did.
So
He
many.
went Barcelona from us. Did he go Barcelona?
Yeah.
Barcelona.
And he's most remembered for picking up the trophy before Puyol, and Puyol was like, "Not you, mate." Not you.
Yeah, it was one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in football in my life.
Yeah. Well, like a lot of them who went to Barcelona, actually, Clive as well. Just their career was never the same. But anyway, question 8, last one in September. This is world football. Clue number 1. Okay, I still write them at the grocery store. or the supermarket. I still write them. Clue number 2, was one of the most talented young players in Ligue 1, the French league. Clue number 3, same surname as an aggressive Premier League midfielder that we will see next weekend. Clue number 5, plays for Mali. I didn't know that, but research that. Clue number 5, last one, signed by Vieira, maybe because he reminded him of himself.
I think this game, yeah.
Oh.
Can't think of his name. I know the guy.
Can't think of his name.
Yeah, he's
Flipping it.
he's at Palace, isn't he?
Mr. List.
Is it Czech Decore?
Okay, maybe. Let's.
Yeah, that's it. Check. Decore. That's it.
That's the
I'm
one.
not. I'm not because I'm like the one that's no, the one that's at Everton is that Abdoulaye Decore or Czech Decore?
Oh,
it's got you see.
No, it's definitely Czech Decore because you said
Because
right.
you pay it,
pay by check. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
I
definitely
was thinking
Decore.
shopping list.
yeah. I got. See, when you think something about the first clue, you can't get it out of your head, and if it's wrong, then you're screwed.
Danny, did you go up?
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, I agree. I had shopping list McPhee, so I messed that.
No, he was really good in League 2, not League 1.
Oh, that one.
Shopping list.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
he had a great left peg. Shopping list McPhee. He was unbelievable.
All right. So it was Czech Decore. Well done again to James. Quick score check. We've got Mike and Lee on 8, Danny and Melvyn on 10, and James is pulling ahead a little bit. He's got 17.
I'll do an Arsenal when it gets near the end. I'll slip.
Danny's got 12.
Okay. All right. October now. We've got Arsenal question 9. Clue number 1. I've never heard of him. Clue number 2. Probably before my grandfather was born. Clue number 3. His surname is related to bread and where you get it. Clue number 4 is for those people who are from the UK, I suppose. Garnet. Garnett. Garnet.
That's not fair. I'm protesting this.
Yeah, I would. Clue number 5. First name is Alf. What's his name?
Alf Baker.
Alf Baker.
Okay, Danny said Alf Baker.
I've never heard of him either.
Oh, I've never heard of Joe Baker.
No, definitely. Joe Baker. Very early on. Was he the 30s or something like that, or 20s? Yeah, definitely. That's right. Alf Baker.
Alf Garnett.
If anyone should know that, you would, Melvyn. Come on.
True. I should have known it. Seriously, I came across that name. No, I got
it wrong.
James, did you go up?
Yeah, because I haven't got a Scooby, so yeah.
Well, I didn't either. I wanted to do one from the.
I was like, I get my bread from Tesco's or the Co-op, so I can't think of anyone Tesco at Arsenal. So apart from Tierney, but he's gone now. So.
Well, it could be Alf Tesco's, but it is Alf. It is Alf Baker. Had any of you ever heard of Alf Baker?
Yes. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
What was that one Lee said? There was a Baker, wasn't there? More famous.
Joe
Baker. Yeah.
He was quality. My first hero. He was my first football hero. Arsenal hero. Joe Baker.
Okay.
Forward. Oh, different class.
So who got that one? Danny?
Danny got that one, yeah.
All right. Everyone else picked up a point.
Okay. All right. Question 10, which is world football. Clue number 1, Dave.
Aspilicueta.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they call him, isn't it? Because they can't say his surname.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Oh, is that too?
To be fair, I've leapt early, but yeah.
That you should get double bubble for that. You could be right. But
we know Mike has his little love for goalkeepers.
That could be worth 5 or -2.
Yeah.
So
I'll take the hit. I'll take the hit.
Danny says no.
Yeah, I'm going to go no. I think it's too obvious. I think like you've gone. You're a nasty person, Mike. You've gone in there.
That's a compliment from Lee. That's all right.
I'm going for it. I'm being positive.
Yeah, I'm going to follow James down the garden.
Yeah, I'm going for it.
Okay.
Going for it. Good luck to you, mate.
All right. Clue number 2 plays 2 positions based on 3 or 4 at the back.
Yeah.
Clue number 3, try spelling his last name.
Nice.
Clue number 4, got one of those faces you just want to smack.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Clue number 5, he's a Spaniard that was at Chelsea, and I believe he just signed for Atletico. That's the first 5 points.
James, not only did you do me right there, I am actually currently ahead of lead judges in this game right now. Danny, you thumbs down that one as well, right?
I got that wrong. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is Arsenal. Question 11, clue number 1. He plays for Rot-Weiss Essen.
Are we on Arsenal? Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it's Arsenal. So for those of you that have a tendency to watch the Bundesliga 32nd division, then you might have a clue here. Rot-Weiss Essen. Clue number 2. He didn't get to play for the Arsenal first team. You've all heard of him, I know that, but he was on the periphery. Clue number 3. He's now 30 years old.
I think I preferred it when your internet didn't work.
Yeah, I know. Clue number 4. Not Maltz, Volz, or Bischoff. You remember that era?
What, can you say that again?
It's not Maltz, Volz, or Bischoff. Do you remember that era when we had
I do, yeah.
a bunch of those German players that never really made it?
I've got a guess, but I'm going to wait for the last clue.
Oh.
Okay. Clue number 5. The first part of his last name is very cold.
Is it Eisfeld? Thomas Eisfeld? Yeah.
Very good.
Couldn't think of the guy's name.
But when you said the first team, I'm like, he definitely played in cups though. But is he counting that? Do you mean league?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm backing myself. Eisfeld.
Yeah.
Clue number 3 was he's 30 years old, and then I sort of talked about Stefan Maltz, Moritz Volz, and I think it's Amari Bischoff. He was in the same era.
Yeah, he was midfield, wasn't he?
I only listened to the first one. I thought you're just listening to a load of people called Stefan.
Yeah.
So no, I'm agreeing.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that.
All right. Okay. Well done again to James. He's really pulling away here. 3 points.
Wait for my 115 charges to come through.
The days when Wenger used to take a punt, 1 every year or 2 or 3 every year. I guess it probably doesn't matter, does it? Not much money, but never worked out for any of those 4.
He's got 26 points in 11 weeks for James. This is unprecedented.
He was a machine on FIFA career in like FIFA 13, Eisfeld. He was incredible. One of those ones that's so good on the game, but in real life. Like Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain. Great on video games, but real life, not so much.
Got a club yet, has he, the Ox?
Nope.
Yeah.
He went Besiktas, didn't he?
Yeah, he's over in Turkey.
Oh,
where'd he go, Lee?
Nice.
Yeah, I can't say it.
Oh, that's good.
All right, let's go crack on to world football. Last one in the month of October. Question 12. Clue number 1. Taller than Gareth Bale, but looked similar from behind.
I'm just going to go and have a look for the Ox's career now that you said that, because I'm completely lost. A-L-E-X. O-X.
All right, clue number 2. Spectacular goals when he was fit.
I'm going to take a punt. I'm going to say Andy Carroll.
Okay.
Oh, he's got the fucking hair, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, but you mean... oh, no, he's still world football, isn't he? It could be someone else, I think, now. I think I've got that wrong.
There was another one. He's
now
What was the first bit about Andy Carroll? The whole
hair.
number.
It looks like Bale from behind. Yeah.
No, there was something.
Didn't Charlie
before
Austin
then.
do that as well? Have
right.
that hair.
Zlatan
This is not fair. It's a hair question. Most of us don't have any.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Half points if you get that right.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
I think I'm wrong.
I don't think it's Andy Carroll.
No, I think I'm well wrong.
We might all pick up 1 point on you.
Danny, what do you think?
Oh. I'm saying no. Only because I think Andy Carroll was about
when you said
6'2".
when fit, so I'm like, Andy Carroll's injured all the time.
He is. And they both got ponytails.
Okay. All right. Clue number 3 was last name was the lady who would come over to have afternoon tea with your mum.
Could be Carol.
Could be Carol.
Clue number 4. In 2011, he was transferred for a British record.
Yes. Well done. Got him. In you go.
Clue number 5. Target man once scored for England at Euro 2012. James is absolutely turning this quiz to pieces for his first attempt. It's very impressive.
Well, that's quality, that.
James, how's your internet connection?
Sparkling by the sounds of things.
Oh, right. I'm just wondering. That's all.
It's not about to drop.
Let's do a score check now. Mike, you might have to check my scores. Of course, I've got a lot going on here. Tell me I'm accurate, but I've got James on 29.
I'm going to get a nosebleed. I'm so high.
You've got yourself on 11, Danny on 14, Melvyn on 13, Lee 10. Is that right?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Let's crack on to November then.
Hold on. I have to make a slight adjustment here. Hold on. Okay. Now
oh, that's better.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, the auditors just came in. I had to put you back in.
All right, November, month of November, question 13, Arsenal. All right, clue number 1. He's now 61 years old.
Bloody hell.
Give you an era there. Clue number 2. Played for Derry City in Ireland.
Come on, Melvyn.
Clue number 3. Don Howe signed him for a club record 550k. That would have been the 80s, I'd imagine.
Well, that's before my time, but screw it. I'll keep going.
Clue number 4. He took Stuart Robson's place in the team.
Oh, I know this.
All right, last one. Lee Dixon took Mickey Thomas's place, and Mickey took his place.
Steve Williams.
All right, Lee went with Steve Williams.
From Southampton. Magnificent corner taker.
Yeah. I thought he went directly from Derry. Sorry, mistake. I thought it was directly to from Derry. I was thinking of Williams, but
didn't know Steve Williams played for Derry.
I'm gonna thumbs up it because it's before my time and I have no idea.
The only thing is, I think he was about 500,000 from Southampton. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was about that. Yeah.
That's the only thing. I don't know if he might have played Derry before he was at Southampton. I don't know.
He bought a lot of internationals, English internationals, then Don Howe that period, didn't he?
Yeah.
Mariner and all that.
It's Steve.
Well, let's find out. The clue number 3 actually didn't state that he came from Derry. It just stated that.
My mistake.
But Lee's got his first win there, 3 points. Stevie Williams.
Well done.
Very good.
That put me off. That Derry thing was putting me off. I had Steve Williams in my thing, but I wrote it down. But
that Derry thing
put me off. I thought, I've got to go for it in the end. Go for it.
All this talk about Derry's making me hungry.
Because he won the League Cup with us, and then he went to Luton, and then won the League Cup against us, didn't he?
Bastard. Oh, did he know that? I can't remember him playing against us.
Oh, he won. I don't know if he was in the starting 11, but he was at Luton. Him and Danny Wilson. Bastard.
When we bought him, he was probably he was the best midfielder in the country when we bought him. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
Wonderful.
Give away a silly penalty at York, though. Do you remember? It cost us
away in the cup, last minute in the cup. Yeah.
Cost us.
All right.
Good try.
Okay. So we got question 14. World football. Clue number 1. Out for most of the season. And there's quite a collection of them already this season around Europe, isn't there? Okay, clue number 2. Canary. Not necessarily now, but clue number 3. Argentinian.
Buendia.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say him. I don't want to tip my tongue that one.
I can't blink think of his name. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We were after.
He got ACL in America, I think he got.
Yeah.
And he
Well, I watched my memories going here. Like, I know the name. I couldn't think of the bloody name. Anyway, he can't have that. He didn't get his first name.
That's right.
Emi Buendia.
The one we were after. We nearly bought him.
Danny and Lee, did you go up?
Oh, yes, definitely, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, all right. Clue number 4 was first club was, I think it's probably pronounced Getafe, but now he wears claret and blue. Clue number 5, attacking midfielder. Well done again to James. Got himself another 3 for Emi Buendia. All right, let's crack on with Arsenal. Question 15. Clue number 1. See if you remember this guy. Okay, he plays now for Yokohama Marinos.
Rio Miyachi.
Oh,
that was Mike, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be one of these clubs.
That was 5 points if he gets it, or sliding to relegation if not.
I ain't got a clue.
That's a big call for everybody because I don't think anybody knows, but for
I'm
sure.
going to go no.
I'm gonna I'm not.
No, so I'm gonna go no. I ain't got a clue.
Because there's part of me that still thinks Miyachi plays in Germany for some reason. I don't know why.
No, you're thinking of Takuma Asano.
Is that
no,
part of
no,
you?
he plays for Sao Pauli or whatever it is in the lower divisions of Germany.
Oh, St. Pauli.
Yeah.
I'm praying he transferred this summer, though.
I'm gonna agree with Skinny there. I preferred Fat Mike. I'm allowed to say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's more cuddly, and I've had a cuddle. Cuddle.
All right. Clue number 2 was Chuckio High School video. Clue number 3, many thought he was going to be a star boy. Clue number 4, also played for Wigan and Bolton.
Oh, yeah. Well played, Mike. Well played, Magic Mike.
Clue number 5, played once for Arsenal and 5 times for Japan. I didn't even remember him playing once. You guys might remember. Was that pre-season? Rio Miyachi got in the game.
Did he play against Bolton in the? There was a League Cup game against Bolton, and Park scored one, and I can't remember who scored. But was it Mwamba scored for Bolton in that game?
I don't care. I don't care. Rio Miyachi played for the Arsenal.
That's a great one. Quite cool.
Yeah.
He got a very bad injury while he was on loan to either Wigan or Bolton. Someone done him badly on the touchline. Horrible tackle.
Yeah.
Never recovered.
I think he went on loan to Feyenoord because I remember playing like Call of Duty or something online with someone from Holland, and he was asking me what football team I support. Then he was telling me about how good he is and how this guy, he's the Japanese Cristiano Ronaldo and everything. And I was like, oh, wow, I can't wait to watch him when he comes back. And then I was like, oh, you're in Holland. Cannabis is legal there, so that's probably why.
Never quite really cracked it. He was at St. Pauli for 6 years. I looked that up. Anyway, Rio Miyachi, well done to Mike. He's got him bagged 5 points there. And last question in November, question 16. World football. All right, this one's tough. Clue number 1.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Clue number 1, werewolf.
Oh, now you've done that. Makes me think, is it Bafétimbi Gomis?
Oh,
okay.
The fact you did that makes me think of the celebration.
Oh, I was looking down. I didn't even see it.
I'm thinking that Bulgarian who had the big sticky out eyes and the big sideburns at the World Cup about 20 years ago.
I'm probably way wrong. But
show me what he did because I didn't see it.
You know,
Okay.
he used to do the crawl to the corner
No,
flag,
all
and
right.
then he'd
That-
go.
that isn't what I
Yeah.
that isn't what I thought he did based on your description. Okay. So you're locked in on Gomes. I'm going no just because it's so
Yeah, I
wide
don't
open.
know. I'm going to go no.
I'm going to
just
go
because-
no. Yeah.
Danny.
I'm still looking up Steve Williams. He wasn't. He didn't play in the League Cup final against us. He joined the season after they beat us. Fuckers. I'm saying hell no.
So everyone said no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope he's really, really wrong in a bad way.
Okay.
You hairy git.
Clue number 2. Best goals per game ratio was when he played for the Portland Timbers. He got 16 in 22. I don't think that really clarifies a whole lot, apart from the fact it's not better.
He's my favourite Portland player. He's ginger. Centre back. No. I don't know.
Clue number 3. Greatest achievement was a day best known for when the second choice goalkeeper played only his second game for the club. I remember this as a little boy, which might give you an era. Clue number 4, managed in Thailand and Indonesia. And
I'm
clue
so
number-
wrong. I'm so wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure Gomes, like he crawled over into Indonesia.
Clue number 5, scored the only goal to win the European Cup, Champions League. You know, not many players can say they won the 1-0 and they scored the goal. Do you remember who that is, fellas? Villa player. Looked like a werewolf.
Oh.
82, I think.
Don't say his name. It's not Paul Rideout. It's
Who you with?
Yeah,
that's it. It looks like Wolverine.
Yeah, he
And he came from Wolves. Funny enough, he used to play for Wolves, didn't he, Mike?
Great call though, Judge.
Yeah, we-
Nice one.
Can we catch up on the score?
Yeah.
At
So
this particular juncture in time.
Yeah, we've got end of November. Everybody got some points that time. I think we've got James on 31, Mike's on 19, Danny's on 18, Melvin's on 16, Lee's on 15. Very close there in the
How's
race.
Mike got a point more than me, and he doesn't even know anything about soccer. Fucking idiot.
I have Melvyn on 18 and Danny on 18 and Lee on 15. But
we also know you can't count.
You had Melvyn on how many?
I have Melvyn on 18.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18.
Okay.
This is coming from the bloke who took $100,000 out of Andy's account. So do not listen to a word he says.
It was $10 million.
It's even fucking worse. Don't listen to anything I say.
All right.
We got to crack on here because we've got to make it. Got about a little less than an hour to get through the rest. Here we go. December. Arsenal. Question 17. This one might go very quickly, so fingers on the proverbial buzzer. Clue number 1. Montreal Impact.
Bakary Sagna.
Oh, fuck off. You only know 2 players, and that was one of them.
Just met him a few weeks ago.
Hang on.
Yeah, the other one you know is Alan Smith, because you met him. Oh, you met Perry Groves as well, I suppose.
Oh, wait a minute.
Montreal Impact.
Wait a minute.
It's either him or Gail.
Thierry Henry managed in Canada, didn't he?
I'm going down.
But did he manage Montreal Impact? I can't remember.
All right,
oh, that's a pickle, isn't it? It's either him or Clichy. I'm going to say Feinberg's correct.
Yeah, I think it's Sagna.
James,
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm now worried it's Thierry.
Because I think it's a trick and it's Thierry Henry.
He did manage there, so now I'm scared.
Okay.
When you said it's going to go quickly as well, I'm like, Henry was rapid. He had the pace.
All right. Well, this could take Mike into Champions League contention here, or it could bring him back down below Europa. So big one for Mike. Here we go. Clue number 2, Ludovine. Clue number 3, Benevento.
Well played.
Clue number 4, not tall, but a monster in the air. And clue number 5, like many at the time, he went to City. Well done to the Magic Mike.
All right, who supported me on that one? I need to.
I did, Mike. It was very good. Very, very good.
Thank you very much. Well done. Always said you were a football genius.
And who said no? Melvin and James?
I said no.
God, you think you'd get some support from the Jewish community,
and it's a charity.
They're the ones that leave you out high and dry.
Well, I thought that James was going to run away with this, but Mike's had 10 points out of 2 questions. So he's in the 20s now. So he's getting close. All right, here we go. World football. Question 18. Clue number 1. Supposed to be the best player to ever play soccer in his country. Clue number 2, 3 letters. Clue number
Freddie Adu.
Okay.
Oh, wow. What a shout. What a shout.
Sleeping giant is all I'm going to say.
Freddie Adu played up your way, didn't he? That's where he grew up and played his youth.
West Ham.
Yeah, when he was a 44-year-old, 14-year-old, he played at DC United.
He never played in the UK, Melvin. He had trials, I think, at Chelsea.
Right.
But yeah, he never.
I think it was a case of he
wasn't.
wasn't.
He also had
tribulations. MLS questions coming out.
I'm going to say no.
I'm backing it. That's such a good shout, Mike.
I'm
That's
saying
class.
no.
Soccer's the clue, and it had to be American, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he's right because there's not that many. I don't think with
Clint Dempsey.
Three letters.
Yeah, that's amazing.
All right, Danny, what are you saying?
I'm saying no.
All right.
That man is hated by all Americans.
Okay. Clue number 3. Seems to be on a tour of the world in his football career. Clue number 4. Came to prominence as a youth player. I think he was 14 when he made his professional debut. And number 5.
Mike, that's amazing, mate.
Signed a $1 million deal with Nike before he'd even made it, which was astonishing. But you're right, Mike. Well done. Freddie Adu.
The oldest looking 14-year-old I've ever seen.
Because he wasn't 14, was he? That's why he was so good at youth level, because he was older than 14.
It's constantly been accused that was the case. So, Danny, you didn't have my back, but the other 3 you did?
There's no way you were going to get 2 in a row early shouts like that.
He's creeping up again, fellas. That's another 3 for Mike, but James got one on that. So, all right, here we go. Question 19. Arsenal. Clue number 1. This one might go quickly as well. Clue number 1. Rosy cheeks. Clue number 2. Often second choice.
Manninger.
Oh, Melvin.
When you said rosy cheeks, I was thinking about Mike wearing those pissy nappies, but I don't think he played for the Arsenal, did he?
Could be someone else. Could be. I was thinking Perry Groves. That could be.
Manninger had red cheeks. Definitely, Melvin. I'm going with you.
Second choice.
Danny says yes.
Yeah, I'm going to back Melvin.
Mike says yes. James says yes.
Finished his career at Man City, didn't he? Or was it Liverpool?
Liverpool.
I think he went to Liverpool, yeah.
All right, clue number 3. Played for Liverpool, but again as second choice. Clue number 4. He's 43 years of age now. I suppose he's retired. And clue number 5. Played at Euro 2008. Was he Austrian? Meninger? Alex Meninger?
Yeah.
Spent his whole career being second choice mostly. So
he was...
All right, that's my lot, boys. Thank you. I got one right.
Wasn't for him, we might not have won the league that time.
I was just about to say, that double season, he was insane. He was so good.
Man United at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Terrific, wasn't he? Absolutely terrific.
All right. Well, last one in December. World football. Clue number 1. This is going to be very tempting here, but you're going to want to write down some options on this clue.
I'm at the ready.
Not everybody can score the winning goal in the World Cup final. So I'll give you a little while to scribble down some names because I know there'll be some that you'll remember. All right. Clue number 2. The final was a whiny fest of terribleness.
Mario Götze.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
My World Cup knowledge is terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, what's the answer?
Well,
No,
said,
he's not said it yet.
He said it, Götze. Mario Götze, who I think scored the winning goal in 2018.
What was the question? What was it? You said, what was it? Got that to you?
He said Mario Götze. The clues have been scored in the winning goal in the World Cup final. And the second clue was the final was a whiny fest of terribleness. Awful game.
It was a terrible game. Yeah, I'm backing Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought someone else, actually. I was going to say someone else.
Do you know what? This game's getting on my... I've got the Spanish fella, but I can't think of his name. Iniesta. So it's out of them two, but...
What about Breitner, Lee? In the Argentinian, he's not Breitner. Who's the one who scored? Yeah, it was Breitner for Germany.
No, it was a left back.
Left back. It's not Breitner. No, that's it. What was the left back? Who took all the penalties? Yeah,
Blondell.
Yeah, what's his name? But that was a shocking final.
Hey, this is not the game.
Oh, sorry.
All right, thumbs up, fellas, thumbs down.
I'm going to back him.
I'm going to say yes.
No, I'm not going to. I think it's been worse.
I'm going to go no. As I've put a couple of examples, I've got to go no.
Yeah, the one if you're saying a moan fest, and that would mean.
Can we be his name or something?
Yeah, I kept saying Breitner, but it's not Breitner, is it?
Nah. I can't think of those things now.
Danny, thumbs up or thumbs down?
I'm going to say yes.
All right. Clue number 3. He took the penalty kicks. Clue number 4. Famous goal where he chose to shoot with his weak foot. I'm not sure if everybody knew that. And Lee's right, and he's got his name, Andreas Bremer. He was a left back, left-footed, and he took that shot with his right foot.
What's his name?
Andreas Bremer.
Bremer, not Breitner. Bremer.
That's it.
Yeah, we nearly got there, Lee. Nearly done it.
Yeah, I couldn't think of his name, though.
No, but that was the final I was thinking of. Shocking final.
1990, wasn't it? Where
awful final. Germany, Argentina.
Awful.
Before I was born.
I think 2 people got sent off in that game.
That was my favorite World Cup, actually, but the final was dreadful.
Yeah. Okay, let's do a score check, fellas. That's the end of.
We got a point here, then, Mills, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we both got a point. Yeah.
Mike
went against the grain. Me and you went against the grain, didn't we?
Right. I've got Lee on 19, so check me on this, Mike. Melvyn on 23.
Yep.
Danny on 20. Mike, yourself on 28.
Yep.
And James 33.
I have him on 32.
I got him on 21, but all right, then I'll take it.
All right.
He was on 30, and then he got this one wrong for supporting me, and then the 2 before that right. But
okay, that's it. 32 is good. He's plenty far enough ahead, so that's good. Sorry, James. Yeah, here we go. January Arsenal question. Clue. So question 21. Clue number 1. He died in 1992.
Vasson.
Paul Vasson.
Yeah, Paul Vasson.
Is that Melvyn?
Yeah.
It's a great shout, Melvyn. Great shout.
Again, way before my time, but I'm going to back Melvyn in his knowledge.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with you, Melvyn. I am going to go with you.
Out of just pure.
The only other one I'm thinking is it could be Tommy Caton.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I'm trying to work out because I know he scored the winner in the semi-final. I'm talking about what year was that? That was he died just after. I don't know. It's even money now, isn't it? It's even money.
It was 81, wasn't it?
I'll go just out of respect for Melvyn. I would never.
I'm going to go with you, Melvyn. I think you're probably about right.
Danny?
No. I've got no idea why.
Okay. All right. Clue number 2. Some people knew me for my bravery on the pitch. Others knew me outside the ground. Clue number 3. One club man. Clue number 4. The cat with magnetic paws. And clue number 5 made his debut in 1951. And I know that some of you guys went to the club shop.
Jack Kelsey.
Yeah.
No.
He ran the club shop, right?
Yeah. Jack Kelsey did, yeah.
That Chelsea. All right. Let's crack
so
on.
Dan-
then.
Danny gets a point. Lee, did you get a point on that?
No, I'll back Melvyn on that.
Yeah.
And JJ, you backed him too?
Yeah, I bet Melvyn, because I didn't have a clue.
I think that was
Danny's the ass, and he gets the point. All right, come on.
Yeah. All right. World
I
football.
had no idea why.
World football. Question 22. Clue number 1. His goal from the top of the box was voted best FA Cup goal ever. That's a great stat.
From his what?
It was from the
I know
top
it
of the
is.
box.
I know
Top
it
of the
is.
box, Lee. It was a
Yeah, I know it is.
one from the top of the box. I mean, that's quite a feat.
Matteo.
Di Matteo?
Yeah.
Okay.
42 seconds for Chelsea.
No, hang on.
His goal, though?
I think it's someone else.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It was a decent goal.
Was there a second clue, or was that the first clue?
That was the first one, so he's going to go 5 or -2.
Yeah.
-2.
I've done it. I think Di Matteo's the fastest goal, but not the best goal.
I think that it could be. Yeah. Well, I'll wait.
I'm saying no.
I'm not agreeing with you. Sorry, Melvyn, I'm not agreeing with you. On
That's
this
all
one.
right. It's all right.
I would.
I think the best.
I would have agreed with you, but you let me down last time. So I'm
The best one is, I think it's Stevie G because of the one against West Ham. Remember? When he
Oh
smashed?
yes.
Yeah.
Last minute.
Yeah, and it
With
won him the game,
equaliser.
didn't it? Yeah, it won him the game.
I think it kept him in the game, didn't it?
No, one. Yeah, he kept him. He got the equaliser, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was
okay.
cramping up and everything, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think it's Stevie G, but
Yeah, that's it.
we'll
yeah.
wait. We'll wait.
Okay.
No, you're right.
Okay.
You'll be right.
Well,
You're right on that.
either which way you think about how long the FA Cup's been going and how many goals have been scored, that is a heck of an achievement to have the best goal ever in that competition. So let's find out.
From the box.
Clue number 2. This is going to help. Short dreadlocks.
Oh no.
Definitely Stevie G now.
Clue number 3.
Was it a QPR player?
Let's
Did he
find
score?
out. Let's find out. Clue number 3. He
Trevor
often
Sinclair.
wore. Yeah, he wore the word compact on his chest.
That's QPR.
Clue number 4. Played for England. Clue number 5. Started playing.
The one who went to West Ham. The winger
Yeah.
who went to West Ham.
Yeah.
What's his
Trevor
name?
Sinclair.
Yeah,
Yes,
started
Sinclair.
playing for England when Kieran Dyer was injured. Okay, can you describe the goal that Trevor Sinclair scored?
It was like an overhead kick one, like from outside the edge of the box. It was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Now you've said it. I remember it now.
Smashed it in.
We were
like,
after him when he was at Blackpool before
That's
QPR got him.
Right. Yeah.
Wonderful player. Lovely bloke as well, apparently.
Danny, did you support Melvyn or no?
No one supported me.
JJ, Lee. All right, so we all got.
Yeah, I thumbs down.
Okay, all right, Trevor Sinclair. I think it was the best FA Cup goal ever because it was the sort of position you'd never ever try an overhead kick.
Who was that against?
Don't know.
Oh, that was at QPR. I'll tell you what, though, because people are jumping in earlier, I would have got that on the second one. I'd have got 4 points. You know what I mean? It's not on.
It's against Barnsley. It's against Barnsley.
Barnsley.
Crime, Lee.
Yeah.
It's a crime. You should just quit in protest.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So, like,
You're
you know, I would have
against
got that
that.
second one out.
All right, let's crack on. Question 23. This is Arsenal. Clue number 1. Currently trying to rebuild his new career. I think that's a fair statement. You might not agree with that, but I think that's a fair statement. Clue number 2. Was born on August the 17th, 77. Clue number 3. He comes to the Emirates sometimes, but he's also there every day. Clue number 4. His pinky finger caused a real commotion. Clue number 5. I know that he wants to manage Arsenal one day.
77. Is it Thierry Henry because of slapping the ball?
Okay. Maybe.
I've got Henry, but like, is he 46?
And he is there every day because of the statue.
Yeah, you're too clever for this. You're too clever.
You're too clever for this game.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, it's either a statue or it's someone on the.
Except if he was more clever, he wouldn't give all these clues that would make it easier for us to put our thumbs on.
Echo, what year was Thierry Henry born?
Thierry Henry was born on the 17th of August,
Yeah.
1977.
No, there could be somebody else. Don't steal my thunder here. Everybody went up, right? So, yeah. Well done to James. It was Thierry. I like that clue. He's there sometimes.
Yeah, that's class. Yeah, that's brilliant.
I thought you'd get it after that one, but it sounds easy coming from the person that's made the clue rather than. In fact, let me just say a couple of things real quick here. A little pause in this. First of all, of course, I feel honoured to have a chance to do this, but please, everybody, in amongst all the fun and playing the game, don't forget to donate. That's the whole point of all of this. And thanks to Mike. And also, this quiz is hard. And this is one of the most competitive quizzes that we've had in a long, long time. These guys are doing a fabulous job, and this is not easy. I think all the guys probably know all these answers, but it's whether you can say it in the moment quickly, So
good job Ryan isn't here. He'd have got all of these, and we've been knackered.
Yeah.
He has a knack.
Yeah, my apologies to Ryan for not including him in this, but I wanted someone to have a chance to win. So take that as a tribute, Ryan.
Plus, Mike gives him all the answers.
Yeah. Well, he sends me Starburst in the mail, though, Danny. All right. So we got last one in January, which is world football, and I like this. one. Clue number 1: have you seen my wife? Or more like, have you seen my wife?
Oh, she's a bit of a sort. That's Mrs. Platt ruled out then.
I've not seen Mrs.
I've no idea what she looks like.
David,
is the accent a giveaway? Okay, because part of me's like, I want to say someone else, but then I'm like, no, that's too funny.
Whose wife is stunning? An American.
Well, most footballers.
That's true. I'm saying anyone.
Yeah.
Mine.
Mrs. Feinberg is indeed Feinberg.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say what I think because I think it will rally the chat up as well.
All right. This is probably, if you've got a name, this might get it. Clue 2. She's much smaller than him, but then everyone is.
Peter Crouch.
Yes.
You knocked us off on the accent. That's what I was thinking, Crouchy.
What did I say?
Cool.
You said it in an American accent.
No, he
is American. He's American. What do you expect?
Mike's not American. He's English.
Well, he lives over there. He picks it up, doesn't he?
Same thing.
He's drinking the water over there, hasn't he?
When you said, "Where's my wife?" I thought Wayne Bridge.
There's the Johnson dark side. Dyke.
Oh my gosh!
That's evil.
But
yeah,
no.
I'm agreeing.
Yeah, it's going to be
the
great.
lovely Abby Clancy.
All right, Danny likes it. Who else? Everybody?
Yeah. I like it, definitely.
Yeah, I'll back
definitely.
him,
100%.
All right, he's back. So let's find out if he's right. Clue number 3, bicycle kicks. Clue number 4, had a good goal-scoring record for England, to be fair to him. And clue number 5, he once said, had I not become a footballer, I think I would have been a virgin.
Yeah.
And you could have said, scored a hat-trick against us. Mind you, that could have been a few players, couldn't it?
Who got that one right?
Lee got 3.
Well done, Mr. Judges.
What's her name? Abby
Clancy.
Okay.
Or Abby Crouch.
Abby Crouch.
Yeah.
Grabby Crouch.
Once I had penicillin for it.
All right, here we go. We've got
that was Scabby Crouch, wasn't it?
We've got end of January, so let's do a score check. Mike, check me on this again. Lee's gone up quite a bit. He's on 24. Melvyn went down because he went for 2 big ones and didn't get them, so he lost points. But he's got 21. Danny 24, same as Lee. Yourself, Mike, you've got 26. Is that right? 20. 10, 20.
No,
31. 31.
Yeah.
Sorry, 31, 10, 20, 30, 34, 37. Wow. So James has put the brakes on to let everybody be more competitive. 37. So Mike's getting within spitting distance. So
Saliba's got injured in my brain. I've had to put holding in. So
yeah. All right.
Don't even say that.
All right, February. Arsenal question. 25. Clue number 1. It's not rare that an Arsenal player goes to this club, but it is rare to do it at this age.
Aubameyang.
Okay, that was James, right?
Yeah.
Because we sell a lot of players to Chelsea, but they don't normally buy the older ones.
No.
I'm going to go down on
No.
Oh, no, because he went from Barcelona to Chelsea, didn't he? Oh, no, well, I might be right.
I'm definitely going wrong on that.
Danny,
I was thinking Bentley, but
Mari Hutchinson.
Oh, yeah.
He's a scumbag.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck out on loan in the Championship, son. You could have been starting for the Arsenal.
All right. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Down.
thumbs down for me.
Okay.
Okay. All right. This is a big jump from James. 5 points or -2. Let's find out. Clue number 2. A big unit of a youngster. Clue number 3. He's a DM or a CM.
Oh, no, well wrong.
Yeah. Clue number 4. Nottingham Forest, Telstar, who I think are Dutch, and Oxford United now. You guys feel free to chime in if the name...
Dan Crowley.
No. Clue number 5, first Englishman at Barcelona in 29 years.
Oh, is that McGuane, or whatever his name is? Yeah.
Marcus McGuane, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought at the time, what on earth is he doing going to Barcelona? Because it's just not, I mean...
Never heard of him.
Yeah, no, he was supposed to be very good.
Just a whole load of Arsenal players that left in that era to go and do other stuff, and most of them are now kicking their heels in Dutch football or the lower leagues.
Yeah,
well, just lucky that we got Nanweri tied down, isn't it? Because he could have been another one.
Yeah. Oh my God, that boy is something.
Yeah. See that goal he got against, was it QPR the other day?
Yeah, he's going to be in the first team soon, I tell you.
He's got to.
All right, we don't have time for this kind of banter. We got
sorry, Mike.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, not allowed to enjoy yourself, fellas.
No.
Just business.
Yeah, it's just
on my show. You don't.
It's just a quiz. No fun.
Just a quiz. No fun.
Mike, I'm looking through my contract now. Hold on a minute. No, you're right.
Yeah, no fun. All right. Okay. Well, the quiz has just got even tighter now, but let's crack on. World football. Question 26, clue number 1. Small but intimidating.
Now, James is wondering whether he's learnt his lesson or not. He's debating, shouting something.
Have a go, James.
Don't.
No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for another clue.
I'll be impressed if you got it on the first one, because most small footballers have to be intimidating.
It's true.
Yeah. Clue number 2, an unkempt beard.
Beard. Small. Intimidating.
Clue number 3. This is an interesting fact. Clue number 3. He married a Scottish lady that he met in Glasgow.
Gattuso. Oh,
I was about to say that.
No.
Yeah,
was that VAR between Lee and James there? Or we'll say both of them said, so they're both up for 3. I think that's fair, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah. And it was in my head at the same time, so I'm up for 2.
All right. So Lee and James could possibly get 3 or 0. So the rest of you, opinion on Gattuso. Melvyn
played for Rangers, didn't he?
Yeah, I was thinking that myself too. I love Gattuso. I was waiting for him to be the subject, and I didn't get
He said he was going to go back there before he retired, and he didn't go.
He was the first person I thought of.
They batter pizza up there, Danny. It's too offensive for him.
Danny, what do you think?
Hell yes.
Yeah. Okay. Clue number 4. Pirlo protector. And clue number 5, you might remember this. He had Joe Jordan by the throat.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
And it was at
And I'll tell you what, Joe Jordan is not the first one you do that to, I'll tell you.
Do you remember Redknapp's interview after it? He said he doesn't know who Joe Jordan is.
He doesn't know who Joe
Yeah.
Jordan is. He should know. He played for Milan as well.
Yeah.
All right. Gennaro
George told him.
He was a scruffy central midfielder, but he was pretty good. Okay, so well done there to Lee and James. Both got 3 on that one. Somebody can check the VAR or watch the news later tonight for a.
I think Lee done me just by like a second.
But don't get PGMOL involved. We'll never get an answer.
Yeah.
Well, if it goes to VAR, they'll probably give it to me.
Yeah. I was going to say if I haven't got the point, I want my apology.
I gave you both 3, right?
Yeah, that's what we did. Let's go to Arsenal question 27. I think we're making decent time here, fellas. Appreciate it. This is clue number 1. So talented, so young, but had no interest in controlling his off-the-field habits.
Pennant.
Wow. Oh, that's a goodie. That is a goodie.
Yeah, I didn't.
That could make or break James, that one, because that's 5 or -2, and Mike's on his heels.
See, Pennant isn't the first one you think of. First one you think of is Bentner.
I've got Bentley.
Or Bentley, yeah. But did he have habits or was he just lazy?
He fell out of love with football.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Bought a boat, I think. I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no because I think Pennant, could be, but he sort of had more of a career.
He done all right. He didn't do well for us, but he did all right for Liverpool, didn't he?
He done all right. Done all right at Birmingham, wasn't he? So
he played in the final that they lost to Milan. Pennant. I know that much. He didn't play in the one they won, but he played in the one they lost.
Yeah, played in the Champions League final. Yeah.
I'm going with a no.
Okay.
It's a good shout though.
I'll wait and see.
Am I right that it's James against the world here, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. All right. Clue number 2, England's most expensive teenager at the time.
It's right, was it? He was
right, yeah.
Clue number 3, married a glamour model. Clue number 4, Notts County, Liverpool, and Real Zaragoza.
Yeah, well done.
And clue number 5, one of the only players who has played football with an electronic tag on his ankle. That's quite the stat, that one, isn't it? Jermaine Pennant.
Great shout.
You know what? He got a ticket at the airport for one of his cars. He forgot he had the car. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's what Balotelli did, didn't he?
Did he? Done it
he
as well,
did that kind of shit.
Pennant done it and all.
Guys, was that the era when money really started coming into football?
Yeah,
Youngsters were getting paid too much.
Yeah.
He was a good player as well. He was a very good player. He should have done.
After he scored that hat trick against Southampton, I thought, he's going that way. Like that was just
But didn't he? The same day as Perez got one, wasn't it?
Yeah, the lob against Niemi was the best one. Unreal.
50 yards, wasn't it?
Yeah,
but I think he's in a lot of trouble now, isn't he? I mean, mentally and financially, he's not doing well.
Well, Pennant, really?
I'm sure he's skinned. He went on Big Brother as well, didn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, he does sound like that, doesn't he? He goes on Talk Sport a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Let's crack on. Last question in February, question 28. World football. Clue number 1. Interestingly, I watched him standing at centre forward for most of the game yesterday. Now, fellas, I do watch the Latvian 3rd division, so don't get up on yourselves here.
You've lulled none of us in with that nonsense, Mr. McDonald. No one's shouting Harry Kane just yet.
All right. Clue number 2. Started his career with many doubters at his former club. Well, not started his career. The bulk of his career was with many doubters at his former club. Clue number 3. Became an all-round midfielder. You might get it on this one. Clue number 4. LGBTQ plus controversy.
Henderson.
Who was that?
Me, Danny.
All right.
That one, no hair. What a horrible little man he is. Greedy little bugger.
Who's it? You say, sorry?
Jordan Henderson. As soon as he signed for that company, he got all of his rainbow laces and burned them.
Yeah.
700 grand a week. He said, fuck him. Scumbag. And then he's come out of that list of excuses, hasn't he? Shut up.
Lee, what do you think?
Henry Winter pulled him up on that. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that one. Yeah.
All right.
Good interview.
All right, clue
and
number
then
5.
one of the Arsenal ladies called him out as well recently or yesterday for something.
Yeah. Clue number 5, lifted the Champions League and the Premier League. Yeah. So everybody's getting 3 points today, on and off. So well done, Danny. He got the 3 this time. The scores are getting interesting. So let's go to the scoreboard. Lee's 29 now, moved up. Melvyn moved up a little to 24. Danny, 29, just like Lee. Mike, 34. James, that was a good month for James. 20, 30, 40, 44. So he's 10 ahead with the beginning of March coming up here.
That's where it all goes wrong there, James.
Yeah, I know.
Out of all the cups.
Yeah.
All right.
Arsene James settings. Here we go.
Right, Arsenal question, fellas. Question 29 out of 38. So let's crack on. Clue number 1. Came to solve a big issue at Arsenal.
What, say that again, sorry?
He came to solve a big issue at Arsenal, Lee.
Right.
And you'll agree when you find out who it is, because everyone was pining for this profile, and then they got this guy. Anyway, clue number 2, it didn't work out at all.
Granit Xhaka.
Okay.
Didn't work out?
And I was started to say that before the second clue began.
You got that delay, that well-known 8-second delay as host. I'm definitely not Mike.
I'm going to go
saying
down
hell
and say no because
I think I know who it is, but yeah.
I don't think
it's
it's
not,
check or someone like that.
It's not Xhaka.
No.
Yeah.
Because that worked out in the end. You can't say that it didn't work out in the end. So.
Yeah, but not at the position that everybody thought he was bringing.
Oh, shut up, Mike. You're wrong.
Yeah. I know. I think I know who it is, but I'll wait.
All right. He's backpedaling, but too late now. Clue number 3. Particular, listen to this one. A particular animal in a particular shape.
Oh, no. No, I don't think it's who I thought it is then.
No, it's definitely not what I've got.
Clue number 4. He was much better at Everton.
Franny Jeffers, Fox in the Box.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yes, very good.
Fox in the Box. That's what we wanted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wanted a Fox in the Box.
Yeah.
We still do, don't we?
Yeah, no kidding, yeah.
Granny Xhaka. Oh, yeah.
It made sense after one clue. We were all dying for a defensive midfielder.
All of a sudden, all these Swiss people in the chat are just leaving here at the moment.
All right. So that was Franny Jeffers. Clue number 5 was FJ. Okay, question 30. World football. Clue number 1. I thought he was coming to Arsenal, but he went to Saudi Arabia.
Neves.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good shout.
That's a great shout.
But was he ever coming to Arsenal, though? I've never... It's just linked, weren't we? But who else has gone from Saudi Arabia to...
Is the only probably decent
No, you could have Firmino as well. Because we all said we want a striker. And he was available on a free. I've gone for Neves because I like Neves the most out of all of them that have gone to Saudi.
I'm not agreeing with that because we wasn't really linked with him, was we?
I think we were. I'm going for it. I think we were linked with him.
All right, Danny, Mike.
Trying to think of who went to Saudi.
Benzema. Fuck.
No, I'm going to think it's Malcolm because we were linked to him for ages and he's gone over there, isn't he? So I'm saying no.
Okay.
No, we didn't get him. God, dear.
We was linked with Benzema quite a bit, weren't we?
Yeah, I think it's Benzema. I've jumped too early again.
Yeah, I think it could be right.
All right. So clue number 2, a modern day powerful player. Clue number 3, nearly went to PSG many times, but stayed in Rome.
Yeah.
Stayed in where, sorry?
Rome.
Oh, no, it's not Neves. Yeah.
Stayed in Rome?
Yeah. Clue number, nobody said his name yet. Clue number 4, Serbian, and clue number 5, double.
Oh, Savic.
Ah, Savic, yes.
Milinkovic Savic.
Yes.
Yeah, we were linked with him, weren't we?
Yeah, we was linked with him.
Player.
To play as an 8.
And he's gone to Saudi. I didn't know he'd gone to Saudi, though.
Yeah.
So was that -2 for JJ?
Yeah.
Oh, Mike sniffing a bit of blood there. Let he's sniffing like
anyone get the
It's March. It's the March. It's the March. My legs are running out. They're getting heavy.
Look at that. He ain't worried about anything else. He's still 2 points dropped. Yes, we'll have that.
All right. So question 31, Arsenal question. Clue number 1. Born in Granadero 50 years ago.
In what?
Granadero. I mean, excuse my pronunciation, but I can spell that for you. Granedero. Granadero. 50 years ago.
I don't even know where that is.
Yeah, me neither, Lee. All right, sounds like a Spanish island, but I don't think it is. Clue number 2, he was once fired for punching a fan.
Is it Nelson Vivas?
That sounds it, yeah.
Yes, he would be about 50, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
When he was manager of some team, wasn't it? He hit someone.
Yeah, I think it was him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with that. I think that's a good hit, that.
Yeah.
Does help that you know that that's Argentinian, I suppose.
I've just took a punt.
Danny, what you say?
I'm going to have to say I agree because I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Clue number 3, assistant at a Champions League club. Clue number 4, only Arsenal goal was against Derby. And this one's really good. Clue number 5, he went viral a few months ago for tearing his shirt off against Boca Juniors.
That's right, yeah. Remember that.
And all the tattoos on his back. Yeah.
Nelson Vivas.
The
famous Leeds goal he gave away, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, right at the back part, right at the last minute. Cost us the time.
That's right. I was there that night.
Yeah. Done everything but score.
Yeah.
Was he good for Arsenal? I never really watched him much. Was he good for Arsenal?
No,
he was decent, not great.
He
We loaned him to Inter Milan, and then I think
James, you got that one?
Yeah.
Was it a 3 or a 5?
3.
It was second clue, weren't it? After punching somebody, yeah.
It was 3.
I was like, who's a nutter that used to get MV? That's it. He was mad.
All right. Last one in the month of March. We're going to have to crack on a little quicker here, fellas. Question 32, clue number 1. One of the most successful MLS players.
Another MLS question.
You know this guy, though. Trust me.
I'm going to completely... No, I'll wait for the next clue, actually. I'll save myself.
Okay, clue number 2. His dad.
Right, Phillips.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say it after the first one.
Yeah, broke the record for the most number of goals in the season for New York Red Bull.
That was the quickest anyone has ever said the word right, Phillips. It should be a bonus point if he gets it right, I think. All right, Danny, Mike, and James, what you say?
Yep.
Yeah, yes. I'll back him, yeah.
Yeah.
I've already given him the points.
Okay, clue number 3, similar player to his dad. Clue number 4, his brother played at City and QPR. And clue number 5, New York Red Bull striker. Apparently, he was now a host of an MLS show. I don't watch the MLS, but
yeah,
he's
rubbish in America.
Yeah,
he's terrible.
He was out in Orlando, wasn't he? Mike? Did you see him, Mike? Not in Orlando, in Washington.
No, I didn't.
At the All Stars game. Was at the All Stars game.
Yeah. All right. Well, score
played,
check.
Lee.
Score check. We'll do this quickly. Lee's gone and got himself in contention. A bit of a long shot, but he's in contention. He's got 35. Melvyn, 10, 20, 20, 27. Danny, 33. Mike, 36. James has got a lot, 10, 20, 30, 47. So he's still a good ways ahead, but you never know. Let's crack on to April. We've got 6 questions left. This is a very good quiz. Loving it. Question 30.
Thank you, by the way, to Mike McDonald. Everybody give Mike his props. This is unbelievable.
He's the Dr. Evil of quizzes.
I can't even imagine how much time it takes to put one of these things together for
7 months.
Per quiz. Well, you crammed 7 months into like 6 days since I asked you to do this. So
Yeah. All right, fellas. Arsenal question. I think this one might go quickly. I don't want to give too much away, but based on something that was said earlier. So there's a little cheeky clue ahead of time. Question 33. Clue number 1. Very talented, but fell out of love with football.
Bentley.
Yeah.
Was
Not
that
you, Bentley.
Yes, in there with a 5-pointer as well, Melvyn. Get in there.
Is it
No,
Granny
someone went
Xhaka?
before me.
I
Someone
put
went
Bentley
before
down
me.
6 times. I put him down here.
It's Miguel Almunia.
All right. Was that? I heard Lee's voice.
I think Lee beat me to the punch.
Okay. So it's 5 or -2 for Lee. What do you think, fellas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I might say yes.
Go on then.
All right, that actually makes it very interesting if he's right, but let's find out.
Yes, right.
Clue number 2, first player to score a hat-trick against Manchester United.
Yes.
Clue number 3,
Thank
7
you,
England
Norwich.
caps. Clue number 4, 43-yard volley at the Emirates in 2008. You were probably there, some of you. Not for Arsenal, unfortunately.
Four
but-
game.
And clue number 5, played most of his career at Blackburn. Good footballer, David Bentley, but he
Very
stopped
good,
early.
man. Wrong time. Just the wrong time for him.
He turned down multi-million-pound contracts to retire because he retired at 28, 29. He said, I was offered money at Championship and Premier League clubs. And I said, no.
Fair enough. Get one
I
life.
thought it was younger than that. Was he 28, 29 when he retired? I thought he was a bit
Just guessing.
younger than that.
He could have been 50 for all I know.
Fellas, we've got to
I
crack
don't even
on.
know who he is.
This is question number 34. World football, clue number 1. He comes out in the spring. You're going to kick yourselves. Clue number 2. He was many that were beaten from long range by Matt Letizia.
Tim Flowers.
All right. I think I heard Flowers from Lee. I heard Tim Flowers from someone else. Was it
Yes,
James?
Me, yeah.
Who else called out?
It's just us
Can
two.
I get away with pretending that I did?
All right. It's 3-0 for Lee and James, right? Let's do thumbs up and thumbs down, the rest of you.
Should have said it the first one, to be
Oh,
fair.
Yeah. But I was thinking more of going like names like daffodils. I was going down that route.
I thought it was a duck player called Bulb or something.
Yeah, it's Rufus
I
Daffodil.
went too deep.
All right. So let's see if it's Tim Flowers. Clue number 3, England goalkeeper. Clue number 4, famous pitcher kissing Janar Gefjortoft on the lips. Clue number 5, won the Premier League. Won the first ever Premier League, I think, was it? 95 for Blackburn. Tim Flowers. Well done, Lee. James. 3 points.
We'll give you your flowers.
Yeah. 4 more questions, fellas. Let's crack on. Question 35, Arsenal. Clue number 1. Not everyone understood why we bought him. That wasn't because of his ability at all. It was to do with a positional situation. Clue number 2, a waster. In my opinion, most people probably too. He's had a decent career, but he's a bit of a waster. Clue number 3, always at the back post. Clue number 4, not a very team-minded player. Clue number 5, he's on his 3rd club since he left Arsenal, which was a very short time ago.
Aubameyang.
Yeah, Aubameyang,
Yeah.
that first one, we wanted.
We'd already had Lacazette.
Was that Lee?
I don't know.
No, it's Danny.
Danny.
I don't know if it's Aubameyang. It was we wanted him, didn't we? What was that first question?
Don't worry about it. Yes or no?
I'm going no then. Sod you, right?
Okay.
All right. Do that at your own risk because he's got it right.
Well, that was all the clues, so it was Aubameyang. Danny, well done.
No one knew why we bought him because we had just bought Lacazette the previous window.
That's it. Yeah.
We found out later that
I'm not having that. Well, we all wanted him. Like I'm not having that clear. That's a poor clue, Mike. I'm sorry to
Didn't say we didn't want him. It just said no one knew why we bought him.
Well, we all know why we bought him. We needed bloody goals.
I mean, fair point.
But that was when Wenger stopped having a choice in who got bought, and he got told who was getting bought, weren't it?
Yeah. Oh.
Anyway, we got
three clue, Mike.
We got 3 questions. We've got to respect the marathon here. So let's crack on. This is the last one in April. Question 36. World football. Clue number 1. Hero in the summer of 2018. Summer.
Luka Modric.
Okay. He's gone for it.
Why would he be a hero, though?
Yeah, because they didn't win, did they?
No, that's fucking true.
Thumbs, fellas.
No, not for me.
Now we all know how Mrs. Feinberg feels.
I keep thinking.
Well, to be fair, he was a hero to them for getting them to the final, though.
I kept. He was a hero because he kept the Croatian president on the television every game. But I kept thinking the final was England and Croatia.
Danny,
because I stopped watching it.
No.
Okay. Well, big 5 if he gets it.
Yeah.
Clue number 2. Zinchenko just beat him.
Oh.
Clue number 3. Seems to play much better for his country than his club.
Jordan Pickford.
Yeah.
Clue number 4. After he retires, he should take that left foot to the NFL to be a kicker.
They didn't win it either, though.
And clue number 5, he's a keeper. So Lee's right. He doesn't get points for it, but it's Jordan Pickford.
Because people jump in too quickly because they want to finish the quiz.
He's got to be probably one of the worst Premier League goalkeepers for the last 18 months. Still starting for
He
England.
played for England. They don't have to play for England, though, do you? Harry Maguire don't even play. This is ridiculous. Anyway, let's get on with the quiz, eh?
All right. I've got a quick score check here. I've got Lee 44, Melvyn 31, Danny 39, Mike 37, James 10, 20, 30, 40, 53. So it's not technically over yet, but it's very close. 2 questions left.
I want this to be like an F1 race where the race for 3rd place right now between me and Danny is where the camera will be focused.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
already know who's going to win, but it's the race.
Hang on, I could mess this completely up.
All right, let's go.
Lee could actually technically do this. He could actually win, but all right, here we go. Arsenal question, question 37. Clue number 1. Played for both sides and the team out west too.
Gallas.
Okay.
Oh,
that's quality.
Brilliant. I like that.
Yeah,
and he's won it.
Yeah.
Oh, postcode.
Yeah. Well done, James. You tosser.
All right, let's find out if it's Gallas, fellas.
He's broke his duck.
Could be -2 here.
Yeah, could be. He could have thrown it back in Lee's court. So, all right, clue number 2, get up. Clue number 3, number 10.
Yeah.
Clue number 4, Birmingham away. And clue number 5, French centre-back. And officially, James, if I had some confetti, we would toss it in the air to say you've won the first time you've ever been on this game.
Deservedly so as well, James. Deservedly.
Thank you,
I'm
guys.
to blame. I'm to blame. I spoke to James yesterday. He'd never played this game. I gave him a few clues. Honestly, I said, "Look, this is what you got." Didn't we had a chat yesterday? Didn't we?
You explained to me the rules.
I
James
explained
has
the
a
rules. What did I
photographic
do that
memory.
for?
He has
Why
a
did I do that?
photographic memory, and he looked through every single player that's ever played football.
All right, Mike, do you want to do the last one quickly?
Yeah, let's do the last one.
Let's do the last one, fellas. This is world football. Last question. Clue number 1: contract on a napkin.
Oh.
This is world football, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I think I've heard this.
I've heard this. This.
Clue number 2: I thought he would be a one-club man. Clue number 3: my bedroom as a kid. My bedroom
what?
Messi.
My
Messi.
bedroom. My
Messi.
bedroom as a kid, yeah.
Messi.
Yeah.
I was thinking, David Spunky Floor, but I think that's the right one.
Keep that quiet, please. All right, votes. James said Messi. He doesn't know. My bedroom is very neat, actually, but he's
That's what I was thinking, but does it really matter at this point? Wait, hold on, Danny. What are you saying?
It's the next clue: growth hormone injections.
Yeah. All right, Lee, what do you say?
Yeah, I think it's Messi. I've got there's something about that, so I'm going to agree with that.
Who got that one? Who guessed Messi? All right.
Me.
Of course, it's fucking James. He's moonwalked over the finish line, the bastard.
Yeah,
he's already won it and still getting it right.
I'm banned from the next quiz, I know, but yeah.
All right, let's see if it's Messi. Clue number 4: the best. This is my opinion, but the best at least 4 aspects of the game of football. And clue number 5: probably the best player of all time. Well done to James.
Miguel Almunia.
Yeah, who ended with he won the Premier League today. He was 61. Lee got second with 46. Got himself some Champions League. Danny got Europa, 41. Mike was swimming around with Crystal Palace in 39, and Melvyn, unfortunately, is what's going to happen to Luton Town probably in January.
Or Chelsea.
Or Chelsea. 33.
I had that little purple patch, though, where I thought I might actually be in this one. Can you guys collectively, between the 5 of you, take about 45 seconds, and then I'll be back to do some housekeeping. I'm doing some other housekeeping right now.
Mike's having a wee. Oh, there he goes. So you're going to come back again, James?
So he nudges us and then does that to us.
If I am invited, I would love to do another.
You don't win anything.
I thoroughly enjoyed that.
No, I'll tell you what, James, you was very, very good. Some good knowledge here. I have to say that. Hold my hands up to you.
I'm like the Preston North End of this quiz.
James, this is I'm going to send that in the mail.
Oh, I'll take it. That's lovely.
That's your trophy. All right.
I'll be
over to the pond in June next year. I'll find you somehow.
Yeah, that's class. That's a nice piece. I'll take that.
Yeah. This geezer, they think he's died, but he actually lives in my house. He's from Memphis, you know.
Yeah.
How did you sort your internet out? What did you do?
Well,
turned it off and on again.
Yeah, Elon Musk moved next door, and he came over and helped me out. You know, America, small country. You know.
Yeah.
No,
I drove like 10 minutes from your house without even realizing I was 10 minutes from your house about a week or 2 ago. So we'll have to visit when next time I'm down in Tennessee. Mike, as Aditya points out, fantastic quiz. Round of applause for the quiz master.
Oh yeah, fantastic quiz, Mike. Got to say that. Well done.
I enjoyed that.
Brilliant. Thanks again.
As
always.
Not just because I won, I actually thoroughly enjoyed that as well.
I apologize to the chat if you've had some cracking comments in there. We've had the kind of the chat turned off so that no one would be cheating. But thank you for everybody that stuck around. We've got 111 in live chat right now. Hope you enjoyed that quiz, and anyone for the low price of 140,000 quid a week can get Mike to write you one for your personal podcasts. So we've got some housekeeping to take care of. First of all, Melvyn and James, you'll enjoy this. You're used to this. We're gonna ask the 4 questions right now. the 4 questions we're trying to ask of all of our guests who are joining us on this Pod-A-Thon. And we really do need to whip through these. The 4 questions are your top 6 in any particular order, your Ballon d'Or winner, the first coach in the Premier League to get sacked, and some surprising thing that you predict will happen before the end of the footballing season anywhere in the world that isn't just an obvious thing, kind of either an unpopular opinion or a surprise out of left field. So starting with your big 6, we'll start with Danny and go around the horn and let's try not to turn these into talking points because there's other stuff we need to do in the next 15 minutes.
Messi, Newcastle manager. Strange point. Someone in the Premier League is going to get docked a huge amount of points. And what was the other one?
Your top 6.
Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool. I can't think past that. That's all I care about is top 3. Not Newcastle, not Man United, not Spurs. Yeah, I'm giving you 3. That's all I've got.
Well, give me the other 3. Who's going to rise up there?
This is terrible, isn't it? I'm going to put Man United and Spurs and Newcastle. All the ones I said aren't.
Yeah, you literally just said that. You just can't think of any other teams.
But they're the logical ones, so that's what I'm going with. I haven't got time to argue with my own logic.
I'll do this as quick as I can. Right, Ballon d'Or going to be Messi because he won the World Cup, so it's going to be a give. It's going to be the last one that he gets before he jacks it all in. Top 6, I'll say the same as my video, or otherwise it makes my video invalid and people won't want to watch it again. So I'm going to go Liverpool, Newcastle, Man United, Chelsea, City second, Arsenal first. We're going to win the league this year. You heard it here. And then the shock thing that you've said, I actually believe this year all 3 European trophies will be won by English clubs. So Villa will win
Man City.
Villa will win the Conference League. Brighton will win the Europa League. And the Champions League will be won by Man City. Sorry, but that's the one that they will win.
And your first manager to get sacked in the Prem.
Oh God! Well, I said to Danny on his show that we did together that it was going to be Moyes, but I don't think it's going to be him now. So I agree with. I can't remember which one of you just said about Eddie Howe. I think Eddie Howe might be on. Yeah, I think he might be on a sticky wicket there.
Yep, he's actually one of the odds-on favorites.
Yeah. They got Brentford, didn't they? After the break, that's not a given. And he's already dropped. He's already dropped 6 points. So
they've had a tough schedule, but they haven't looked. They haven't looked right in there. No. Lee,
Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Spurs, Aston Villa, Newcastle.
Okay. First manager to get sacked.
I hope it's him as well. Ting Hag.
Okay.
For the Ballon d'Or, I think Haaland, Champions League winner. I don't think Messi was doing great until the World Cup, if I'll be honest. And if they do give it to him, it's rigged. That's my controversial thing.
It's always rigged, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't
really pay too much attention to it. What was the other? Anything else?
Your controversial opinion.
That's my controversial opinion.
What, that the Ballon d'Or will be rigged? That's
rigged.
Not controversial.
It's rigged. All right, okay.
Ballon d'Or is rigged every year.
The 115 charges will be wiped away.
I'll let you get away with that one, but that's hardly a controversial opinion.
It shouldn't be. There should be some sort of thing, but I bet nothing comes of it. Yeah, okay. They're controversial. Nothing will come of it.
Can you say controversially you don't like North London forever, or is that too controversial?
Do you know what controversially?
That's not a prediction, though. That's not a prediction.
I know.
Quite like that, but I do know a lot of people that don't like it and won't admit to not liking it. There, that's a controversial.
I don't like it. Toss.
All right, Melvyn.
They should always come out to good old Arsenal. That's my opinion. But there you go.
Bit of tradition.
Yeah, I do like a bit of tradition, but
they can come out to that, and then right before the game, when they're in the huddle, do the North London.
Yeah, I just feel that we miss a trick with that. But that's I quite like it as it happens for the song.
Melvyn,
Right, Arsenal, Man City, Tottenham. I still think Newcastle do all right. Liverpool, and I think Villa might just nick it.
All right.
First guy to get sacked, Sean Dyche. Fancy he's going to go.
Not this week. Not this week.
No. Next week. I think that whether he deserves it or not, I think that it probably will be Messi. And a controversial thing will be probably we'll have to have ground closed down this year for celebrating too much.
Our ground?
Yeah, just us. All right. We'll have a couple of games banned
for over celebrating.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I like that, Mike.
Last but not least, Mike.
All right. Ballon d'Or. I think Messi will win it, but I'm with most of the guys here. I think Haaland, first year in the Premier League to do what he did, should win it. But it's all romanticised, isn't it? So I would say top six. City will win. Arsenal second. Brighton third. Villa fourth. Chelsea fifth. And Liverpool sixth.
Yeah. Stick to the quiz, Mike. Stick to quizzes.
Yeah, no kidding.
First manager to get sacked.
Wow. I think it'll actually happen on the same day. Sean Dyche and Ten Hag. I think they're both going to get gone same day.
Which announcement will come out first, though?
Sean Dyche.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what Man United are like with announcements? They take forever.
Yeah.
They take a very, very long time.
Controversial opinion?
That the season will end behind closed doors, but for another reason, I think it'll be another pandemic that will close.
Oh no! End of the high. That's what I like.
Yeah, on that.
Controversial.
Yeah.
Well, that's very controversial. Well done, Mike. It's very controversial. Bit like some of your...
You'll have to write more quizzes if it's a lockdown again, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need things to do, mate.
Yeah, happy to do that.
All right, so we thank you, Mike. We're gonna get you all out of here with your goodbyes in a little bit, in just a few more minutes. We are here to raise money for charity with Gooners versus Cancer, GoonersVCancer.com. By the way, if you're in the States and you just don't do things the same way that English people do with the V, and you do a VS and you do Gooners VS Cancer, it'll take you to the same page. I've arranged the internet just for that. So please come, continue to donate. Let's see how we're doing right now on the Pod-A-Thon week, which started on Tuesday. We have now raised $19,525 thanks to, or I'm sorry, 9,000. Geez,
that's a hell of a jump.
No, well, we're at 24,825 for the entire summer, which started at the beginning of the tour. But for this week, it's 9,525. Thank you so much for your donations. We're now gonna.
That gets you Declan Rice's toe now. That does that amount.
It does, and trust me, that's the giveaway at the end of the next.
I was just about to say, is that a prize?
Yeah, that's the prize at the end of the next hour. But we're going to draw the prize now for a Zenith coin, an Arsenal Zenith coin. I would probably pronounce it as a Zenith coin, but I'm going to do it the way that Sophie does, because these come from Zenith, which is a and let me show you what these look like, because they're actually quite interesting, cool.
You wouldn't want to be hit by one.
No, you wouldn't want to be hit by one in the corner or taking it, when you're preparing to be taking a corner. But the Arsenal Zenith coin looks like that. It feels substantial. It's very, very cool. It's an official coin of Arsenal, and you will win one of these, which were donated by Zenith via the Highbury squad and Sophie. So thank you so much for those. Let me go ahead and share my screen here so that we can.
They do a lovely range of coins of other stuff as well if you go to their website.
Yeah. Do they have any coins of actual money? I bought the flat with Zenith coins, by the way. It was pretty cool.
Well, I bought a £1 coin off them for $5, so I'm selling it on eBay for 10, but so far no luck.
All right, so I now have a headache from trying to figure that out. All right, so we're going to do the drawing now. Sorry for the technical elements of this, but it is a random draw. The draw has been completed, and the winner of the Zenith coin. Oh, I haven't shared my screen yet, have I?
Fix.
The winner of the Zenith coin is Milan Kriz. Milan Kriz. Thank you very much, Milan. Milan is from Nebovidi, which is, I'm thinking that's Czech Republic. Nebovidi is Nebovidi. Oh, wait, hold on.
Echo. Where's Nebovidi?
It is in the Czech Republic. So we've got an international winner, Milan. Thank you so much for your donation, and congratulations on winning the Arsenal coin. Let me go ahead and unshare this now. All right, so let's get you out on this. Mike, again, thank you so much for an incredible quiz, for all the hard work that you put into it, for the amazing work that you do for Gunnerstown, writing very sensible material. The positive needs and hopes column that comes out every week or after every game?
After every game, sir. Yeah.
It's amazing. You've got to read it. Go to Gunnerstown and follow Mike McDonald on Twitter. We've got the Twitter handles for everybody here. It's not easy to do this all. There we go. So Mike McDonald, you can follow. Anything else that you want to get out there or announce before we?
No, just again, very grateful for what you are doing. I don't know anybody else that would put this much effort for so long. That the whole Pod-A-Thon thing is quite incredible. So kudos and big thank you to you on behalf of everybody else that can't say it out loud there.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Melvyn, Steph and I are coming over in a month. I know I'll see you because that's just how it goes, and I'm glad that that's how it goes. So and I wanted to thank both you and Jerome for your donations. I saw those come through earlier. You're a great son. I really enjoy him. And Melvyn, you are doing a new podcast as well. You want to tell everybody where to find you and where to find your great podcast?
On Tuesday nights, I'm on the transfer show, or the Arsenal show, it's called sometimes. They change it from week to week with my son. It's Kieran. Do you know Kieran Lee? You know Kieran, the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
His show I'm on. It's really enjoy that. I've been on James' show, and I've guested on a couple of things. I'm just parasite, really, just going up like all these shows.
You're doing your own as well, are you not?
No, I'm not doing the hybrid thing's finished now. That hybrid matters, that's finished.
Oh,
Been up
okay.
to year 2006. Thinking of something similar for this season. Trying to put something together, but obviously I'll let you know if I do.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you, Melvyn. Lee. We'll see you again tomorrow on the on an hour with James and Cecil. We're going to be playing another game. You know, I just think of games when I think of you, and we're going to play a game I think that you played a couple of years ago with the Way Too Close picture game.
Yes, I've heard about that, like, you know, so I don't know I know what you're on about. Yep, so I'm looking forward to that.
All right, and as if we needed to know, Twitter, Lee Mark Judges, tell us where else you'll be appearing, and you know who you'll be hanging out with on the train next weekend.
Lee Judges TV, of course. Like, you know, we're doing lots of stuff over there now, trying to get that back up and going to as it was a little while ago. Obviously now the season started, and yeah, you know, Lee Mark Judges on Instagram as well, and all those sort of platforms. But I just want to say big up to you for doing this. I don't know how you do it, but you do it and you do it well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. James, it's you that just started podcasting again.
Yes, yeah, back on my own channel, like you rightfully said earlier, James Johnstone Football. And I just want to echo what everybody else says, Mike, as well. You know, I lost my mum in March to cancer, same day Reece Nelson scored the screamer, and all you guys supporting me with that as well, so I much appreciate it. But yeah, Mike, she would have loved knowing that I'd done something like that, to been asked to do something like this with yourself and everything. So thank you so much, man. I know you've done it out of memory for a lost one for yourself, so yeah, I'm really grateful that you asked me, man, so thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
And good luck with the rest of it as well. You'll smash it, man. Always.
And I just enjoy you so much. And the
thank you.
Who'd we lose here?
Mike's win.
Oh, okay. And again, I mean, he saw it turn 6 o'clock here on the East Coast and was like, boom, I'm out. So yes, thank you very much. And then Danila, it's been a long time. We haven't done our Sunday roast. It's not dead, guys. It's just been on hiatus for multiple months for various reasons, but
it's on a low light.
We'll get back and do it again, right, Danny?
Yeah, same. But I was same as James. My mum passed in March, and my brother passed 3 weeks ago. So I've been busy, spending money at bloody funeral directors, $5,000 each. Fuck's sake,
yeah,
scumbags.
Well,
yeah, it's been fun.
fun.
I enjoyed this, and you're doing a very good thing here.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, and that's it. That's again. We're tight. We're right on schedule. It is 11 p.m. In the UK, and we are moving on to hour number 6.
4, 7.
Hour number
8.
6. So thank you very much, guys. Hope you'll hang around and watch for a little bit, but thanks for helping to spread the word, for joining us, and for making the last 2 hours fantastic. And Mike, one more time, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Mike,
right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Mike. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for inviting us on.
Bye-bye.
Really
Good night.
Thanks, Mike. All the best. Thank you
Take
very
care,
much.
Melvyn. All right. So as we go into the next hour, we first bring in a new co-host for me. Not new, but for the pod. Owen, fantastic to see you. How you been?
Not too bad, buddy. Yeah, how you going? It's what, hour 6 now, is it? Your early stages, you're not even struggling yet.
No, I haven't even had to have my first Diet Red Bull or anything like that yet. But you've got a different background now. You're not sitting in front of that. What was that art? The piece of art that you had behind you for a while?
The giraffes and Thierry Henry, and there are a few different ones. Of course, new house. This is
what do you have?
new house.
What do you have against giraffes and Thierry Henry? Oh, that's right. It's the new house. All right.
Yeah,
So
but you might realize that I'm sweating. It's so warm here, man. It's
I'm telling you,
hot.
people laughed at me when I said, when we get the flat in Highbury, I want to get aircon installed. But I mean, it's these kinds of weeks that you've been having that. I mean, if I was over there, I'd be dying right now. I can't sleep when it's warm outside. But we've got a great hour coming up. It's going to be fantastic. We now have both guests who are here, so we're going to bring them right on and get right into it. And let me just get organized here a little bit. But our next guest, we have 2 more great guests, both joining us for the first time. So let's get right into the introductions first. He is a man who bleeds Arsenal. He puts an incredible amount of his time, effort, and energy into his fandom, into his support, and in his role into ensuring accountability and communication between the club itself and its supporters in his role on the board of the Arsenal Supporters Trust. I'm pleased to consider this man a friend as well, and have enjoyed spending a lot of time with you over the last few months. Welcome to the podcast, Akil Vyas.
Wow, what an intro. I think, Mike, I'm going to take you everywhere with me. You can do the intro every time.
I'll wear a clock around myself and be your Flavor Flav. I know you're too young to get that reference, but I'll be your Flavor Flav. It's great to have you. And the man who is now next to him, who Akil kindly introduced me to at an event last month that we will spend some time talking about. He's written about both club and international football in England for The Independent, The Daily Telegraph, and currently serves as the head football writer for The Times. A very warm welcome to the Gooners podcast, Pod-A-Thon, to Henry Winter. Thanks for joining us, Henry.
Hi, guys. Thanks for inviting me. It's brilliant what you're doing, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm enjoying it. And what makes it brilliant is the people that for whatever reason, I'm able to sucker on to coming onto the podcast. So I totally appreciate it.
I just want to echo that too, Mike, actually, because when you invited me, it was like 1:30 in the morning in the UK. I think you even said reply tomorrow, don't worry. But my son had just woken up, so I was in a little bit of tea, but it was a little bit of a dazzle.
We're going to discuss why he woke up or not.
Well, did a massive poo. Massive Tottenham, shall we say? Yeah, that's don't know what he ate at nursery that day. But it was, I just thought it was just a bit of a podcast. I didn't realise the amount of work that goes into it. I looked into it about 10 minutes ago as I was waiting. And honestly, there's a lot of work that goes into this. So absolutely fair play to you. And, I'm glad, and I'm sure Henry is the same, I'm glad we can play a very, very small part in it.
Well, it's a privilege, and yeah, it's a lot of work. But as it's going along, I mean, there's nothing more fun than talking to great people and doing great things to raise money for a great cause. So, speaking of that, a little bit of quick housekeeping. Shout out to the chat. There's 110 of you in live chat right now. I appreciate that. We are raising money for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society through Gooners v Cancer. At the bottom of the screen is a scroll that will tell you how to donate, where you can go. You can win prizes. We have something in the order of about 21 prize draws remaining. We've done 4 already. We do one at the end of each segment, and you can donate. You can contribute to a nice cause. It's tax deductible where that's allowable by law. And we hope that you'll do that and that you'll keep watching us on the podcast. So we have so far raised during the Pod-A-Thon itself and the week leading up to it, we have raised $9,565, which and so we're getting really close to that $10,000 number. We appreciate it, and we're absolutely smashing our goals right now. So let's get right into it. For all 4 of us, there's a number that means something important, and it's the number 35, strangely enough. For me, that's the number of years ago I first stepped onto the terraces of the North Bank and fell in love with Arsenal Football Club. Henry, I believe that's about how long you've been writing about football professionally. I don't want to age you, but somewhere in the mid-30s?
Yeah, unfortunately, you might need to stick a 0 on the end of that.
Well, maybe it just feels that way, but no, 35. And then for Akil, you were born 35 years ago, right?
Yeah, I had to check that. I thought I was 34, but yeah, no, you're right. I'm 35. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe you hadn't had your birthday this year, but yeah,
No, I have. No, it's fine.
Well, Owen just likes Alexander Zinchenko, so that's why that's why 35 is important to him. But recently, Henry, we learned that 2 Arsenal players, Bukayo Saka and Martin Odegaard, were voted onto the 467-person shortlist for the Ballon d'Or. And of course, as was mentioned earlier in the podcast by Jules Laurens and Gab Marcotti, they mentioned, well, the Ballon d'Or voter, deservedly so, in the UK is Henry Winter. So we're really pleased to have you on here. You might not be able to tell us who's going to win or even who you voted for, but I mean, do you happen to know, and if Bukayo's going to win it? I mean, can we?
I know nothing. I can't talk about it. It's funny. It's this time of the year I get rung up by particularly French newspapers. In fact, loads of newspapers, and say who's playing well at the moment. You can't. I mean, it's just where we're all incredibly privileged is the football that we're seeing, and as you say, 35 years. I mean, the depth of talent that you're seeing now, the quality of football, slightly allied to the quality of the pitches. The academy strength, Hale End, Akil and I've talked about sort of Hale End, the quality coming through there. Wherever you go, there's fabulous talent. At the moment, I've just sort of pulled in at home because I'm midway between Poland and Glasgow covering England. And you look at this England squad, and obviously you guys will talk about Bukayo Saka quite rightly as a starting player for England. But you look at Jude Bellingham, there's so many of these, Phil Foden, there's so many of these fabulous talents. So just from a sort of broadening perspective and ducking your question completely, dropping a shoulder in a very sort of aged way, we're just privileged just to do this job and to see this great football, whether football fans, football journalists. I think it's a golden age. There are obviously so many issues, and Akil does brilliant work in terms of just leading the fight against the European Super League, against changes in kickoff times. I was talking to some Everton fans on the flight, and obviously when you talk to Everton fans, they've got loads of issues. But hasn't their game against you guys been moved? And they were talking about, and one of them was saying, well, listen, I'm a sort of reasonably successful businessman, and this is costing me a lot of money. And so what's it then going to mean to, sort of other people who haven't got that sort of money? So, and Akil does brilliantly on that. And yeah, Akil, my sort of support for all the supporters trust in the country, and the AST do fantastic work. So, but I do think it's a golden age in terms of the football that we're seeing. I mean, when I came in, it was the year after Faisal. And it was grim. There were people walking out of grounds just having been beaten up, the violence, and just, domestically and internationally. And to see this football now and to celebrate a player of Saka's quality, of Bellingham's quality, and it'd be nice if Southgate played him in the right position. And also, and there's so many good young players coming through. So, yeah, we're lucky to do what we do. So I hope I got out of your rather searching question.
Well, no. Can I jump in and just ask a question of that, Henry? Which is, this year, more so than years past, you've touched on some of the players there that we're very lucky to watch, even coming from rival sides like Foden, Bellingham, Saka. To me, when I see the nominations list this year, what jumps out to me is the youthfulness of that list in comparison to maybe decades gone past. What is it about nowadays, about today's game, that it seems to be players in their early 20s are the ones thriving in the spotlight rather than players maybe in the twilight years of their career like we've seen before?
It's an emboldened generation. You see, say, the way how Marcus Rashford took on Boris Johnson and skewed him like a sort of reserve team fullback over child food poverty. You look at the way that Raheem Sterling and Danny Rose and others, Kyle Saka, have used their social media platforms for good. I just think it's a quite sort of not arrogant generation, but a confident generation. You know, Vinicius Jr., the way he stood up against racism. I really like this generation. You know, every generation is slightly snooty about the generation before and says they don't work hard enough, they haven't got our values. But actually, I think this England generation, and credit to Southgate and the academy system, there are no dickheads in it, if I can use the All Black phrase. And that is fantastic. And so they've got this dedication. You take someone like Bellingham. I mean, he's a colossus of a footballer. If you've seen him in action, but not only is he a fabulous player, he's also a really good human being as well. So I just think there is this, maybe it's the academies, maybe it's parenting, whatever it is, they're this just confluence of forces that are producing these players. And it's interesting when you talk to them, because clubs often want content, their own content. Arsenal want their own content. Tottenham want their own content. And they actually want the players pretty much just to talk to them or give them the big interviews. But actually, this generation, they will DM you. If I get something wrong, I'll get a message from a player. And I think it's brilliant. I love the way they're speaking out. They're speaking out of racism. They're speaking out on Rubiales, the idiots in the Spanish FA. I think they're a fantastic generation. So I can't remember what your question was, but so on the youth, yeah, I think the youth is, again, it's the academies, and also from a domestic perspective, credit to Gareth Southgate, because 11, 12 years ago, he went around the countries, went around the old school counties and said, it's not about trophies. It is about developing Spanish style players who can play smaller sided pitch, don't have some little kid in a shirt that's too big for him, standing underneath the goalpost that's that high. Let's develop it. And we are seeing the fruits of that, including with EPPP and the academies.
It's interesting that you bring up Southgate, and I want to continue on that trend. But I just real quick, can anyone remember the last time we had two Ballon d'Or shortlisters on Arsenal at the same time? I have the answer to this, but I had to look it up because I couldn't remember.
Henri Bergkamp?
No, the last time
Alexis Mesut.
No, actually, they weren't on this well, at least not during a year where they played the entire year for Arsenal. But 2009, Cesc and surprisingly Andre Arshavin were both on the short list. So it's a bit of a purple patch now to have two on there. And frankly, I think next year, if they keep playing the way that they are, we might have a third, which is William Saliba join us. But back to Southgate, Clive Palmer, beloved Clive Palmer, who was on hour 2 of the Pod-A-Thon, says, let's talk about Southgate. And this sounds like a compliment, but then it's a backhanded compliment in the sense that when you stay too long, it's natural to have people around you like. To me, actually, I don't think that's a compliment. I think it's pretty clear that his team selection, now you're giving him a lot of credit for certain things, but he's not getting that from many other people when it comes to the England setup right now. Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm his biggest critic, so I think when we go into press conferences, I'm almost on the sort of the naughty step. I've got huge admiration for Southgate because he's changed the culture of England. The players like to report. You saw it with Jack Grealish, you saw it Trent Alexander-Arnold early in the week. What are we, Sunday? So last week, they still, even though they're injured, they still reported St George's Park because they want to be part of that. The cliques have gone. There isn't an Arsenal table, a Manchester United, Liverpool table. I remember talking to Stephen Gerrard once, and he was absolutely convinced when he reported for England duty the first time that Gary Neville was going to be hiding behind a potted plant in reception, was going to ambush him. And I said, you're joking. And he said, well, no, there was that sort of atmosphere. There's, the tension between the clubs. Southgate, because he's got a very collegiate character. has sort of embraced that again with all the the issues of the things that he's done in terms of the England age groups. They're playing double the amount of matches. They're building up relationships. They're winning the under-19s. They're winning the under-21s. All of that is a great sort of confidence. My issue with Southgate, and it has been from 10 minutes into the second half against Italy in the Euro 2020 final, when Mancini just reacted quicker and Southgate didn't change his midfield, is that those key moments, the big managers react, and he doesn't do that. And so I've sort of I'm not a Southgate out, because I don't see anyone who can come in. And also the players to a man, they respect Southgate. But yeah, I just think it would just be the biggest shame in the sort of 30 odd years that I've been covering England if this generation of good people, good players, and not simply the quality, but the quantity. It's phenomenal, the depth. I mean, how many good right backs you got? Obviously, there were issues at centre half. You could argue there were. I mean, Ramsdale's a good number 2. You probably say it's a number 1, but there's an element of strength in depth there. There is no obvious understudy to Harry Maguire. Now Mason Green won't play for England again. So they're all those. There are individual issues, but England got strength in depth. Having said that, having looked at the French bench yesterday, they will probably get to the quarterfinals with their second string. So yeah, I just think Southgate, I don't think he's got the killer instinct when it counts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just going to jump in, Akil, and throw one over to yourself. Obviously, somebody that's been called up this time round is Eddie Nketiah. For somebody who was on the peripherals of Arsenal, many people thinking that he wasn't up to the level to even play at Arsenal. Now for him to be receiving the recognition for the performances of late to play for England and hopefully be handed his debut. How impressive is that for that sort of redemption arc that he's been on?
Yeah, I think that's obviously great. I think it's great for every young player in the country to know that form does matter. We've talked a lot about Harry Maguire, Jordan Henderson over the last couple of weeks, but I mean, to see someone like Eddie get in on current form, Eddie's played really well this season. Obviously, Gabriel Jesus has been injured, but if I look at that performance at Palace, I thought he was brilliant. I thought, he was obviously brilliant at Man United as well. So I think that's great. It's always going to be interesting. I think the first squad is potentially the easier one to get into. It's can you then sustain it? If you look at obviously someone like Bukayo Saka and Aaron Ramsdale, they obviously have. But we've had players get in and haven't quite sustained it. Emil Smith Rowe, for example, went back a level. And Ainsley Maitland-Niles, was in the England squad for a while and then wasn't even in the Arsenal squad. So I think it's all about sustaining it for Eddie. I don't think he's going to get sort of over. He's not going to get overexcited by this. I think he knows that this is probably a very nice week or two for him, but he'll know he's got a battle when he gets back to London Colney, because Gabriel Jesus is fit again and he showed it in the last minute against Man United. So I don't think Eddie's going to get too ahead of himself. But I think, of course, it's years of work. He made his debut 2016, 17 against Norwich when he came on and turned the game under Arsene Wenger. It's been a long journey for him, on loan at places like Leeds and got sent back as well and stuff like that. So he's had a long journey, so absolutely fair play to him. And just quickly on Southgate, you were saying, obviously I'm an Arsenal fan, but I'm also an England fan. And I think what's really just slightly frustrating me about Gareth Southgate is in those pivotal moments, as Henry said, it just hasn't gone for it. You think, when one up against Italy, home crowd, Wembley, we had more in there than we should have had there, but it was very much a massive home crowd. We just sat back, and you just, as the game went on, you just felt that there's an equaliser coming. And then in the last tournament against France, I think our boy Bukayo Saka had just gone and won a penalty, and then he got taken off kind of minutes later, and you thought, he's the one player who looks like he's making things happen. He's absolutely. I mean, if I was that fullback that night for France, I would have thought, thank God for that. Thank God Bukayo Saka's gone off, because I can now just take a little bit of a breather. So I just think, potentially Gareth was going for, a 1-1, take it into kind of extra time and stuff like that. But I just felt leave Saka on that pitch, because actually he can create you something. And unfortunately, Olivier Giroud went and scored the goal to knock us out. So it's just a few little moments right at the end, just a little bit of steel, a little bit of bottle. Easy for me to say. I don't have the pressure of managing a country, a club, or anyone. But it's just in those pivotal moments you just think, we were that close, just a little bit more. But
if I can add on Nketiah, a few of us spoke to him at St George's Park earlier in the week. I'd never spoken to him before. I didn't know sort of too much. I knew about his backstory, leaving Chelsea and all that, and the sacrifices that his parents made, and him going out on loan and the Thierry Henry connection and all that. But I'd never sort of spoken to him before, and I was really impressed with him. In fact, I was so impressed. I actually sent a text to someone quite high up at the club and just said, your player's come to England and done himself, his family, and the club proud. The way he spoke, he didn't duck any question. He spoke with insight, quite humorously at some points, particularly when he was talking about sort of Thierry Henry's number. And I was really impressed with him. And I mean, it's no real importance impressing me. But then if someone comes over as a good character, that's going to impress Southgate, and that in terms of his longevity with the squad, Akil's right. He's got to prove himself. But I actually think of that. He takes 3 centre forwards to Germany. Callum Wilson will go as number 2, probably Ollie Watkins. But I think there is a possibility of a position up for grabs.
Yeah, and Eddie, I can echo what you say. I mean, it's pretty rare that I have the opportunity to say, well, yes, I actually spoke to Eddie Nketiah in a media setting before Henry Winter did, but last summer when they came for the U.S. tour, not this past one, but the one before that, I was credentialed and had an opportunity to interview him in the mix zone after the game in Orlando. And I was interviewing him about the game in Baltimore, really, because he was just embraced by the American supporters, chanting his name, really rooting for the guy. And I asked him kind of how he enjoys playing in the States and whether the support. And he, like you said, he comes across as a real humble, hardworking, not one to get discouraged or start yelling that he deserves a starting spot on some teams and deserves minutes like certain other people that some of our supporters would have chosen to keep over him, but we recently sold. But the character, I mean, that's why he's an Arsenal player. Character, hard work, and that's what Mikel Arteta and they do are putting together at our club, are players with that kind of thing. And it's weird, but it's interesting to see this question going back to Southgate. Is Southgate's desire for a culture the thing that keeps Ben White out of the squad? And I'm guessing, knowing Dave, that he's talking about the fact that Ben White's always very outward about how he really doesn't care about football. It's a job for him rather than a passion. Do you think that has anything to do with it, or are there other football
with Ben White? I find it, and we have this. We talked to Southgate about this. We don't really get a satisfactory answer. We think, is there anything to do with what happened in Qatar, the fact that he came home, and then you look. Because we always have this debate with Southgate. Southgate always says he picks on form, and you go, well, why is Harry Maguire in there? And then probably the most informed wide player in the country with respect to Bukayo Saka was probably Raheem Sterling, certainly in the first 3 games of Chelsea's season, and he's not in the squad. So there's a hole in Southgate's argument there. And then you look at the centre halves. Maguire, okay, played right side. Ben White has just been consistently outstanding at right back. Right back, right centre half. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't understand the sort of Thomas Partey move at right back, because I thought it broke up, which was what a very successful, that sort of triangle of Saka, Odegaard and Ben White. There's a real instinctive understanding there. It was one of the Arsenal strengths last season. And I thought with Gabriel sort of fitting, Saliba and Gabriel's a good combination. I just think he's a good player. So look, if I picked an England squad, there were probably 72 people in it. And Southgate always slightly rolls his eyes when we say, why is so-and-so missing? He said, well, I can only take 26, 27. But I just think that I don't understand. I would love to give you an answer on Ben White, but I don't understand, because it's football-wise, he should be in there. Yeah, but I don't know any other reasons why not. People talk about he's not passionate about the game. But, if he's good,
do you want to win tournaments, or do you want? Yeah, I mean, at some point, it's not like he's a bad guy who's a good player, and you have a moral debate about whether to play him. He's, that can't be a reason to keep him out of the squad. And I just wanted to point out, thank you to Per Jensen, listening to my instructions from earlier very, very well. Instead of super chatting, he has donated to Gooners v Cancer, as so many of you have, and so thank you for the question, which I received right in the midst of Henry answering it. So we are a predictive we're a predictive show here. We know what you're going to ask before you ask it. I mean,
I have a question for you, Mike. You said you had credentials to get into the press last tour, but not, you didn't say if you did this tour. So what did you do to get those credentials removed?
My credentials were not removed. I was credentialed on this tour. I was not credentialed in DC because the MLS ran those, and frankly, I had. I'm going to make you feel bad now. I was so busy raising money for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society that it would have taken away from that to go to press conferences. But I did. I was on the.
I was just thinking. I mean, you weren't in New York either because you were in the coach with me in front of me.
Yes, and I would not have been media appropriate in that situation with my son
Henry,
yelling at me.
Mike was me probably 5-6 years ago on that coach.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
7 pints in.
With my 19-year-old yelling at me and rolling his eyes, but yeah, no, it just there wasn't enough room in the days to do all those things. But I did get a question in for Mikel and Gabby Jesus in the Los Angeles press conference, so I kept my streak alive.
I was just being smart.
No, I know because I should have had my credentials revoked after my phone alarm went off in front of Unai Emery and Granit Xhaka back in 2019. But if I didn't get them revoked for that, I don't know what I will. So. Henry, I wanted to ask you about 2 issues that you wrote about recently. One of them is Arsenal related and the other is not. Shockingly, in hour 6 of the podcast, we have yet to really go into much detail on this. So I'm glad to give you the ability to do so. But you've written about Declan Rice and his impact on the club, both before and after his game-winning goal a week ago against United. I mean, I think it's plain to see his impact, but from your perspective, what is the potential and the upside of this transfer and what it could end up meaning for Arsenal over the months and years to come?
You've got 3 players there. You've got someone who can shield the back 4. You've got someone who can develop into an 8, and you've also got a natural leader and someone who he's such a warm, outgoing person. I mean, I probably interviewed him 2-3 times for one-on-one. And look, just one. I'm not really telling tales out of school here, but with. He was at West Ham's training ground, and we had a sort of like it was during COVID. We had a sort of half an hour chat, and then he said, "Do you mind if I go now because I need to." There was a traffic issue, and he needed to get home to the other side of London. And he said, "I will contact you when I get home, and then we'll resume the Zoom." And I said, "Sure." I mean, we talked for 25 minutes. 25 minutes with Declan Rice because he's such a good talker, and you could probably use about 95% of his quotes. It's all it's JFK level of quality. And he and then an hour later he called. He said he found a quiet room. He had an England shirt behind him, and he talked. He is just so funny. He's so popular. I think if him and Grealish are probably the 2 most popular players in the England squad. And he's naturally warm. He's funny. He's an outstanding footballer. He's a leader. You can see how he cares, and he cares on the pitch. He cares about his teammates. He hasn't really got an ego as such, but he's strong. And again, I don't think I probably am telling tales out of school, but I wrote a critical piece about him and sort of tweeted as well when he had a go at the referee, and it was caught behind the scenes. The camera probably shouldn't have been rolling behind the scenes in one of the European games, and he had a go at the referee. And I just thought that Declan was a little bit above that, and he pulled me in the sort of backstage at West Ham, the London Stadium, and he said, "I saw what you wrote, sort of blah blah blah," and we just sort of, I expressed my position, he expressed his position, and then he just walked away with this huge, great Declan Rice smile on his face. He said, "Well, you are right." And, I like that about him. I like the fact that he just engages one-on-one. The fact that he's prepared to call me out. I like that with players if he thinks I've done something wrong. I like that interaction. And I'm just a journalist who sees him maybe bumps into him every other month with England or whatever. And you just think if you're working at London Colney and you've got Declan Rice coming in, he lights up your day. The sun comes out because he's one of those really, you just immediately warm to him because of his character. And as a footballer, he's exactly what Arsenal needed because he's a leader. He doesn't need the armband. He's just got that personality. And it's great to see him. I mean, risk of sounding like the opposition manager, I did think there was a foul in the build-up, but I just thought he took his goal well. And the fact is that Arsenal obviously working to get him into areas and to get him that shot and goal. So, and the thing about Mikel Arteta, and this was something that Eddie Nketiah was alluding to the other days, players really develop under him. And Declan Rice knows that in the next 2-3 years, he is going to turn into an absolute stellar, probably world-class talent because of his development, because of the coaching of Mikel Arteta.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there are players who kind of come across as being talented, but a little brash, a little arrogant, little self-involved with themselves. And I, without having any reason to say this other than just, you know, quick perception, I would have put Jack Grealish in that category. He just seemed a little more like a pretty boy and like you know, again, this is just like completely uneducated, but Declan comes across the complete opposite to me. And I'm sure you'll tell me I'm wrong about Grealish, but.
Well, you're definitely right about Declan Rice, but Jack Grealish is one of the funniest, most down-to-earth, genuine guys. Genuine guys you can meet. I mean, just because, you know, someone has a bit of a lifestyle and enjoys
Maybe
life.
it's just the hair. Maybe it was just the hair I was going, you know.
Yeah. He's hilarious. He's got an absolute brilliant sense of humor. And what you often don't see, I mean, okay, the cameras pick up on it occasionally of players going over and giving their shirts. Players do that all the time. I mean, if you go to, you know, you've only got to go any event behind the scenes and you just see how much work they do, whether it's making phone calls to six kids, whether it's hospital visits, they just do that. And Grealish and Declan Rice just do something. I mean, I did a couple of community pieces with Declan Rice at West Ham, and his heart and soul, you can tell when someone's a little bit of fraud and is going through the motions and was almost reading a club script on why they're attached to this good cause. Declan Rice is genuine.
I love it. I love it. And we're going to talk in just a minute, in case anyone was wondering, about the Arsenal Supporters Trust. There's a great reason to talk about that, and also a connection to our both of our guests that are here, of course. But the other thing I wanted to talk to you about before that, someone else who I recall watching in the players' tunnel on TV, messing around with his hair and looking like he was all concerned about things, and I laughed about it at the point. But now we're talking about him for a completely different reason, and that's Jordan Henderson. You were very strong in your words about Jordan Henderson recently. Used some harsh words, which I tend to agree with, about his recent kind of escapist maybe comments about his move to the Saudi Pro League. And in case anyone missed that, can you kind of fill us in on the gist of what he said, why he came out with those comments in the first place, and your take on the issue?
He did an interview in The Athletic in which he said that he wasn't going over there for the money. He was going over there because he wanted to help develop the game, which I don't think anyone was really going to buy. So obviously going over to Saudi. So there are three elements to it. First, I don't buy that. So just be honest and say you're going for the money because you want to set up, you know, the next 10 generations of Hendersons. You know, at least I think people would respect your honesty in saying that, if not completely understand your initial motive in the first place. But then the hypocrisy of having stood shoulder to shoulder with the gay community, worn the rainbow armband, worn the rainbow laces, and I genuinely believe he felt genuinely about that. But then to go to Qatar, I think Jill Scott was talking about it on Channel 4 last night. You know, she feels let down by him because she wouldn't be welcome in the country where he's now playing. And the third reason, football, if I can bring football into so many other issues that we always talk about, I don't think the standard of that league, even with the influx of the talent that we've seen, Benzema, Ronaldo, players like that, Ruben Neves, 26-year-old going there, which is you know, an interesting development. I just don't think he's going to be in peak condition to compete against the French midfield in the Euros. And I think Portugal have got 3 players there, so it might the standard might sort of improve a bit. But I think they're increasingly sound footballing reasons to leave him out the England squad. And I think going to Saudi might accelerate that process.
Would he have been better off just not giving the interview in the first place? And I mean,
he had to. I think he had to address it at some point. I've got no problem with that. But you know, if he really wanted to develop the game and it was all about putting something back into the game, then go to Sunderland. You know, he started out there. Sunderland as a team he could go back to his boyhood club. What a fantastic thing to do, to have, that's field of dream stuff. So taking them, up it back into the Premier League. I think if he'd done that, his reputation would be even more enhanced, because Jordan Henderson is a good guy, but I just think this has just damaged his reputation. I mean, I did pieces with him, as a lot of people did, during lockdown when he was doing Players Together, and you would talk to captains of other teams and they would say, Jordan Henderson is an absolute machine trying to get all this money raised for the NHS. And one of them rang him and just to sort of sort out how they could get their club, their Premier League club, to sort of generate money to go into this fund. And Jordan Henderson was at home, high speed on the running machine, but he had his sort of pods in. And he was just doing that. And that sort of sums Henderson up. Commitment to his profession, commitment to helping the NHS. His cousin, frontline nurse at Sunderland Royal Infirmary, or the main hospital there. So I think that was all genuine, which in a way, when you put yourself up there genuinely to support the causes, back the NHS, back the gay community, and then particularly from the gay community, they must feel so let down by him.
Yeah, I would imagine. And yeah, I mean, it's not like he's some sort of pantomime villain or awful person or anything like that. I mean, people have said what they've said about Cristiano Ronaldo for years, and much of it probably isn't true, but he's always kind of been the villain card. I don't think it surprised anybody when he was the first guy to go over for big money to Saudi Arabia, and it just kind of fit with Jordan Henderson. It's stark in the fact that it doesn't fit. Akil, was that you raising your hand to come in?
No, so it was just me flicking something away. But no, just on that, I mean, I think with Cristiano, I just think he had such a fall from grace in that year or two that probably there was no European club that wanted to touch him, because I reckon he would have loved another Ballon d'Or or two, but there was just probably nobody that wanted to touch him. I was going to say that obviously, you guys were there. We had Bakary Sagna at ASC20, which was our 20-year anniversary, and he was asked about it, wasn't he? And he was very honest and said it's obviously for the money, but there was something that he said that kind of has stayed with me, and he said, like, if he had his time again, would he go? And he said if it was towards the end of his career, he probably would, purely because he can then build schools, build hospitals, build all this kind of stuff in his local villages and his local town and stuff like that. Which just makes me think that, will we see potentially players like, if Samuel was here, then, certainly kind of the African players who we know, there's been the likes of Drogba, Essien, who have done lots and lots for their community back home. We've had Kanu, who has done lots and lots. So it's kind of a sense of, will players like that potentially want to go there just to help their hometowns? I just think it's an interesting dimension because, I think Samuel was trying to say people aren't looking at Saudi for Saudi, they're looking at what can they potentially do in their own hometown, which is a different take. I'm not saying Jordan Henderson looking at that, by the way, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, and you watch a lot of the Saudi Pro League, I know, right? I mean, you watch the second division games.
Oh yeah, huge fan. Al,
yeah.
one of the Al's, just a big Al fan.
Yeah, I mean the it's like being a City fan. Well, which one? City. But the quality of the football. And, you look at the starting 11s and there's 3 players whose names jump out at you, sometimes 4, and then the rest are everybody's got to start somewhere. If you're building a league to be, I mean, if you believe that they're building a league to try to be competitive amongst all the top leagues in the world, it takes time, but you also have, you have to build from the bottom and the top, not just the top. Trickle down soccernomics or footballnomics isn't necessarily going to lead to competition. But what do you make of the whole kind of competitive landscape of that? Do you think this is a stunt like it was in like it ultimately turned out to be in China?
One thing about just one thing about Saudi is that they are a pretty committed football country. Yeah. Because of the age, and was it sort of 3/4 of the country below the age of 30? It's a very youthful country. I mean, I covered Saudi Arabia, Belgium in Washington, D.C. in '94. And I was at the Independent at the time, and they said, well, probably nothing will happen, but just go and cover it just in case there is. And then Said Aouar, the Saudi Arabian player, picked up the ball and sort of dribbled through the Belgian defence and slipped the ball past Prudhomme. And and you saw Saudi and their supporters in Qatar. Okay, it was an easy journey for them to make, but they're bigger roots, shall we say, in Saudi. So I wouldn't sort of dismiss them like that. And look, my brother's an imam, so I've been through sort of certainly parts of the Quran trying to understand it, and there's a lot, there are bits I don't agree with, and that's maybe sort of influencing some of my sort of thoughts on what Jordan Henderson's done. But then you look at the reaction to the Saudis taking over Newcastle United, whenever it was 2 years ago, it was back page. If there were questions in the house, now if there was a similar takeover by the Saudis of an English club, I don't think there would be such heat. So it is. But I'm just not personally, but I'm just disappointed with Jordan Henderson because I thought he was above that.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it's I think the second part of what football is evolving into is that players like and I've got my own issues with him as a character, not a footballer, but when we're holding Kylian Mbappe up as the poster boy for morality in modern day football, we know things have maybe taken a wrong turn. The powerhouse that football, European football in particular, is a joke without a country, a nation state coming in and throwing buckets of cash, endless buckets of cash. Back to your question, is this a stunt like China? I don't think so, because it's too sustained, it's too targeted. I think what they're trying to do is bring some eyes before maybe trying to develop the infrastructure at the bottom to have that trickle effect of players coming in. Jordan Henderson in particular, I think the thing that hurts is if you were to look at a certain type of player, let's say Alan St. Maximin. I don't know him as a player, but as a character, you can tell the type of person that he is. But with Jordan Henderson, it seems so out of character. And I know what Akil was saying about players like Oscar from Brazil, who has sustained an entire village that he grew up in with the money that he earned from that move to China. Players like Didier Drogba, who built hospitals back in his homeland. But I'm not sure Jordan Henderson's going to be going back to Sunderland and throwing up hospitals all over the place. I'm just not sure that's what's happening. So it hurts more because he seems like such a man of the people and somebody who was, as you said, on the sort of good guy side of the game. When you look at his midfield partner, James Milner, you'd say he made probably the more moral move to end his career than to do what Jordan Henderson did.
Yeah,
totally agree.
So let's make sure that we talk about a very important element of this, and frankly, the reason that the four of us are all sitting here together, specifically my introduction to Henry Winter, that came last month at a pretty amazing event, an event that was the brainchild and the plan child, I'm making that a word, of our very own Akil here. And first of all, congratulations on Arsenal Supporter Trust 20th anniversary and the 20th anniversary event. From my perspective, it was an event that went off without a hitch. And if there were hitches that were happening, they certainly weren't apparent to anybody. But please, if you would share with us, anyone who doesn't know, a little bit about the Arsenal Supporters Trust in general, your history, your mission, your evolution, your impact, and then we'll talk about the event at the Emirates last month, which was fantastic.
Sure, yeah, of course, thank you. Thanks for the platform as well. So, I mean, the AST Arsenal Supporters Trust started in 2003, obviously, 20 years. And it started, it was a way of representing sort of supporters and fans, but from a shareholder perspective. So at that time, it's not how it is now. There weren't many owners, single owners of football clubs. It was shareholdings. So Arsenal had a couple. Danny Fisman was sort of the biggest, and then actually the Arsenal Supporters Trust were actually the third biggest at one particular time, by basically getting minority shareholders all together as part of the Supporters Trust. So they had, 7% at one stage. Arsenal Supporters Trust themselves had shares in Arsenal. And it gave them a voice, ultimately gave them a voice, you know, from having one share to having 7% collectively, you had more of a voice. At that time, it was very different. You could probably, you know, the AST would have a coffee with David Dean probably every month or so, would meet directors, you know, Keith Elderman. These are people Henry would have come and, you know, seen a lot of, and I think Henry will tell you too, they were a lot more approachable at the time. And maybe football was like that. Football was approachable. But that kind of continued, and obviously that was when Arsenal were having their most successful part. You know, it was the year before the Invincible. So on the pitch, there was kind of nothing to really worry about. But off the field, there was lots going on. We were seeing, you know, Roman Abramovich come in. We obviously saw Man City a few years later. We had the move to the Emirates. We had all that self-sustainability model and stuff like that. So there was certainly a need for a supporters group, a supporters trust. The AST is a registered society. So basically registered to the government. We give our accounts into Companies House. We're a demographic society, so everyone who's a member has one vote. And you know that could be on anything. I remember one of the hardest things I've personally ever had to do was when we had to survey, and we generally stay. The Arsenal Sports Trust is predominantly off the field. It's about ticketing, safe standing, crowd engagement, all that kind of stuff. We'll never say if Kai Havertz should play or Tommy Parker should play right back. But
I just got the Survey Monkey email about you know whether Gabriel should have come back in the back four from the Arsenal Trust. That wasn't you.
Exactly, you missed that one. but the biggest thing we had to do, because our members were talking about it, was unfortunately Arsene Wenger. You know, it came after many years, and I remember that was one of the biggest votes we did. We asked our members, what do you think is sort of should move on, stay? Well, you know, and I remember I had to go on Sky Sports News and pretty much say 78% of AST members think it's time for him to move on. And someone who, if you look at my back, I've got loads of Arsene Wenger memorabilia and all sorts, and you know, I've met the man many times, and it was hard. It was hard, but that's what representing a trust is about. It's not about what I feel, it's about what our members feel, and that's the whole point of one vote. So that's kind of how we are. We've evolved over time, because obviously Arsenal now is owned by one person or one company. All those shareholders were unfortunately compulsory purchased out, so we didn't have a choice ultimately. We had to sell our shares after Mr. Usmanov sold his. And ultimately, you know, the Arsenal Sports Trust doesn't own shares anymore, but it's still a powerful voice. I think we saw that in the Super League, where we were pretty much everywhere, from, you know, all over the news to meetings with the Prime Minister to, you know, supporting this whole football regulator, which if it comes in will be absolutely massive. So
to a conference call with Josh Kroenke where you you made yourself a little famous, I think.
Conference call with Josh, and you know, but that's the thing, that's kind of what we do, and we're still there. We'll still sort of support family. At the moment, there's lots around ticketing and stuff like that, which we're working on with the club. We'll always be there to try and represent fans the best we can. Very difficult, because you can ask 50 fans a question, they'll all come with different answers, but you know, that's our job. So we've evolved over the time, but absolutely still there.
Yeah, and the importance of the supporters trust is incredible. I mean, whether you are, I mean, you're independent of the club, of course. You have to work with the club. It's important to have good relationships with the club. I can tell you, and perhaps this had much to do with the fact of where this event was located. But there was a lot of club representation there, from levels all the way as high as Vinay, Venkatesham, to Kate, to Mark and the supporters liaison, to Stu, and just really good. It was a very nice evening, because and I know it was a bit more celebratory than the normal AST meeting would be. It was a little less about policy and more about enjoyment, and I get that. But it was just a really special event that we were fortunate enough to be in town for, and I wanted to
you know, the club have always been supportive over stuff like that. They've always, you know, we've always tried to have them at the Emirates, because we feel we should. That's our home ground. That's where, you know, people love to visit. And credit to Vinay, he's been to pretty much all of our events there. We do an event every year. We raise money for the foundation and stuff like that as
Absolutely.
well. But those events are huge for us, and yeah, we absolutely get a good turnout. We obviously had the Community Shield there, which was quite nice as well, having only won it at Wembley two days before. So yeah, we do lots of that. We also do virtual stuff as well, you know, for overseas members, because Arsenal's global now. It's not, you know, it's not just a club in North London. It is all over the world, and I saw that when I came to America. You know, obviously spent a bit of time with you, Mike, and Washington and New York. It was just amazing. I think I've talked to you, Henry, about this as well. That just to see the levels of passion and support in those stadiums, in those pubs, in those, you know, having conversations with people who just have the same knowledge as you. You know, I'll be honest. When I went there, I thought there'll be fans, but I thought it would be a little bit like me liking the Golden State Warriors, for example. Yeah, I watch it every so often when I can, but it's kind of like, you know, but no, these people had the same knowledge as I had. They had the exact, they were asking the same questions. They were as obsessed as anyone about signings and stuff like that. And it just really opened my eyes to how global Arsenal is. And thankfully, we sort of have known that with the Supporters Trust, and we've obviously worked hard to make sure our overseas members get value too.
Well, thank you for making it accessible to people. I mean, and tell us how you can join. And again, if you thought it was something that you kind of had to be living in N5 or N7 to participate in, it is far from that. I've got my Arsenal Supporters Trust card, and you should as well. So tell us how someone could get involved.
Very simple. Just go to Arsenal Trust. It's just arsenaltrust.org. ORG, and you can sign up. It's about £20 UK a year, less than £2 a month. There you go, and yeah, people can just join up, and you can, you know, attend our virtual events if you're not here. But sometimes if you might like Mike, you might happen to be in London when we have an event on, which is, you know, even better. So I know you've made a few of them in the past as well. So yeah, absolutely join and have a voice.
Yep, it was fantastic. And if you don't mind, I'm going to play a edited version of a certain video that was taken that night that talks about the impact of the Arsenal Supporters Trust. And I've edited for length, and also just because the two people that I've edited down to, I mean, you can't find two better people to talk about the Arsenal Supporters Trust.
I think I can guess. Yeah, one was wearing a blue suit, and one was you.
Yeah. Here we go.
One of the things that's most important to me is keeping a close relationship with the club. And being able to be a part of these kinds of events, and you know, I know that the AFC has evolved and it's grown and it's changed with the differing ownership of our club, but to be able to come to events like this when I'm over keeps me connected to this club, and that's the thing that's most important to me.
Supporters groups like the Arsenal Supporters Trust, and congratulations on your 20th birthday, are so important for the game, because without you and other supporters groups, the game wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be in a job. The pyramid would be dead, because it was 2 years ago, just outside there, that you and your fans were protesting before the Everton game about the European Super League, which would have killed English football, which would destroy the pyramid, which would actually have unpicked a lot of the fabric of society. So it's vital. You're the early warning system, the first line of defence for, you know, some of the charlatans who want to come in and ruin our game.
Charlatans, Henry.
Yeah, my favourite band. Yeah, the music was so good. I thought, yeah, they're big football fans. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Was that the only one is that the Charlatans?
Yeah, they're great. He's brilliant. I had to off piece, but I had to do some DJ bizarrely in the Royal Albert Hall. I didn't have a clue what I was doing, but he was there, Tim from the Charlatans. So he said, you press that button there and put your headphones on and just sort of sway gently from side to side. Anyway, but look, what Akil does with the Arsenal Supporters Trust is absolutely huge. And the Supporters Trusts across the country, in some shape or form, there's one at every 92 clubs. And you are the early warning system. And because there are charlatans, call them what you like, who come into the game. And I think with the governance improving, with an independent regulator coming in, particularly if it's a top KC, we don't want a political appointment. We want someone who is going to come in and actually stand up to some of the owners, to some of the broadcasters, to the Premier League at times, because they are basically taking the mickey out of fans. With Akil mentioned it, with changing kickoff times at the last moments. The situation with travel in this system. I mean, I live in Peterborough, and I get the 23:33 train north, which is the last one north out of King's Cross. It's quite lively. It's known as the Vomit Comet even, and it is. But we just don't. The country isn't actually set up properly for all these, for football matches. So that, and you know what we're going to get? We're going to get an Apple are going to come in. There's going to be a streaming company that's going to come in, and matches going to be scattered all over the place. And you think you've got issues with kickoff times at the moment? You wait 2-3 years time, next television deal, maybe the one after that, it'll be an issue. So that's why the supporters' trusts are so important. My only criticism of the supporters' trust is that, and this is just a reflection on the inevitable tribal nature of club football in this country, is that they don't work more together. I know Akil sort of occasionally works with other clubs, and it was brilliant over the European Super League. But I think collectively, like the German fans, and I'm not lecturing the supporters' trust because they do brilliant jobs individually, but collectively, via the Football Supporters Association, we can stand up to kickoff changes, escalating costs. These things have to be set up to, because it's not my game. It's not Stan Kroenke's game. It's your game.
Well put. Well put. So a couple of quick things we want to do before we get you guys out at the top of the hour, and we'll bring in our next guest for a brief crossover. I'm sure everyone will want to say hi to each other, but at the end of each segment, we do a 4-question segment. For Henry, it's going to be 3 questions because I'm not even going to ask him to answer one of them. The 4 questions are your top 6, and if you want to choose other ones not to answer, that's also fine, but your top 6 in no particular order. The one that I won't ask you is your Ballon d'Or winner, the first coach to get sacked this season, and one surprising thing that you might not have expected to happen that you believe will happen in this what do we call it, season.
Top 6.
How many of those are you comfortable answering, Henry?
I'll ask what you want. I can't touch Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, I know that.
I'll go with what I went at the start of the season: City, Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool. I just think Potts might get Chelsea going, and then Spurs and Chelsea in those 2 there. I haven't got Newcastle in there, which is probably a bit harsh. Those top 4, I'm fairly okay with. So, what was your next one?
First manager to get sacked.
God, that's, what, I absolutely hate it when bookies do this, the sack race, because I've seen the human cost and the bruised pride. Okay, there's nice payoffs and all that behind it, but I don't want to see anyone sacked. I think we've got a good collection of managers at the moment. I think they're all. I mean, you look at Sean Dyche at Everton, and he's in there fighting, even though the results haven't been great. He's a good guy. He's fighting against the odds. Everyone thinks they've got issues with owners, but Everton are just, great club, similar to history with Arsenal, certainly going back a while. No, I don't. I won't do that. What was your third question?
Something that you think would surprise people if you predicted it now for world football this season. Just like either unpopular opinion of something that'll happen or something.
I think the rarest thing that will happen this week, and the most unlikely, it's the biggest surprise this season, is that we could get through a weekend without moaning about VAR. I just think that I understand why technology is here, and I've been a sort of advocate of it ever since I was in the Stade de France, and with great respect to Thierry Henry, I saw what happened to the Irish, Gallas as well. But I just think maybe if we invest some of the, was it 2.3 billion in the transfer window, maybe even we, invested a 0.1% into the quality of refereeing, that might actually then subsequently improve the usage of VAR. But anyway, I mean, that's absolute fantasy to suggest we might get through a weekend with.
And did that cut really close to you when he brought up the Thierry Henry thing? I mean, you're Northern Irish though, so come on.
No, it's actually just. Oh, geez, that's a touchy subject that we'll not get into right now. That's a podcast within itself, but it's just nice to hear somebody acknowledge that handball that everybody seems to overlook. Especially as an Arsenal fan, an Irish Arsenal fan, you can't really blaspheme Thierry Henry. It isn't received too well.
That's
Do
true.
you know what? The Irish were so good and non-complaining that night. If it had been another country, can you imagine the Spanish? Can you imagine the English? I would have been petitioning number 10, let alone you away from FIFA. You know, you handled it very maturely. Maybe if you stamp your feet a bit more.
Yeah, Akil.
Maybe so.
I got to say that's true. I mean, we're still talking about Frank Lampard's goal, aren't we? Against Germany.
Oh, God,
2-2 Lampard scores. It's a different game, and we're still talking about that now. And that was very different. It wasn't as blatant as the Henry handball.
No, well, it wasn't intentional. It was just a really bad call. Top 6, Akil?
Top 6. No particular order. Well, no.
No particular order.
No particular order for 1 and 2. City, Arsenal, City. Got Liverpool, Man United. Got Spurs getting in there, and the 6th place is going to be Brighton above Chelsea.
Yeah, that's
Brighton started well. Of course, they'll run out of legs at some point. They'll probably even with Europe struggle, but I think they're a quality side.
They got with a great coach. Ballon d'Or winner.
It's going to be Haaland, isn't it? Kind of it sort of has to be Haaland, really. It's we've lost those two, so it's kind of opened up again. I think Mbappe's obviously got a chance, but I think it'll be Haaland this season.
First coach to get the sack.
Yeah, I'm like Henry as well. You know, I hate talk about anyone getting the sack from any sort of job. I guess when you're sort of paid a lot more than I am, and when you're likely to get another job sooner, it makes it a little bit easier. But I got to say, you know, I sort of don't want to say it because that's our next game. But obviously, Everton look like they're in trouble. Sean Dyche looks like he's in trouble. But of course, we went to Goodison last season when they just hired Sean Dyche, and
Right,
you know,
he was the new manager bounce against us, and it
was a
worked.
manager bounce. It was an early kickoff, and they just jumped on us really, and you know, scored a goal from a set piece that was from the training ground. So, you know, he's obviously a good manager, but I just think Everton are struggling. But I just don't want to say too much because we've got them in a week.
Yeah, that game ruined Gunagra for everybody. And your out of left field prediction for the year in football?
It's kind of this time next year. So it's going to be when Henry Winters is doing his vote for Ballon d'Or this time next year, he's going to vote for Martin Odegaard because Martin Odegaard is going to have, you know, a stunning season. Hopefully, be the captain to win to lift the trophy, lift the league, and everyone's looking at Saka, rightly so. But I really think Martin Odegaard, not just as a player, but I think as a leader, has developed. You know, he captains his country at a young age. He's captain Erling Haaland. You know, he's captain the kind of the personality that is Haaland, and he's done it really well. He's done really well at Arsenal. I think there was a question about actually Odegaard's kind of sort of contract, and will that mean Declan Rice potentially won't be captain anytime soon? Well, Arsenal have many captains. You know, Martin Odegaard wears a captain's armband, but anybody that goes to games would have seen last year that it was always Granit Xhaka leading the sort of when they did their little thing, just as North London forever is playing, Angel was playing. It was always Granit that was doing the team talk. Declan will probably do that at times as well, but Martin Odegaard, believe me, is going to have a great season.
Absolutely. So he was basically kind of making a little passive-aggressive suggestion and trying to get, you know, just planting the seeds for what your vote should be in 12 or 13 months from now. All right, so the final thing we're going to do is pick our winner of this hour's prize, and this hour we are giving away a Lee Dixon signed retro kit. This is one of the big ones. So we are giving that away now to one of our donors who have donated over $9,500 to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society through Gooners versus Cancer. Before we do that, I'm just going to bring in our guest for the next hour, and then right after that, I'll bring in our co-host for the next hour. But Ryan Rocastle, it's fantastic to see you again. It's been a while. Ryan, have you met Akil or Henry yet?
I've met them both. I'm very lucky to have met them both. So
hi, Ryan. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Henry.
Me and Ryan had a great trip to Cologne about 3-4 years ago. Might have been under Unai Emery. It certainly wasn't under. And it was, I took Ryan under my wing for the night, and he got back to his hotel at like 4 a.m. After many gin and cokes and Jaeger bombs. It was a great night, wasn't it, Ryan?
It was very fun night. Yeah.
That
And
sounds
Henry
like
was,
what we're going to be doing in Sevilla next month, right? Right, Akil?
Yeah. I have to say,
Absolutely.
Henry was main reason I got a good mark in my dissertation at university, because I got to interview him. I was very, very fortunate, and I always appreciate that, Henry. So thank you.
Oh, pleasure. It was great to see you doing so well.
That's fantastic. I didn't know that there was that history there. And then, of course, from the Gooners podcast, joining us as well, Aston will be joining us for the next hour with Ryan. So before we get you, Akil and Henry, let's share the screen here and do the random drawing for the Lee Dixon signed retro shirt. Now, when Gooners versus Cancer gives away signed shirts, it isn't just a signed shirt with the guy's name on it. It is a personalized shirt. So once we finish all of our auctions at the end of the year, we will ask Lee Dixon, we'll ask you, the winner, what you want Lee Dixon to write on the shirt. And he has been quite accommodating with the messages. I mean, it's got to be reasonable, but so you're not only getting a signed shirt, you're getting a signed shirt with the message that you want. And it's any of the retro shirts that are sold at the Armory. So the 89 home and away, the 91 home, you can win. So the winner of the Lee Dixon signed shirt, and there's one person whose name comes up who's already won a prize, actually, but it's not a shirt, so never mind. Whoever wins this gets the shirt, and it is Jordan Whidden. Jordan Whidden, I know he's from the States. Jordan is from Frisco, Texas. So congratulations, Jordan, on your win of a Lee Dixon signed jersey, and I will get with you as to which one you want and what you want written on the back of it. And folks, that is the end of hour 6, and our grand total right now for funds raised.
Before I go, I was just looking around to see, is there anything I can quickly donate? And I've just found that we have one last David Dean autobiography signed by David Dean. Now, obviously, with the AST being 20 years, David Dean was a massive part of the AST starting, because he was obviously a director at that time. So if you want to add this to your list, you can do. As I said, it's signed by David. And it's a really good book, certainly the early parts around the Invincible season and stuff like that. And it's obviously.
Let's draw for it right now. You mind if we draw for it right now? All right, that's fair. And thank you so much.
Give me the winner's name.
I love the way that Akil said the good part was the bit that I didn't write. I wrote the non-Arsenal part. So thanks, Akil.
Yeah, well,
Amy Lawrence wrote the really good Arsenal bits.
That's fantastic.
The England bit's great as well. It's just secondary.
Very secondary.
And we're not giving away the vote for the. I don't mean giving away your vote. I mean giving away the opportunity to vote for you. But no, we're not going to do that. All right. So the winner of the David Dean book in a special bonus drawing, Mark Goldsmith. Congratulations, Mark. Mark is from Stanmore, England, HA7.
That's a local.
So yeah, Mark, that'll be some easy shipping. So Mark, thank you so much. Oh, I forgot, I wasn't sharing my screen, was I, when I drew that? You're gonna just have to take my word.
We trust you. We trust you.
Professional.
Who could come up with a name like Mark Goldsmith? I mean, it's so original. No, so thank you, Mark, and thank you, Akil, and thank you, Henry, for joining us. I truly appreciate it. We hope to have another chat sometime again soon. If I haven't, run you off from trusting me to ask normal questions, but thank you for your support of the cause and for being on for this hour with us.
Well, it's brilliant cause. It's fantastic what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Keep up the good work and have a next good couple of hours. Good luck, Ryan.
Beautiful. All right, well, take care, guys. We'll see you later. All right, here we are, hour number 7, and I just realized I've left my office door open. So give me just a second while I close that, because
just would not be one of our podcasts without this.
No,
It's
it would not
amazing.
be. So,
It's amazing how quickly you become unprofessional. But like,
you know,
that just says a lot about Ryan, doesn't it? I love you, Ryan.
Ryan, it's been too long. I mean, we're coming back over in October. We gotta do the Tollington again. We gotta see each other again. I miss you.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. And yeah, I haven't been on the podcast for a long time. I know you're not doing them as much now, but
there's a good reason you should stay far away. Far away.
Aston's been picking up my slack a lot over the last few months, and I'm just, and here I am doing a year's worth of podcasts in one day. So you probably won't see me again for a few months. But
do you mind if I take up a topic, Mike? With everybody,
I do want to say that we actually have a concept for this hour. It's a show, a game that we're playing, and so,
this isn't the game you made me play in your Highbury apartment.
No, it's not Hide the Salami or whatever.
No,
it's no. This is an Arsenal-related game that we're going to play. And by the way, Barry brings up something that I did notice earlier today, which is that the hour number 7 is a great one for Ryan to be on. I did notice that, and that's a very good point. So, but go ahead, Owen. I don't want to squash you, but can we make it quick so that we can get into the game?
No, it's good. Let's go ahead. I was actually supposed to bring it up with Akil. It was more about the ticketing issues and stuff like that there, but we can let's see how we get on with this game, and if with any time left, I'm sure we can dive into that.
Okay, so what we're going to do here, and unfortunately I don't have the capability really while we're doing all this to display it on the screen, but we're gonna pick our top 11. We're going to do a bit of a draft here. So it's not quite football-y in the sense that there's a draft, but we're going to randomly determine an order of picking, and then we're going to go through the 11 positions on the pitch and manager and pick the player that you want to be on your team, and only one of us can pick the same player. So, for example, if I've got the first pick, Aston second, Ryan, and then Owen, and we're doing the goalie, I get my first pick of the goalkeeper. Then Aston will go and won't be able to pick the same person that I have. And the universe of Arsenal players are people who have played for the Arsenal since 1986. So basically anyone who played under George Graham or after. There are some great Arsenal players. Liam Brady isn't eligible for this. Pat Rice isn't going to be eligible for this. Ted Drake isn't going to be eligible for this. But we had to kind of keep it to a certain period of time. And then at the end of the draft, we're going to put the 11s into the chat and let the chat vote for who they think has the best 11. And what you win when you win this is absolutely nothing but pride.
Ryan's got to get first pick, right? Because Ryan's the guest.
Well, I was going to do that.
No,
first
that's
pick,
not fair at all.
Owen's like, no competition.
Does not necessarily assure you because on the next position you'll have the second pick, and then the next position you'll have the third pick. So it's not that we don't go through 1 through 4 in the same order. We're going to rotate. So it'll be 1 through 4, then it'll be 2, 3, 4, 1, then it'll be 3, 4, 1, 2, and so on and so forth. Now here are some rules. It's a 4-4-2 situation. On the back four, it is going to be a left back, center backs, regardless of whether they play right or left back, center back, and then right full back. For the midfields, we're going to have 2 center midfields, whether they're the 8 or the 6, doesn't matter. You can use them interchangeably, and 2 wingers / left-sided midfielders or right-sided midfielders. But don't worry about the left versus the right. And then 2 strikers, of equal positioning, and then of course the manager. So we're going to start off picking the order. The random number, I have a random number generator that's going to pick numbers. So Ryan's draft position is going to be 3. Owen's draft position is going to be 4.
Vex.
Aston's draft position is going to be 1.
I tried to give it to Ryan. Don't look at me.
I appreciate that, man.
Well, you could trade that. You could trade him your position plus.
That's already too American, man. There's too much going on. I can't keep up.
And I am number 2. I had to do this like they do in the Europa League draft, where there's one team left, or there's one team left, but they got to pull the stupid thing out anyway. All right, so for the first position is goalkeeper, and the first pick is Aston. So Aston, your pick from the whole litter of goalkeepers, starting with John Lukic and going after that. Who are you going to take?
Seaman's kind of the obvious choice. I actually really rate Ramsdale because he's a different type of goalkeeper, but this is a best 11, and we're almost never talking about like full playing chemistry, so I'm just going to go Seaman.
I want to say that's what she said so bad right now, but
you can.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to say it.
No one would. You would not lower the bar any lower on this show by saying.
No, I'm not going to say that because we are a professional podcast. All right, so next is me. Thinking about David Raya, but I am going to go with.
Guy hasn't even played for Arsenal yet.
I know. I'm going to go with Lehman. All right, so Ryan, you are next.
Oh, those were the 2.
Mm-hmm. There is kind of a gap between those 2 and everybody else.
Yeah, and I do kind of want to try and pick players that I've seen play. I know.
Well, then I know who you're going. Well,
no, I know John Lukic was. I remember people around who played with him. They really rate him, but I didn't really see him. So, I'm gonna go Ramsdale because. I'm just thinking, like, between 2005, after Jens, there was no one really made it.
Chesney
had a couple of good, but like, I think, to be honest with you, Mike, Ramsdale's 20, not last season, but the one before, that was as good a season really as any Arsenal goalkeeper since Jens Lehmann, I think. So I'm going to go with Ramsdale.
It was special, and because the ultimate winner is determined by a vote of the chat. I mean, Ramsdale's so beloved right now. I think you might have scored points with that. So,
hey Ryan, do you think that Arteta's going to stick with Ramsdale, or do you think the Raya thing's going to change things up real soon?
This one, I think I originally thought that Arteta brought Raya into Arsenal because he thinks the best way to motivate Ramsdale is by giving him such a good competition, whereas that he almost can't mess up, if you know what I mean. But just lately, my mind's been changing a little bit, and maybe Ramsdale might Raya. I think if Raya gets an opportunity and does well, I think he could, even like in a cup, for example, and did really well in that game. I could see him then going in for the league. That's what I'm going to predict.
Perfect. And then the fourth keeper, and the way I've mapped this out, we've got about 40 minutes to do this, 45 minutes to do that, and 12 positions. So we got to knock each position out in like 2.5 minutes. So
yeah,
this is really an hour and a half game. I should have thought about that.
Yeah, this game sucks when you're fourth. Matt Ryan, no, I'm just joking. Look, he hasn't kicked a ball yet, but you have left me with very little choice. I like Lukic, but nah, I'm gonna have to just go David Raya.
Are you serious?
I'm serious on ability. Yeah, on ability alone.
Let me clarify, and you can change it if you want to. I'd like to think that this will be based on their career at Arsenal, not just their quality as a footballer, but their career at Arsenal. So I don't think you're going to want to say Raya.
I sort of do want to, but
Chesney won us a cup.
He is literally never allowed
disrespect.
Chesney wasn't as good at Arsenal as he was when he went to Italy. He just wasn't. Same with Fabianski as well. Go Lukic.
Yeah. Lukic is the right answer, but
so
Raya,
pick whoever you want, but don't pick that guy.
All right, so we're gonna go with a left fullback now, and the first pick is number 2, so that's me. And I'm, as much as I hate to, I'm gonna go with Ashley Cole. I don't really want to, but I kind of have to. So Ashley Cole for me. Next pick is Ryan.
Again, you picked my one.
What happened to reputation with Arsenal? And
I mean, his career with Arsenal was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I don't think you could argue against Ashley Cole
No.
in football ability wise. He for me, he's the best left back that's played in the Premier League. Oh, Akil, I've just seen it. Martinez, these not a bad shout. For left back, again, just sticking again with what I know a bit more than others. I'm gonna go for very good servant. Maybe not a top player, but very good servant in Monreal.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a good shout, you know.
I think he had a good Arsenal career and big games. I thought he played really well in definitely that. I think it was the 2017 final.
Not just a good pick. I'm
Yeah.
really surprised.
He's one of the most consistent left backs, like players that we've ever had. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, he was never like a 10, but he was always like an 8 every game.
No, but how much did we sign him for? What, 7 million pounds?
Oh, it was a great
It's
great
a-
pickup. Did he pull us out of the Andre Santos era?
I try to erase that from my memory.
That alone, I think that's
I
good.
think we bought him on deadline day.
We
I'm
did.
pretty sure we bought him quite late
from-
on deadline day, quite
From
unexpectedly.
Malaga, I think.
Yeah.
All right. So you've given Owen a gift here in the sense that someone's dropped into his lap, in my opinion. But go ahead, Owen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Well, it's tough career wise. I'm gonna go for Nigel.
There he is.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. Football and ability, I would maybe say Zinchenko in terms of ability, sole ability of the player, but for career, Nigel Winterburn.
All right. And then Aston, you're left back with what's left over.
That
which are
leaves
still some
me
very good players.
with Zinchenko. Zinchenko, honestly, and it's really weird to say, there are things that he can add to his game to make him a much better player, but technically, he might actually be like one of the best players we've ever signed, like technical ability alone. Again, other parts of his game, defensive ability, whatever. Fitness, that's all maybe not there, but technically, have you seen him? Like, have you seen those clips of him like running and juggling the ball? It's insane.
I've seen clips of Ramsdale juggling the ball too. All right, center backs. There's 2 center backs, again, interchangeably. So anyone who routinely and for the majority of his career plays center back or played center back. We start with Ryan for the first one, and we're going to start with Owen on the other one. But Ryan, you go first.
Oh. Right, I'm gonna pick Tony Adams. I'm gonna pick him because he was still there for a little bit of when I was still watching as well. Leader, incredible. The way he read the game, so good. Just a real top player. He didn't have much pace, but it was like he didn't really need it. Maybe be interesting to see him like now in the modern day game, like how good he would be. I still think he would overcome the lack of pace, but it would be interesting. But yeah, Tony Adams for sure.
Okay, Owen.
Sol Campbell for me, just a mammoth defender.
Yeah, those are good calls. The next pick is Aston. I'm going to have a weak central defense with my picking order here.
God.
I'm going to end up with Mustafi.
Oh man, I want to say. Actually, I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go all new boys. It's gonna be Saliba for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential involved in that, but again, the judges will judge it based on their own criteria. I'm just making sure that we don't include what they did for other clubs. So if you're trying to get some of that Nice and Saint Etienne rub on Saliba, you're going to have to think again. I'm going to go with. I've got to go with this. My first one will be Steve Bold. Sorry, no, I'm going to go with David O'Leary. David O'Leary. All right, next pick is Owens.
Oh,
another center back.
I'm gonna go Kolo Toure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Also known as
Kolo
Francois.
Oh yeah. France.
All right. Aston, your second center back. I mean, we're going with current people, so should I assume it's going to be either Gabriel or Holding?
No, it's going to be Koscielny because I don't want him off of this list. I loved Koscielny.
Okay. All right. I go next, and I'm pleased that Stevie Bold is still available to me, so I will take him. And with the 8th, what we consider, I guess, to be the 8th best center back to play in the modern era for Arsenal, Ryan?
I was actually going to go for Koscielny just because I think, especially up until about 2017, I think the way he left, with the whole shirt thing, it maybe soured some people. But before that, when we didn't have a great defense, he was really good. But as he's been taken, Gabriel's been here for 3 seasons now, and he's been very good for all 3 seasons. Well, especially the last 2 seasons. So yeah, Gabriel gets in there for me.
Fantastic. Not picked includes
Keown.
Martin Keown, Per Mertesacker.
Yeah.
Some pretty good ones. Johan Juru, as someone pointed out, Mustafi. All right, so then now we go to the right back, and we're back to our original order for the right back. So Aston,
I never got a first pick, did I? Oh, I did, yeah. Sorry. Crap.
You literally just did.
Right back, man. Lauren's right there. I really like Ben White though. Like, God, he's such a good player. There's so many attributes to Ben White. But I think it's going to be Sanya.
Holy
That's
shit.
what I'm going to land on.
All right, I'm grabbing Lee Dixon before he goes anywhere else. Lee Dixon with the number 2. Ryan, you get the next pick.
Lauren.
Yeah.
Lauren has to be in. Really good player for the Invincibles.
In case you're having trouble,
you used to pick Lauren.
And in case you're having trouble thinking of another right back, we've got Bellerin available, we've got Cedric available, we've got Ainsley Maitland-Niles.
Give me Ben White.
All right. Not selected, Viv Anderson.
But, Bellerin before the injury, and I know people, but Bellerin before the injury was a really top. People forget that he had that injury. Like
the Bayern Munich game is the one everyone's going to think about, right? You remember that?
In that 15-16 or 14-15, he was such a top young. We were scared that was the next one Man City was going to take.
15-16 was an unbelievable year, to the point where in our first season of podcasting, Andy and I discussed his value. And I said, and this was 7 years ago, I said this before money actually was, I said he was a 70 million pound player. Boy, was I mean, that was one of the many things I've been extremely wrong about in my podcasting career. All right. So now we're going to go to a winger. Technically the left wing, but it can be a left or right winger. We're just going to lump all the wingers together, or like left or right-sided midfielders. So actually, no, we're going to start with the right midfielder. So the first pick is me. Otherwise, we would have had 2 consecutive ones with Aston. All right, so the right midfielder. See, there's someone I'm thinking about who could fit into 2 different positions. But
Nicolas Pepe.
I'm gonna. If I select him, if I'm lucky enough to select him, I will select him in the position he was best known for playing. So I am going to take as a winger. I mean, there's so many, and I'm probably going to get killed for my recency bias here, but I'm going to take Bukayo Saka.
Good one.
I mean, there's some finished products that had a whole career, and I'm overloading them. But the next is Ryan.
Is it right wing? Yeah.
Right wing or yeah.
Okay, I stick with my. I'm gonna.
You can actually choose a left or right wing. We just put both the wings together.
Oh, you phoned me there because
not a central midfielder, but like a wing. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a big group to choose from.
Oh, okay. If it's left wing, I'll pick Perez based on what I've been going before. Because for me, he was when I started watching Arsenal. him and Thierry, I just couldn't believe how good they were, and that's when I kind of started watching 2001 too. I loved him so much. He's Pires. So I'll go.
Don't you feel that, like, because everyone always talks about the Invincibles, and inevitably Thierry and Bergkamp always come up, and I don't get me wrong, incredible players, but I feel like Pires is in that orbit and he just doesn't get brought up enough. Like, literally one of the best players I think the Premier League's ever seen.
Agreed. Agree with you, Aston.
Right, Owen. And I know I confuse things with the right and the left. I'm looking at a sheet right here, and
can it be either wing?
Yeah, it can be either wing, but definitely like not a striker, not a center midfielder.
Okay, I'm gonna go for left wing Alexis Sanchez.
Okay, that's definitely. I mean, again, we're not talking about the way that that the career ended. We're just talking about the impact here. So, all right, Alexis Sanchez and Aston, your winger.
It's not Theo Walcott. Jeez. I'm gonna go. Do I want? I'm thinking of two, and I'm gonna go for the Bant. So I'm gonna go for it. Let's go Arshavin.
Oh, all right.
All
right. Now we're gonna go to the other side. Or no, actually, we're gonna go to center midfielder. Center midfielder. The first pick goes to Ryan.
Oh, it's it's Vieira for me. It's Vieira because the best for me, the best big claim, but the best centre midfielder in the Premier. I think if he,
I mean, he's had some good substitution experience. Some substitute experiences recently.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Fabio. Yeah, no, I think. Do you know what? Me and my friend were talking about this the other day. Like, if he existed now, just people would be like someone who can tackle, pass, so strong, dribble, scored goal. Like he did I see some comps that people put on Twitter and stuff, and then there's a comp for Vieira. It's just insane. Like, I think, I have to go with him, and the leadership as well.
Yeah.
Right. Owen, you're next.
I feel like I'm choosing a team of snakes. I'm gonna go for Cesc.
Nice. All right. Aston.
Aaron Ramsey. There was only
that. I cannot believe this man fell to me. Ryan, who am I going to pick?
Gilberto Silva.
No. Ryan, who am I going to pick?
As for centre mid?
Yes, but I would have played him further out, wide.
Well, he played both. He played both positions.
Yeah,
but,
I was thinking that he was most think of as right wing.
Yeah, that's where I would put him.
Yeah,
I debated over those two things, and I actually went to a couple of online resources to see if there was any consensus of the general position. And obviously, I mean, I would take whatever you tell me as the consensus, but it basically said he was best known as being, a
midfielder,
a central or like an advanced midfielder.
Okay, interesting.
And if he were available for right wing, I would have taken him. But
am
I allowed to take someone's dad on here? like is that rude?
I don't know. I think by the bylaws, he gets your mom now.
Oh my god!
by my rule, I couldn't take him anyway. So I said,
Ryan's like, that's a very nice offer, but I'm gonna have to decline.
I've been paying up big players that I saw. So
yeah.
Well, I'm taking him and running because I didn't think he'd fall to fourth. All right, Owen, you get your next pick.
Is this
another center mid?
Center mid. Santi Cazorla.
All right.
Not a lot of strength and defense in that midfield, but not a ball player.
Aston. And I know who you're about to say. No, and he's only played 4 games for Arsenal, so I'm not sure I would recommend it. But
Francis
I wasn't going to say Declan Rice. No.
All right.
That's like really weird. I actually center mid. I think I actually go with Silva. Yeah.
Gilberto?
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody's listen. I love Ramsey, but he likes to go forward. Okay, he really likes to go forward. I need somebody to clean.
Oh, you're
something up
thinking
behind.
about the balance of. See, you're going
Yeah.
next level. You're doing 4D chess right here.
Yeah, this team's gonna win. Okay.
All right.
Manager me.
Oh, gets tough here on the top 6. I think pretty much pick themselves. I'll go with Ray Parler. Ray Parler for sure. All right, and then Ryan.
Wow.
You could pick the manager currently. You could pick the director of personnel currently.
The under 18s manager.
You could pick Tim Lewis.
Oh man,
Jack
Villeneuve's available
on his day was brilliant.
By the way, the tiebreaker will be the club executives.
Listen, Coughlin is right there. Coughlin and Danielson right there.
And Diaby.
And Diaby. Oh God.
Kim Kallstrom.
Diaby was good though. Oh, that's sad. Now I'm sad, Mike.
He was. All right, Ryan. Sorry.
Haleb.
He was good, but wait, does I have to do center? I can't do right mid, can I?
This has to be a center mid, and then we go into another winger.
Okay. I'm gonna say because Jim Howson just said as well, Xhaka ? And I was kind of on an arm, but when I think about what he did compared to some others who I was kind of thinking about, I actually think Granit did more. I've seen. I'm sticking to this thing where I kind of feel like I have to have seen them play, right? So,
right.
And then how he ended it, I think like the Xhaka story is one that it can't get lost when you think like what happened in 2019 to what happened a couple of months ago at Wolves when at the end of that can't get that should be told at all academies really, like how you can turn your career around. So yeah, I'll go with that.
That midfield would kick the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. And on my short list that didn't get picked, Mickey Thomas, Arteta, Petit, Wilshere, Paul Davis.
I really hope Mickey is not like tuned in because he will kill me for not picking him. But yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going back to like the winger or the midfielders that aren't center midfielders. The first pick is Aston.
It's got to be Gervinho. I'm kidding. I am kidding. Do not
Lock
put
that
Gervinho
in.
on that sheet.
First answer only.
God. I think it's Ljungberg. Yeah, Ljungberg's the one that's
I think Freddie's a pretty good choice.
Yeah.
All right.
Got to.
I'm next, and I am going to take Paul Merson. All right. Ryan.
I'm looking in the comments here
for inspiration.
Do you know what? It's one of those weird ones that I feel like we've had like some like top players, like really top players, but like the ones just below, not really like flying out at me. If you know. Do you know what? I'll go for Nasri. If we're not doing the whole leaving thing, because
would you wait? Question for you. Rosicky or Nasri?
Do you know what? I'm going by who I think had outstanding seasons, at least one outstanding. I think Rosicky
true.
Was really like a decent player, but the 10-11 Nasri, especially that first 4 months. I mean, do you remember those goals against Fulham?
Yeah,
he was amazing.
8 goals. That goal against Porto was brilliant, where he just went
dancing through him. Yeah,
danced through a few people. Like he really stepped up that year. So I'll give him. I'll go for Samir.
All right, and Owen to finish this off.
Yeah, I'm sort of stuck for options here. Much like Ryan, there's decent players, but not fantastic ones.
And great job by the chat, by the way, throwing people out there. Unlike the game that we were just playing, this is helpful. Oh, I've got Rocky already. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Don't
so
you worry,
it's
Sean.
off the board. I'm gonna go for Gabriel Martinelli. I know it's on the opposite side.
All right. Well, no, it's the side that
he's a winger.
Yep. All right. So now we're going to go to strikers. We've got two different strikers. Our order here. I get to start with one of them, and no, Aston, I'm not going to pick what you would say.
For all the stuff that you talk about him, he's so good. Why isn't he in your list? Why isn't he your first pick?
I get the first and the 8th pick, so I might be able to get him on my 8th pick, but well, I mean, are we considering Bergkamp a striker?
I mean, you have to because he can't fit anywhere else.
So, I mean, I have a tough choice, but I'm going to go with Thierry. So, Ryan, should we just set you up with Dennis, or?
Yeah, no need to really say much. It's unbelievable player.
All right. And Owen.
Fuck you, Owen.
Right, Ian Wright.
All right. And Aston?
Robin Van Persie.
Okay. And then the next striker, the first pick is Ryan.
I'm gonna.
It can also be a 10 if you think about it.
No, I'm gonna.
There's no 10 in a 4-4-2. That's the only reason Ozil didn't get picked.
Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Do you know?
Shamak.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna, on the very last pick, I'm gonna break my usual rule about the not seeing, and I'm gonna go for Alan Smith.
Oh,
damn! And I'm gonna do it because
fuck you, Ryan.
I actually said to him, I said, for me, you're the most underrated player ever for Arsenal. When you think of, I think he won 2 golden boots whilst he was at the club. In the most important game, he got an assist and a goal at Anfield 1989. Like, didn't take penalties and still scored so many goals. And it just, I don't know why, but I feel like he doesn't get the credit that he should do.
No, but because he doesn't put himself out there for it. He's the most humble guy that, I mean, Alan Smith is the man that made me fall in love with Arsenal.
Yeah.
Your dad was the man that made me fall in love with football. And not necessarily in the same order, because Smudge was scoring goals right in front of us in the North Bank. I mean, it's just unbelievable how good he was.
No. And so we were at an event like a year ago or something. I can't remember what it was. And someone went up to him and said, like, why do you hate Arsenal? On the commentary. And we were like, he's such a nice guy. He didn't say anything, but we were like, if you guys know, he loves Arsenal so much.
We talked about that before with him, and he's just like, maybe I go a little bit overboard in trying to not be so biased like some of these other guys.
That's right. He's just professional. Sorry, I just seen on the chat as well. The man killed off Palmer as well. Which
people say the same thing about Lee Dixon. Just because our former players that are way up in the punditry game, are actually ethical and call it down the middle rather than homers like Gary Neville and I mean the rest of them. Doesn't mean you should say that they hate Arsenal. Come on.
No,
all right. So
sure.
great. You just got Bergkamp and Alan Smith on your team.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Owen.
I was certain he wasn't going to pick Alan Smith. That's knocked me for 6. There's a certain level of sentimentality of this because this might show off the age gap between myself and you. While Alan Smith was who made you fall in love with Arsenal, mine was a very obscure one, which was Jose Antonio Reyes. I absolutely loved Reyes. So I'll put him down as my second pick.
Okay. Aston?
So I pick Thierry Henry after he comes back.
Oh, you're picking Leeds. You're picking Thierry Henry against Leeds, whereas I got the other one.
Yeah, is that how that works? You've got the better Leeds game, but I also have a Leeds game that we won. It's really hard because I kind of want to pick a 10. I kind of actually, and I know everyone would hate me if I picked Ozil for this, but I think the answer has to be Aubameyang because I don't think you're allowed to have Thierry Henry and Aubameyang. Like, that's too many goals.
Yeah, but which Aubameyang?
Like, I thought we were all taking prime. I thought we were taking height.
To be fair, Aubameyang, what, two seasons with 20 plus goals? I mean,
yeah, like he was nuts. He was the.
We would love that now, right?
More games than Thierry.
That's an absolute banger of a recommendation in the chat with Kanu as well.
Ooh, Kanu. Ooh.
Oh man, now I got to think about it. Nah, I'm gonna do it. This may be what sinks my team in the court of public opinion, but I'm taking Olivier Giroud. Come on,
come on.
He most handsome player ever to play for Arsenal.
It wasn't his fault that he was beautiful.
The goals he scored were
gorgeous.
Special, and if you just take out that 200 game stretch where he didn't score anything in a row, he was unbelievable. All right, we got to do the manager. Then I'm going to need you guys to just chat for a second while I put these all in the chat. But manager, the first pick of manager, Owen.
Oh yes.
Do not underestimate manager in your votes, by the way. Chat room.
Yeah, Wenger.
Oh, that's not fair.
All right, Aston.
What am I gonna do? Pick like Unai? Like, come on.
Freddie.
I'm gonna.
Freddie's already been picked. You can't pick him again.
Listen, you have the player version. I want the manager version. We established.
Well, that would apply to somebody else then as well. But no, we're not doing that. Manager.
Nah, I mean, I could take Graham, but I'm going to take Arteta because I back my boy. There's nobody better than Mikel Arteta. He's the best little Spaniard I know.
All right. Well, I've got to take George Graham, and that leaves an interesting pick for Ryan. Stuart Houston, anyone?
Wow.
Sorry, mate. I mean, this is one area where originally when we were doing this game, I was thinking there were going to be three of us, and I'm like, okay, well, that'll be good because it'll be kind of like the age-old debate. But now I'm like, well, who's going to get the fourth? Look, it's the randomizer.
Your choice. Your choices are Unai Emery, or remember the time that Arteta was sick with COVID and
Albert Stuyvenberg.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
we didn't win that game, but we looked really good against City.
Luckily, I broke my rule before on Smudge, so
you know what? And, this is dumb, but I swear I put it. I'll even show it to you on my notes. I meant to say that for the managers, we were releasing the 1986 rule. I swear I meant to say that. Now, does anyone that's picked want to pick someone else from before?
Go for it.
Okay, because it being brought up in the chat, we had a rule that this was all from 1986 or later. But for the managers, I wasn't. So
okay,
yeah.
No, that's great because I was thinking Herbert Chapman, and then I thought I can't use him. It really was going to be Unai.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, who else would you really have had to choose? It's pretty much Rioch or. Okay, so there we go. Where's Riyadh? So all right, so I'm going to type these in, and then we're going to have a quick vote, and then we're going to give away a prize. And so I hope the three of you can possibly find something to talk about while I do this.
No, well, I was actually going to say on a serious, I think if that team, if we had won a league between 2014 to 2017, I think the 16 was when we came. If we had, let's say, instead of Leicester, we won that league, people like Giroud and Ozil, they wouldn't be laughed upon, I don't think, as suggestions, because I just think that because that didn't win the league, it doesn't feel as, like you can put them in as much. But even like an Aubameyang, for example, he came at if he was part of a team that won the league and scored 23 goals in the season, it's straight away. But when you finish like 8th and score 23, it's not the same, is it? So,
I say the same thing. Like, there's so many players that played in a lot of really good Arsenal teams. Like, we didn't talk about Eduardo. We didn't talk about Hleb. We didn't talk about Rosicki. We didn't, Santi Cazorla was lucky to make that list, to be honest.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think, and I say this all the time, and Ryan, this is going to get me all sorts of in trouble because I'm that Arsenal fan. I think from 2014 to 2016, we had like one of the best midfields in the world in Premier League. When we had Santi Cazorla, Ozil, and Ramsey, we should have won leagues with that midfield.
Yeah, I agree with you. And another one I'll throw out there, Aston, is the 07-08. Man, that was incredible to watch. That was so good. Hleb, Rosicki, Flamini, and Fabregas with Adebayor and Van Persie. Eduardo could come in. Theo came in now and again. Diaby kind of came in on this left mid. We played 4-4-2, so Diaby played left mid quite a bit, and he was crazy in some of those games.
Even like you were saying there, when you look at the amount of players that their reputation was even impacted just by substantial injuries. You mentioned Hector Bellerin. One that I thought I remember the in the window that we signed him, he actually looked like the best signing was, and well, you can laugh, but Debussy. He looked amazing in his first few games that he had signed, and then that injury obviously knocked him back. You mentioned Diaby, who I think if you could, get a genie to come out of a bottle and grant you a wish, a lot of players would say to keep him fit for the majority of his career, because he looked an absolute player when he was fit and on form. Eduardo as well. It's crazy to think that the amount of Wilshere.
Wilshere didn't even get in there, and those are the when you sit down and you think about it, there were about maybe three teams that got hit with injury where you're just like, damn, if you didn't get that injury, that was the league. Whether it was the Eduardo year when he broke his leg, or I think the year that we didn't win it with when Leicester won it, I think Ramsey got hurt or Arteta got hurt. I forget which one of them it was, or was it Cazorla? One of those guys got hurt. And it's like, man, we were always just short. I hope we fix it. Declan Rice looks like he's not very breakable. You know what I mean? I really hope that we get like more.
Why would you put that out there?
Huh?
Why would you dare the gods to take him from us?
Oh yeah, I forgot you believe in jinxes. I'm cursing the club right now.
But do you think?
By the way, as properly brought up in the chat, for some reason, I picked Olivier Giroud over Super Kevin Campbell. He's going to be on in 8 hours or so. Please, just nobody tell him, please. Okay, this didn't happen. Okay.
I was going to say, as well, Owen. When you picked Reyes, and I remember against Middlesbrough being in the game we won 5-3, but Reyes scored. It was 3-3, and it was 3-2 to Middlesbrough, right? And we just scored to make it 3-3, and then a minute later, Reyes scored a goal where he cut in from his left and scored from his right. For me personally, that was the loudest I had heard Highbury as a kid. That it was a crazy atmosphere.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because you guys have seen so much of Arsenal, and I feel like I'm always getting an education. So, we talk about a lot of players. I want to talk about specific attributes. Like, who's the best dribbler you think you've ever seen at the club?
That for me, there's two, and they're different styles over the course of a distance where he can be at full flow. Thierry Henry. And it wasn't so. It was just the pace. I remember watching him play, and against world-class defenders, he made them look like a man playing against children. To have someone with that speed, skill, and yet strength was amazing. But in tight pockets, Alexis Sanchez, I think, was probably the best dribbler as well that I've seen in terms of explosive pace, getting around players. Yeah, what do you reckon, Ryan?
Yeah, no, I'm seeing a few Hleb shouts in the in the chat, which in the one again in the tight areas one, definitely he'd have been one. I think Haleb would have been one like people now would go nuts about him. You know, the like little comps you get now, the little like 1 minute comps after a game where it doesn't necessarily lead to and it doesn't give you an assist or a goal, but it gives you like a pre-assist or something. Or Haleb did so many of those, like in that 07-08 season. He was crazy. But I think one of those that led to a few goals, I would say again, Nasri, in terms of the dribbling.
Nasri was good. You know who I think might
like the little like the hips and like this like go on to the left foot as well and the right. He was really good at that.
I think the one I would say he's the best at the club right now, Trossard. I mean, he's amazing in small spaces. His close control is fantastic. I think, you know, I mean, it's but he doesn't have the length of doing it that way. So we got the 4 teams. Let's put them up here because our next guest is going to be joining us in about 5 minutes or so. So your job in the chat is to vote for the team that you think, based on your own qualities, is the team that you would want to have if you had to bet on one of these teams. So we start with Aston. Aston's team: Seaman, Zinchenko, Saliba, Koscielny, Sanya, Ljungberg, Gilberto, Ramsey, Arshavin, RVP, Abba, and Arteta as the manager. So burn that into your memories, because I cannot keep that up while I put the other ones up, and stop putting comments up because it brings these things down. So that is Aston's team. Then we have Mike's team: Lehman, Ashley Cole, David O'Leary, Steve Bold, Dixon, Merson, Parler, Rocastle, Saka, Henry, Giroud, and the manager George Graham. Definitely went with a heavy 80s, 90s vibe on this one. All right, that's mine. Ryan's team: Ramsdale, Notch, Tony Adams, Gabriel, Laurent, Nasri, Xhaka, Vieira, Pires, Bergkamp, Alan Smith, and manager Herb Chapman, who revolutionized the game. Or so we all hear. And Owens: Lukic in goal, Winterburn, Saul Campbell, Colo Torre, Ben White, Marin Telly, who is a cousin of Martinelli, Cazorla, Cesc, Alexis, Ian Wright, Reyes, and manager Arsene Wenger. All right, let's see what the chat thinks here for the absolutely valueless prize. Who do we have oh, yeah, that's what I should have done. I should have put them in chat. That would have been better, because then they stay up there. So let me do that.
I think any answer but Ryan's is wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have one guest and 3 Gooners pod guys in here, so I think that might have to be how it works. But hold on.
Oh, getting some love.
The vote. It's not. It doesn't equate to love. I mean, I know.
No, it's love. It is actually love. This is our entire self-worth in this vote.
Yes, we got Aston, Mike, Ryan, and Owen, and we'll leave those up there while we do the charity draw, and then we'll come right back to that at the very end, and then we'll ask our next guest to pick his pick, and no matter what the chat says, I think we'll just go with his. He's better than you, and
because you peasants are worthless.
Yeah. All right. So here are the 4 teams. They're in the chat. Think about it. Take a look. Who's who you think should win that one. We will now bring in our next guest for the 1 a.m. hour UK time. Elliot, aka Yankeegunner. Thank you for joining us. For staying up in the middle of the night, even though it's only 7 o'clock.
No, I live on UK time, so I am up in the middle of the night, and I made this sacrifice for you and for the fundraiser.
And I know it, and I appreciate it, and it means the world to me. All right, so
not all heroes wear capes, guys.
That's true. So this is a Ruth Beck art prize drawing. So if you weren't with us before to sample some of Ruth's work, you will win an A3, which is a nice big size print of your choice. We'll have a lot of different options. We got the final game at Highbury here. We've got a view of the East End. We've got a ton of different options for you. So we'll kind of talk to you about which ones that you want. But you will win that if you come up next. And the winner of the Ruth Beck art is Liam Smith. All right, Liam. Liam from Madison, Wisconsin. I don't even need to look at my list because I know Liam, top guy, Irish. Owen, I'll have you know. So we're doing right by your people, and that's the hour.
Offensive.
We got to get out the 4 questions. Elliot, it's not Passover, but we're doing the 4 questions. So we're going to ask Ryan really quick before we move on. Your top 6, your Ballon d'Or winner, your first manager sacked, and something out of left field that you wouldn't expect to happen this year that you think will happen in world football.
Okay, so top 6. I'll say I said we're going to win the league, so I can't change now.
Come on.
Yeah. So I'll go for us first. Man City, I think, will be second.
Doesn't have to be in order, by the way.
Oh, forget that then. Liverpool. I think Spurs, annoyingly, are going to be top 6 without Europe this year. I do. Spurs. Chelsea, I think, will get in there. Not Champions League personally, just below. And then Man U. Yeah, I'm gonna say the same. I don't think, like Henry, I don't think Newcastle will do it this year.
Yeah, there's 5 slots for the Champions League this season for the first time. So somebody will get in that doesn't deserve it. I'm waiting for the first person to do a top 6 without City. I mean, that would be pretty funny. First manager to get sacked. And will it be right before we play them?
You know what? I think it could be, might be recency bias, but I think it could be Eddie Howe.
Okay. Yeah. You're not the first person to go there.
Yeah.
All right. The Ballon d'Or winner next month, I believe, or the month after, whenever that is.
Is this who I think should win? Or
no, this is who you think will win. But you're free to tell us who you think should.
I think Haaland will win it, but I think, but if it was me, I think the Ballon d'Or is about personality, like the story, and for me, it's Messi, the story. So yeah,
I get the sense that that's how people vote, though. They vote on the romanticism.
So it could be Messi. You're right, for sure.
And then the kind of wacky prediction of something that you wouldn't have expected to happen that you think will happen in world football by the end of this season.
I think I'm gonna go. My wacky prediction is gonna be. I think it will go. I'll go for England to win the Euros. I think will be.
Okay.
It might not be that wacky.
Coming home, Owen. It's coming home, baby. You're gonna get that tattoo. It's just 4 years later than we thought it was gonna be.
A few people are a bit like negative now after. But I think we'll come through with the players. Maybe
and you think Southgate will still be there to do it?
I think he will actually, and not because I think he's a great manager, but I just think we've done quite well in tournaments before with him. So
beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I'll go for.
All right, I'm hearing Novak Djokovic has just won the U.S. Open. So I mean, speaking of goats, good for him. All right, so Ryan, tell us where we can find you. Not like literally, but
yeah, you can find me on Twitter, but I'm not really a Twitter guy. I'm kind of off.
Oh, is there a 7 at the end?
I think there's a 7 at the end.
There's
I'm not really like a interesting person.
It's fine. We'll just post your telephone number in the comments.
I was going to say, well, we can find you next week right here on the TGP podcast. Am I right?
I would love to come on more for sure.
Yeah. We got to get back to doing that. Look, Aston has the ability to contact you and put you on. Just because I'm not running the show doesn't mean, but look, honestly, you've been a great friend to us over the years. It's really been a kick to get to know you and your family, and I really do hope that when we come over next month, we'll have a chance to, and it doesn't have to be. In fact, I would prefer that it not be, game day at the Tollington. But it's always great spending time with you, mate.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, and thanks for joining us for this hour. I didn't think we'd get through that whole thing in the hour, but we did. So
yeah, no, it's good fun, and of course, what you're doing goes without saying. So yeah, really enjoy.
Thanks, mate. I really appreciate that. So we'll say goodbye to Ryan now, and we will start hour number 8.
Yeah.
Cheers, Ryan.
Okay, guys.
Right,
good
cheers,
luck.
man.
For the rest
Take care.
of it. Take.
Elliot, was that the longest on a podcast that you have not spoken in history?
I mean, Paul answers some of the questions, so no, not the
I
longest.
was about to say.
But I want you to know I'm going to get even. So
Yes,
don't you worry.
All right, Elliot,
Arsenal,
go.
No, I want to know whose team he would pick. That was a genuine thing.
We actually did. Oh, and you know what? We never even asked. We never even got the chat comment.
Ryan's still there. It's fine.
Yeah, let me scroll.
Owen
back.
only wants to know because he thinks he's going to win.
I do think I'm going to win. Ball knowledge, bro.
We got Geeks of Muckleby, which might be one of other than Peenywee, and I think it's one of the best names on here. Owen winning and me finishing 4th. That's got to be a piss take. My team certainly wasn't 4th. Congratulations. Ryan's team wins, says Christian. So we've got Owen 1, Ryan 1. We've got Tom saying I've won.
I would just ask Elliot. That would be.
Yeah, Elliot, you are the decider. And remember, I'm your favorite.
Okay, yep. Aston was the best. What am I voting on? I just now that I've picked, what am I voting on?
Sound like every American at every election ever.
The best.
I am now the president.
Yes, the best starting.
Couldn't go any worse than the way things usually go in these things.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, yeah, this will cut into too much time, but this is Aston's 11. We just did a draft basically of all the.
It was an all-time Arsenal.
No, 1986 and later, with the exception of managers. So it's
and
basically
it was a draft. So you guys just went like in order.
Yeah,
we went in order, then we switched the order up and so on to keep it even, but we couldn't select the same people. So that was Aston's team.
Who picked Kai Havertz?
We would have had to have had a lot more participants in order to get
the hard part is figuring out if you're going to pick Havertz at striker or left 8. Could you pick him twice? Could you draft him to play left 8 and then draft him again to play striker?
Personally, I would put him in at inverted goalie.
Yeah,
that's the next move. Next level.
Ryan, when you go back and watch the last hour later, when you catch up on the 7 hours that you've missed so far, then just direct message me your vote, and that way we don't have to spend a quarter of your time on here talking about something that we've already done. So yeah, I think Ryan is probably the winner. So next up in the studio, a man who knows a thing or two about podcasts. One of the truly good ones in the podcasting game, which is full of good people. A guy whose show very recently surpassed the Gooners podcast in viewership by over 100,000 subscribers. Welcome to the pod of the visionary of the Arsenal vision, Elliott Smith, a.k.a. Yankeegunner.
Oh, I thought we were getting someone else on. I was like, who's the person he's introducing? Like, who's coming on?
It's that I spend so much time writing these introductions that I'm going to shoehorn the goddamn thing in, even if it's 14 minutes into the show.
I want to warn everybody. I've invited the Disco Boys, our Discord people, to come be in the chat here. So if it gets totally off the rails and inappropriate,
I love it. I appreciate it. I can't say I haven't noticed that in the numbers, and so I will take this time to do some housekeeping real quick and say we are all here to not only have fun but to also raise money for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, which is the charity that Gooners v Cancer currently supports. And you can go to goonersvcancer.com, learn more about the guests that we still have coming up on the remaining 21 hours of the pod. You can catch up on the remaining 19 or 20 different prizes that we're going to be giving away to people who donate. And so far in the Pod-A-Thon week, where we started collecting for the Pod-A-Thon on Tuesday and have continued to go on through now. We are at a total funds raised of $9,870. We're getting really close to 10,000 for the Pod-A-Thon alone, which is fantastic. And for the summer, which began in Washington, D.C., with the first visit of the team less than 2 months ago, we've just crossed the $25,000 mark. So $25,130.49. I am thrilled. I am very appreciative. I'm touched, and thank you for doing that.
Get your
Elliot,
checkbook out, people. Let's do it. Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up.
Shove that checkbook into the disk drive, and have you watched the telemarketers?
Yeah. I was the telemarketer. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's right.
You get your check, you slide it into the hard drive. The files are inside the computer. I mean, come on.
So I wanted to say real quick. Elliot, and I can call you Elliot, right? Or is it Mr. Yankee? Is that how I should address you?
I mean, both of those things are better than what I'm normally called in digital spaces. So I'll take whatever you're going with.
Now, you brought the Disco Boys here, but if they come, they're going to have to pay the toll. And that toll is a donation to GVC. If you're going to come and you're going to cause a ruckus. Plus, I want to ask you, do you know where you are? You can literally not sink any lower than this podcast. There is no bar that can be lowered here by your presence. So go wild, Disco Boys. Go wild.
I see you and Raise You the Carpet Chat, which is a real podcast that started inside our Discord. And I logged on the Discord one day. You know, it's a Discord for our podcast. I log on and the Disco Boys are all like, oh, listen to the Carpet Chat. Listen to the Carpet Chat. I'm like, what's the Carpet Chat? They're like, oh, two of the guys in here started it, and they post the links to it in the Discord, and they're like, sign up for the Carpet Chat. And I'm like,
you're literally spawning podcasts.
It was Podception, yeah. But they're brilliant, yeah. You know, it's like Total Recall, the Quaddle, the guy that grows out of the stomach. They're like the powerful podcast growing out of my stomach, like in Total Recall.
The question is, when they stop podcasting, when does the podcasting actually stop? Are we in the podcast right now? Are we in the podcast within the podcast, or is this?
I mean, I don't know. Is time moving faster or slower in this podcast? I'm sure for you guys right now, it feels like it's moving much slower, which means you are the podcast like 3 layers down. I think.
Oh, and was it you? Was it you or Rick that I was telling about the dream I had when we were at Highbury about how I woke up and I knew I was in a dream, and then I woke up and I was still in a dream, covered in my own vomit in a tube station?
I think it might have been me, maybe now that you say it, but I'll be super honest. I immediately check out when people start telling me their dreams. It's like, nah, it's fucking boring, bro.
You seem to interact with me. Thank you, Dial Square One, by the way.
No, I just nodded. That's me on autopilot.
Yeah, well, okay. I can accept that.
Can we jump into that ticketing conversation now, because I feel like we should talk about that ticketing conversation.
We can, but of course, what we didn't share with you, Owen, is that Aston's prepared a number of topics to talk about with Elliot, and I wanted to cover one really quick beforehand. So, can we keep that in our holster for just a second?
No,
Elliot, and this is a heartfelt thing, but I've noticed, in recent years, a pretty positive change in your interpersonal game in recent years, as far as you approached me a couple years ago for something that ultimately never ended up happening, unfortunately, due to COVID.
No, you said you didn't have the lube with you at the time, and we just never found another opportunity. But
that was the other thing. I'll never forget.
Is this going out over the internet?
It is forever.
Let me see. Oh, the standing behind my computer.
Add it to the list. Just Google horse moth, and
oh God,
I can't be embarrassed on the internet.
Which I took to heart. You're like, I obviously I got this I'm paraphrasing now. I've got this podcasting thing down pretty well, but you've got the social game. You know the people that need to be known, and you socialize with them, and you go and you visit and you do all these things, and can we work kind of together to bring those two things together? And although that event never happened, I mean, it's pretty clear that, it's either come naturally, you've made a point to kind of integrate yourself more in the social game, not just be this guy behind the microphone on a podcast to, putting out information and corralling and herding cats. And I think that's fantastic because, it's only accelerated your growth and the people that know you and what they know you for. So I just, there's not really a question there other than, was it something you really just kind of said, this is a big area that I'm missing because I love to see it.
I think what happens in life is sometimes you find an opportunity where you can add value and where you can fill a white space. And I learned pretty quickly that there's a lot of really good people in the Arsenal world who do a lot of drugs and don't have a dealer. So I decided, like, if I could provide them their drugs, then ultimately they would do me favors, or I would out the fact that they've been taking these drugs. So it's worked really nicely. And
I hope this is an analogy or like a metaphor.
No, I deal drugs.
He's really a drug dealer. He's hooked me up several times. By the way,
that's
thanks.
Literally it. There's mescaline in this old fashioned right now, actually. No, I appreciate what you're saying, Mike. Like, I think ultimately, honestly, like, this. If you just support Arsenal long enough and go out and meet people enough, you're going to meet amazing people who will be kind to you and generous with their time and generous without. I mean, like Andrew, Arseblog, right, is one of my absolute heroes because my love for Arsenal grew as a part of reading his blog and listening to his pod, who became one of my absolute dear friends, only because he's a great guy and was willing to tolerate listening to me talk a bunch of shit nonstop until he finally gave in. And like, Clive obviously takes Zoloft. Like, you can hear that in his voice, by the way. But yeah, so I think the thing that makes Arsenal a special club that we all love is it's inclusive. There's a unity about it. Like, it's funny, right? We tear strips off each other over our opinions on the internet. Like, that's just how the internet works. But you get together with Arsenal people and it's just all love and it's all togetherness. And I think it's a really special thing. And obviously what you do with Gooners versus Cancer and the immense work you put into it, the way people respond to that is just a reflection of the community as a whole. So yeah, I mean, other than the drug dealing, it's also, I think, just a reflection of the character of the community. Yeah.
Well, and I've really enjoyed watching it. And, everywhere I go now, everyone's asking me, oh, is Elliot going to come to this event? And of course you're coming to the Great Florida Gooner Fest in December. I mean, I'm announcing that right now, even though you haven't decided to do it yet.
I literally go to whatever's going on. Like, people are just like, you again?
That's how you get it. That's how you
to be fair, I learned that from you, Mike. There people are like, you're still here? Like,
but you should see some of the looks I got at the Arsenal Supporters Trust event, because everyone, from the club had known that I was basically just, one of a handful of people like Ryan and Craig from Fort Lauderdale that were in all of the cities at all of the events, and the team kept seeing the same people. But then I pulled the extra step and I went to London straight from there, and I'm at this Arsenal Supporters Club thing, and the look on Stu McFarlane's face when he saw me at that event,
this guy again.
it was disgust. It was an eye roll, a disgust, a like, what the hell are you doing here? And then he was a little friendly, but like, it's fun.
Well, I got to say, Mike, you actually have to step. And I know asking you wanted to jump in here, but like, there is a Midwest Gooner meetup happening in October. There's going to be news about that. I'm going to make the sacrifice of being there. And just to give you an idea of my commitment level, it is happening over 25-minute drive from my house, and I am going to be there. So, if I can do that,
you could almost Uber from there.
I mean, almost, yeah.
You could almost afford an Uber there and back so that you don't have, so that you can drink.
Exactly. So, yeah, I expect anybody who wants to be a part of that, please come. Would love to see everybody, meet everybody.
Awesome. Well, better words were never said. So Aston, I'm gonna take a back seat and hand it over to you, because you came up with some great things to talk to Elliot about.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to go back to this comment real quick, because it kind of reminds me of something Elliot was just saying about how inclusive we all are. Part of that might be because we all kind of needed therapy after the banter era. You know what I mean? And it was kind of like a group healing thing that we did together that eventually spawned all these different events. And that's, I think, a really cool story for any fan base. What I kind of wanted to talk with you a little bit about, again, Mr. Yankee, if I'm allowed to call you that.
I prefer it, actually. Yeah.
I'm going to keep that up this whole podcast.
Those were the terms we agreed to ahead of the show. Yeah.
About time someone showed him some respect.
But you have had an explosion of visibility inside of this community, and it's kind of given you this kind of unique standpoint. I mean, you're kind of in the eye of the storm a lot of the time. I mean, you're also in the storm. Sometimes you are the storm, but you kind of get to see the temperature of the room that is kind of the Arsenal fan base. And I was wondering, you know, especially with the change in, I guess, status and position that we were in from last year to this year, how are you feeling about the overall, like, again, the temperature, the fan base? How's everybody compared to last year? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I can answer it, I think, most succinctly by reading a tweet, if you'll allow me. This is from Tactigol, Tacti, Tactigol on Twitter. And he says, I'm a self-made millionaire, mate. I would not consider you successful in the slightest. You're laughed at in the Arsenal community and look like a toad. So, you know, I think
that makes so much sense.
Yeah, when you think about it, like, that's why I feel the love in my heart that I do for this community. You know, all kidding aside, your point is a good one. The question is a really good one. I think here's the problem, right? If you think about how dynamic a live conversation is at a pub, or, you know, people just talking, or when you're hanging out at your house, or whatever it is, there's a lot of give and take and joking around, and tone is there and expression is there, and you know the people. In digital spaces, all of that is absent. And we care about this stuff so much that I think when we disagree or see things differently, there's a tendency to be outraged. In fact, I think back, I'll age myself here a little bit, because I know it doesn't look like it on camera, but I'm in my my early 30s. There's a movie, Animal House, and they're hazing a guy who's pledging their fraternity. Okay. And another fraternity does something bad to him. And the guys say, they can't do that to our pledges. Only we can do that to our pledges. And I think there's a bit of that in the Arsenal world, right? I can criticize the club or the players, but the outsiders can't, right? So we do a really good job of circling the wagons when the outsiders do. Like when Gary Neville's got some shit to say, we got each other's backs, right? And I just wish that we would have a little bit of understanding that if I say I think this player's playing well or not playing well, or this guy's good or that guy's bad, or this signing was good or that signing's bad, ultimately we all want the same thing, right? Which is for Arsenal to be as successful as possible. Some people cope with the tension of sports by being relentlessly positive. I love Arsenal. I love everything Arsenal does. I love the players. I love we lost. You know what? We'll win the next one, guys. I love you. And some people deal with the tension of sports by being miserable. I often quote like Fever Pitch, the movie Fever Pitch, right? The main character of Fever Pitch, who is the quintessential, I mean, we might, you know, I don't want to know what's in the vape. I just trust you.
I was trying to get Ashton on the full screen when you were talking about the positive guy, and then I was going to go over to Owen.
Yeah, well, you know, it was nearly right. It was just off by one square. But the quintessential sort of film character Arsenal supporter is a miserable bastard who whines about the club all the time. We all have different ways of dealing with it. And that's because our lives are hard. Our lives are complex. Our lives have challenges. Everyone is going through their own thing in their own personal life. And sport is where we pour our hopes, our dreams, our frustrations, our energies in a way that doesn't have to be the mortgage payment, the kid, raising the kids, you know, the relationship with our partner, the challenges at work. So I get it. But overall, I think, Gaston, like by and large, if you are just willing to communicate with people in a conscientious and considerate way, you get that back in return. And while people will complain endlessly about the toxicity of online spaces, I just don't see that. I just feel, I mean, apart from the guy who thinks I look like a toad, which fair enough, right? A lot of toad-like qualities. I think by and large, the conversation is a good one. But when emotions get as peaked as they do over sport, you're going to see a lot of reaction. So I think it's just natural.
And this is my question, right? Compared to like last year, do you feel that we're just as together as we were, that we're just as backing the team as we were? I feel like we are. I think there's a lot of, I think that because we're in the position that we're in, and we're obviously going to draw a lot of attention, a lot of people want to see our downfall. So therefore, those small little cracks, you would say, in the fan base are going to get super duper put under a microscope and put on every single news station. Talk Sports got to talk about it. You know, did Arteta celebrate too much? Do Arsenal think that they're so great because they beat the mighty Manchester United? You know all of the different stories. But the question here is are we ready to win a Premier League? is this fan base ready to take the stresses that come along with that level of expectation? Because last year we kind of got a free hit, right? Last year, nobody expected us to come in for the Premier League. So that level of expectation wasn't there. So the stress wasn't there. Even when we were very, very close, a lot of us were still able to write off that league. Now that the expectation is there, do you see the stress of going for the league title kind of change how the fans' dynamics with the team and the players?
100%. And by the way, it should. Like, I loved last season. We were the darlings of the league in a way. We are a giant, mighty European club, but we got to feel a little bit like the underdog, the Cinderella at the ball last season. And that was brilliant. But we should have expectations. It is okay to say we should be challenging. And look, everybody understands the financial proprieties of how Manchester City have been built and why they have an advantage that was ill-begotten. But that's the job. The job is to go finish above them. I don't have a problem with people feeling differently about this season. We have, according to most metrics, the most valuable squad in the world right now. It's still a young one, but it's loaded with talent. And it should compete, in my view. And we have arguably the best non-Pep manager in the world who should be able to get us competing. And so, like, I think it's good for us to have expectations. You know, the reality, though, is that is going to create more tension than last season had. Last season, we were just happy for just happy to be here. We shouldn't just be happy to be here anymore. And I think if the team are going to win titles, then it's only right that the fans should start to expect the team to win things. And the team themselves should stop thinking of themselves as the plucky underdog and think of themselves as the bully. You know, the Invincibles beat teams in the tunnel. This team needs to develop that now because they're good enough to beat teams in the tunnel. But when you're 2-0 up against Forest and you let them get back to 2-1 and you make it nervy at home in a game like that, or you're 2-1 up on Fulham and they're down to 10 men and you let them come back, until you get that stuff out of your system, teams are always going to think they're in it. We need to stop giving those teams the chance to think they're in it. So you're absolutely right, Aston. Like this season, it's not that we're less together. It's that there's expectation. Yeah. But expectation is what good clubs, good teams have. If we don't have expectations, it means we're not very good. So I welcome those expectations, and I think we should be putting the pressure on, because you don't win anything when no pressure is on. We saw that last season. We're 100-point pace until April. So we need to thrive under pressure. That's the next step.
Yeah, it's almost like
Elliot, I was just going to ask. There was a lot made in the media about the level of celebrations that we had last year, not only from the stands but on the pitch itself. What do you make of those claims that we're too emotional to sustain any kind of pressure for the duration of a full season? Do you give that any backing at all?
Well, I think this is interesting because there is a celebration police, but there's no celebration criminal code, and there's no celebration jury, and there's no celebration judge. So what do those police do? Because I feel that they are abusing their power, because there is no legal system or infrastructure built to enforce those celebration laws. So I think we do have to take that into consideration. Am I still on, by the way? I feel that I've
you're
frozen.
Still on. You're
Okay.
You're just frozen.
That's really weird.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's I'm not going to have my face stuck in a position like that because it's extremely unpleasant. So I'm going to switch to another camera, which is fine. I can do that. But I do think, and I'll say this, I do think that the fans, if you win a big game late, you should be emotional about it. Of course you should.
How about if you draw level in a game? Like I remember this Crystal Palace game a couple of years ago that I was at, and Lacazette scores a goal in like the 93rd minute, and it was to avoid an unfortunate loss and brought us into a draw. I mean, are these rules that we have to follow, or can we just be happy when something good happens?
You should just be happy, right? I mean, like, isn't that the whole point? And I mean, I guess what I would ask you, Ian, is like, are we talking about, like,
Oh
no.
Well, we lost them.
Did you kick him out because he called you Ian?
We're talking about practice.
Are we talking about like the fans or the players? Because I do think that sometimes as a player, like the celebrations are organic. They're not planned. Mm-hmm. But if I said this on the podcast, I really feel at times like we have we have played. Oh, there we go. We have played the season like every time we attack, we're trying to score the goal to win the Champions League final. You can feel the pressure on these players, right? We're not there isn't that sort of relaxed calm in the final third that you need to be effective. So I can actually connect to the suggestion that we are not that we may be too emotional. I think that's youth. I think it'll come with experience. But yeah, ultimately, I don't think it's the celebrating wins that means you're too emotional. No. I think it's the weight of the world on their shoulders. And I think you can read it coming off of them at times. And so that, yes, I think there's a bit to that. I don't think it has anything to do with the fans, though. Like the joy of being a fan is celebrating a late winner. I would take 38 late winners and I'd celebrate each one bigger than the next one. Like that's the joy of it, you know?
What it's literally so irrelevant. What, I mean, you got fans talking, you know, to other fans on bulletin boards and on Prodigy,
just AOL like, online.
Yeah, exactly. Like why are
MSN Messenger? Yeah.
Why are you getting so excited that we won? Messenger. We should be winning these games. And I'm like, separate the players and the fans. The players acting like they won the Champions League every time that they draw level in a game, fine. But nothing that a fan does other than support their team with positivity and energy and love, nothing that a fan does or doesn't do is going to impact, you know, act like you've been there before as a fan is just, it's just dumb. Yeah. It has nothing to do with anything.
Can I suggest something? And this is something I would love for us to kind of discuss for a moment, because is it the fact that maybe because we've gone through the banter era, and I feel welly and truly as a fan base, we have been humbled, and maybe we're just a little too nice. We let them sit there and pick on us for celebrating too hard, when the reality is you're picking on us because you're Manchester United and you're 11th and you're bad. You're picking on us, Chelsea, because you're 12th and you're bad, and you're so used to letting us be the butt of the joke. But the reality is when, for once, we went into that game at the Emirates with Manchester United, and there was a gulf in class, just like when we used to go to City or we used to go to Liverpool. Manchester United weren't in that game, and we got to slap them. Is it time for this fan base who, like, look at what we did last year? Sure, we didn't go all the distance, but is it time for us to maybe get our chests out and say to them, like, hey, listen, you're just not on our level anymore. Maybe start to respond to some of the ways that the media and other fan bases criticize us with a little swagger and a little pizzazz, because when it comes down to it, they're worse than us. We haven't been in this position in a while, but they are legitimately worse than us. I've never seen a Chelsea team this bad. I've never seen a United team this bad. Liverpool haven't even been this bad in years. So I don't know. That's me. Do we need to gain maybe a little backbone, a little swagger in the way that we move through these spaces?
I mean, can't hurt, right?
I'm with the pimp stick. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Look, ultimately, I think the single biggest thing we do as fans is overrate our own influence on what happens, on the outcome. I mean, they call Manchester City's stadium the Empty Head. Yeah. It has no atmosphere. That does not hold them back. They dominate all and sundry, right? Do I think raucous support can help a team? I do. Do I think it's the last 50% or the last 1%? I think it's the last 1%, right? So while I want us to be behind the team and I want us to have the confidence as fans, to have that swagger, to know we're good, to believe we're good, what did they call Highbury for years? What was its nickname?
Highbury,
right? Didn't seem to hold us back when we were the best squad. We have built now, I think, the second best squad in the league, but they're young. They're going to have to grow up to knowing they're good and realizing they're better than everybody else out there. And by the way we play, I think that's coming. I really think that's coming. So while I think support is important, I think it's that last 1 or 2% as opposed to that last 50%. And don't get me wrong, there are definitely teams and games and situations you see where the support helps a specific player, a specific game. It can really matter. Like we've seen that. It's funny though, because we memory hold the ones where it doesn't matter. Like I can think of a Wolves game where we held on to beat them, and their support was going absolutely mad. It was a raucous environment. We might have been down to 10 men in that game, I want to say. And,
Yeah,
we held on.
2 seasons ago.
Yeah, 2 seasons ago. Sounds about right. I just remember the red-faced Wolves supporter behind glass trying to get to the away
that's what I was
supporters.
thinking of.
Meme to infinity. So, yeah, you know what, Aston? Like, the best thing you could do if you go to the ground, for example, right, is just full-throated support for 90 minutes. It can't hurt. But I think if you build the most talented squad, more often than not, the talent wins out. I think more often than not.
No, I'm going to have to stop you here. It's definitely the quote tweets. It's definitely the quote tweets.
The quote tweets went out.
Yeah.
I mean...
whoever gets the most quote tweets wins. Like that's what Twitter told me, at least.
If that was the case, like, our trophy cabinet would be like completely full, because we run Twitter.
See, just to play devil's advocate here, lads, is what Aston was saying about, walking around with our chest puffed out and the fact that we are better than these teams. And some sections of the fan base might say that we haven't been overly impressive at all at the start of this season. The Forest game, we were pretty clinging on pretty badly towards the end of that game. That we talked about emotion. Everything seems a little desperate, for probably more so than where we'd want to be at this stage of the season. Players like Kai Havertz have, again, some sections of the fan base sitting on the end of their seat with their pitchforks waiting to that Everton game to see if he retains his spot. What are your concerns, if any, Elliot, for the start of this season? Or are you starting to look at this like the way everybody talks about Man City being slow starters and they peak at the right times of the season? What have you made to the start of the season as a whole?
Individual games, you'll get caught up in the emotion of how they flow, and that can take away perspective. And this is going to bore people senseless, but this is where I think data can be helpful, because data can tell you a little bit if your emotional experience to the game matches what really happened. And by and large, what the data will tell you is we've been really good this season. We're dominating possession. We're dominating chances. We're suppressing shots. We're creating good chances. We're right behind Manchester City on XG, expected goals created, and we're right behind Manchester City on expected goals allowed, second in the league. We've been unlucky in some respects in that, 7 times in the last year, the first shot of the game has gone in against us.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, that tells you that maybe we need to start better, but it also tells you it just hasn't broken for us recently. And then here's the other thing. Like, for example, I think everyone's been impressed with how Eddie Nketiah has played, right? I don't think anybody would say Eddie Nketiah is the center forward you need to go win a title in the Premier League. He's our backup striker, and he's done the job well. We saw a little flavor of what Gabriel Jesus can be, right? What's that level going to be, right? What's that level going to be? If you swapped Haaland and Eddie Nketiah, if Eddie Nketiah was the striker for City and Haaland was our striker, how would and this is not an anti-Eddie thing. It's more the point that, like, we lost Timber. And then we played Kivior, and then we played Tomiyasu, and Zinchenko wasn't available. Zinchenko came in and suddenly saw how we dominated territory against United. And because we didn't have Zinchenko, what did we do? We took our starting central midfielder in Partey, and we inverted him out of the right back position. And we played our backup striker, right? And we tried to integrate a new left 8 in Havertz, and we tried to integrate a new number 6 in Rice, who's been brilliant. But all of that has been happening in the beginning of the season. And we're acting like we should just hit the ground running, like nothing ever changed. It's a lot of disruption, and we've handled it. I mean, if we don't ship a corner kick goal stupidly to Fulham, we're on 12 points. What are we complaining about? And now Jesus is back, and now Zinchenko is back, and now Rice is integrated. And you know what? If Havertz doesn't click, we'll play Vieira or we'll play Trossard, and we still haven't seen nearly the best of Martinelli or Saka yet. So what I would say is we've seen the kind of performances of a team that's dominant in the way it plays, but maybe hasn't had its absolute best players all clicking together at once. And now we're going to get a look at that. And I think it's going to open some eyes, frankly.
And I think that to that point, and I wish a lot of people would take a step back and kind of see what's going on. Mikel Arteta, last year, we got on his back because we had the most selected 11 in the Premier League. we only had so many players that we could rely on. So what did we do? We went out, we got a bunch of players. We talked about us only having a plan A. We don't have a plan B. Well, Mikel Arteta is working all the way down to plan Z right now. And we just need to give him time in the lab to experiment. If we are if we are blowing up our team right now, and these are the results of that, long may it continue, because if this is our floor, then that's just a great place to be, personally. But I do think that on the flip side of that, I do think that, and you know, it's the truth is always somewhere in the middle, right? Whereas we can say that, okay, maybe we can look at these performances and maybe we can say that objectively, when I look at this performance, X, Y, and Z happened and that wasn't perfect. That doesn't mean that the team is bad, that we need to fire all the players, get rid of Mikel Arteta, but that does mean that we can say, hey, listen, I noticed that we can improve in this way or that way. Maybe we notice, again, when we talk about the Kai Havertz thing, my thing with Kai Havertz is I don't think he's as influential in the game as he needs to be. Get his touches up, get his passes up, get him more involved. That doesn't mean that Kai Havertz is the worst player in the world. Partey playing at right back, it seems like he had a couple of decision-making issues of when to be in the center mid space, when to be in the right back space. That doesn't mean that that's completely unplayable because he made a couple of mistakes the first time we tried him there. So I just think that you're right that we need to approach everything kind of with a little, like, a sense of fun. Enjoy it. I mean, we get to see a lot of wild stuff. Like, when did you ever think you would see a fullback playing this way? When did you ever think that Kai Havertz would be playing in 8 position, or that we would be playing this ludicrous, like, one center back in the back while everybody's in front of him, like, and our goalkeepers playing as another center back in the build? It's fun. Enjoy it. And I get that the expectation's high. I get that we all want silverware, but at the same time, if we're not enjoying the games, if we're not enjoying what we're seeing, then why are we supporting the club?
I mean, I will always engage with thoughtful critique because I was a leader of that club for a long time. I mean, you know, that comment, Elliot not being the doomer, is interesting.
Is that what doomer means?
Yeah. I mean, maybe he meant to say boomer, but you know, I don't know.
Okay, boomer.
But,
doomer pill's a thing. Doomer pill's a thing that the young kids say.
Is it? I mean, they got so many pills they're taking now. They got the red pilled and they're white pilled and they're blue pilled and
red pills and
pills for the bedroom and pills for there's just so many pills.
Pills for when I see Elliot and
yeah. I mean, you know, but I think this is the point, though. I think if you're criticizing, I'll always engage with that. But I want the criticism to make sense. So for me, for a long time, the criticism was, I don't think we're playing the right way. I don't think our distances are right. I don't think we control the ball enough. I don't think we control territory enough. Like with Emery, why are we sitting back? Why do we have 30 shots allowed against us against Watford? You know, why are our distances wrong, or we don't have the next progressive pass to make? So when we're having 70% possession and 90% field tilt and more of the XG and less of the XGs, expected goals allowed, and we're taking more shots and we're playing in the right areas, I'm not going to criticize just for the sake of it, right? I think we have been poor in our final third execution. That's what I think. And I think we are still vulnerable on the counter because I think at times we're a little bit naive, and when we step up and it's crazy how fine the margins are. Partey steps up at the wrong moment and we concede a goal the other way. Bukayo Saka plays a back pass because Partey is vacated because we're still learning him inverting off the right, and we fall behind to Fulham, and we play out 3/4 of that game down a goal. Those little margins, like, they can be frustrating, but I don't think they signify systemic challenges with the way we play. I guess I look at it this way. I like the squad we have, and I trust the system that we built. So I think those two things will eventually lead to a positive outcome. Now, the real problem is we could have hit 88 points this season and finish 10 points off the title. What will the narrative be? Will the narrative be not good enough, Mikel, not good enough, Edu? Will if I offered you 88 points right now, would you take it and see where the chips fall? I probably would. But that's the challenge of the Premier League. It's not just about what you do, right? And we have a uniquely difficult opponent to overcome.
I do want to say something that's so beautiful about what I'm hearing in a lot of your voices. This is the first time I've heard this in a while in this fan base. This is faith, belief. It's beautiful. It really is something fun. Something
good.
I want to let's do a quick fire. Let's do a quick fire thing. I had a little ideas because since we are talking about the temperature, let's talk about the temperature around certain players. I'll name a player, and what I would like from you guys is give me what you think their greatest strength is and what you would like to see them improve the most. And we'll just go through the list, and it'll just be a fun thing. So I'm going to go ahead and start off with somebody that I think is going to be very hard for you. Owen, tell me, what is Saka's greatest strength? And what is his greatest weakness that he needs to improve?
Greatest strength, she's take her pick, dribbling, shooting, everything. His whole attacking game. His weakness, though, I will say, is and I think he gets off with this quite a bit, is at times he can be slightly lackluster defensively in his positioning. That happens with those types of players, though. It's just a natural part of the game that's so hard to weed out. Yeah, sometimes he does leave his full back slightly exposed, so that's something I would like to see him sort of sharpen up on a little.
Okay. So you think a little defensively he needs to gain it up. So you would say you want to see Saka put a foot in more often.
Just no defensive position and not letting his man run off him as much, because then obviously Ben White gets overloaded. Yeah, so that's where I would say his weakness falls.
Let's talk about his partner in crime. No, not Ben White. Let's do Martin Odegaard. Elliot.
Strength, cheekbones.
Yeah, very.
I think
Kendall hair.
Yeah, pretty hard to argue with that. Weakness, maybe skin tone, could tan a little bit, like quite pale. I just feel like I'd trust him more if he had a bit more of if he was more tan complected.
What about
I
facial
get these
hair?
Nordic. Yeah, maybe a beard, like a big ass. Can you imagine like a big ass bushy blonde beard on Martin Odegaard? No, his strength, I actually think, might be his shooting. Like, as you know, it's not what we would have thought, but his finishing, his shooting, like he strikes a ball absolutely beautifully, and he's showing a willingness to take on that responsibility more. The other strength, in addition to cheekbones and shooting, his engine. Like I just think the way he works back for the team is really impressive. In terms of a weakness,
it doesn't necessarily have to be a weakness. You can just want him to improve it. Yeah.
I think everybody in the front five right now needs to improve in this. Picking the right option in the final third right now has not been good. Against United, Odegaard took his shot on a lot when there were better options. Now, the one time it winds up in the back of the net, you're pretty happy he did. And I want him to keep shooting. And he had another shot deflected for the corner that Rice scores. So pretty good outcome from his shots. But overall, I think he's too talented, too smart, and too effective in the final third not to start picking the right option every time. Like, I look at the impact De Bruyne has on City, and he can absolutely be at that level. I think the talent is there to be at that level. So I would just say the decision making, everything he does at a high level of technique. Now just make the right decision.
I like that. I think that it's hard to say because I feel like he is probably the only creative team. Sometimes I feel like we need another creative passer in the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To kind of lay that off of him. But Mike, okay, let's go to the other flank, Mike. Let's do Martinelli.
His strength is his engine. I mean, for a while, it was said that he looked like he was running around like a chicken with his head cut off, and he did. Like you could see that he like the desire was there, the energy was there, but it was not yet refined yet. And I think we were so thirsty at that time to see somebody with that kind of energy and drive after the Mustafis of the world, after the issues that we had just had for so many years, that we loved the passion. And that's why when he came back from his injury, played a little bit, kept lying on the ground crying basically every time he got touched, because I think he was having a little PTSD about the injury situation, and then Arteta really kind of took him out of the fire for a long, long time in favor of Willian. I think we all kind of, just assumed that passion and that energy was a positive all the time. But in that time, he trained, he practiced, he learned how to harness it a little bit more. And now he is much, much closer to being the complete winger. He's still got some improving to do, but his engine has never been in question. A little bit of luck, but that goal he scored against Chelsea from basically his own 18 all the way down for the goal will always be when his coming out party.
I will never, ever, ever, ever forgive VAR for taking away the goal at Old Trafford. Never forgive it.
Were you at that game? It was Sophie that was at that game the same time that I was. I could not believe that ended up happening, because we were absolutely in ecstasy at that point. Probably felt very much the same way as a lot of United fans felt the other day when Garnacho scored. But his weakness, probably in his maturity, and I don't mean necessarily just football maturity and decision making and stuff, because I've just gone through a whole diatribe about how he's improved upon that over the years. But he's still raw. He's still a young kid, and as much as I've seen Bukayo Saka's maturity on the pitch and what you see of it off the pitch just go through the roof in the last 2 years. Martinelli, you don't necessarily see that as much. You still consider him a raw talent, just a much more refined raw talent than he was when he first started getting minutes. I'm not going to give the tactical weaknesses and strengths because I'm just not that guy.
He's got to get his head up a little bit, right? It's weird, right? For a guy who gets his head down when he dribbles, he still finds his teammates enough. He had a great assist, obviously, against United for Odegaard's goal. Get your head up. You can't stop him getting to the byline. And I think he can do more with those opportunities when he gets there. So, yeah.
Yeah, it goes back to the thing you were saying before about just making the right choice. Sometimes he floats a pass when he should have just, drilled it across. Sometimes, he tries a quick little pass instead of, floating one that he should. So I think another interesting one to talk about will be for you, Owen, William Saliba.
And by the way, we've got to make this the last one because we've got the final 10 minutes and the housekeeping that we need to do with the draw and stuff. So let's do Saliba and then we'll move on to that.
No worries.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, look, he's an absolute Rolls Royce of a defender. On the ball, he's basically flawless, and 1v1 defending is fantastic. I think maybe where he can mature slightly is much like Martinelli, just a sense of maturity. Which, look, he's still a kid. What age is he? 21, 22. He's still got a lot of development to do. Sometimes he'll rush out when maybe he doesn't need to. Sometimes he'll try to overplay the ball at times. But do you want to know, and this is something I think a good point to finish on, one of the great things, and it isn't that you can't be critical, it's that I find it so hard to be critical of our players, because players like Saka, Martinelli, William Saliba, there's a caveat when you have any criticism for them, because it's when you put it into context, it's so understandable that they still don't have that fully complete, round, perfectly sculpted game yet. And that's the beautiful thing about this squad, as Elliot mentioned earlier, with the average age of this squad, 2-3 years at least, you want to see these guys all growing together, and eventually, we were doing our combined, our all-time 11 earlier, and who's to say that a lot of these guys won't end up getting into it with the sort of trajectory that they're on?
That's a good one, but the right answer to what Saliba, the negatives, obviously
his timing of his videos.
Yeah, he has to stop taking as many videos of teenage men masturbating.
Yeah,
literally, we have not been able to mention Saliba without him saying that in the last year. It's been just a year.
That feels more like a mic problem. Just,
yeah. That's what I was just going to say. I was going to say, isn't it so funny that a 50-year-old
he took the video and I keep watching it?
Have the same problem.
Yeah, you're forever young, I guess.
So, as was just pointed out in the chat, we have over 200 people live heard me make that ridiculous comment yet again. And I love to see the numbers. Please, if you're here and you haven't done it yet, please go to goonersvcancer.com. It's the reason that we're all here today, tonight, tomorrow afternoon. We're about to finish 8 hours consecutive of podcasting, and we're nowhere near done yet. But we're going to pick a prize, and the prize for this hour is it's a good one, a new 23-24 Arsenal kit. So you can win a new kit. It's one of the the home, the away, if you dare, or the third shirt, and we're going to draw a winner for that right now from our many donors who in the week of the podcast have now taken us officially over $10,000. We're at $10,325 for the Pod-A-Thon week. So fantastic outcome so far, and we're still going strong. So to pick a winner of the new 23-24 jersey of your choice, the randomizer has selected. Come on, you randomizer, COYD or COYR. Don't know what I thought D stood for, and the winner of the jersey is Damian Chua. Oh, I'm going to have fun shipping that. I believe Damian lives in Malaysia. Damian, let's see, Damian Chua. Yep, from Jurong, which I think is from Malaysia. And if you don't think it's from Malaysia, you're wrong. Actually, sorry, it's from Singapore.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry. There was someone that donated from Malaysia, and I thought that was them. So, Damien, congratulations. You have won a new Arsenal kit just for,
by the way,
participating and donating.
Just for what it's worth, because it's an interesting coincidence. That random picker website that you have up there.
Yep.
That's what Pochettino uses for the Chelsea team on match days. Yeah. So.
I was gonna say, have we not spent enough? I tried to segue into it, but have we not spent enough time shitting on Chelsea? Because we really
not yet. We had a little bit of it in the first hour with Gab Marcotti.
59 minutes would not be enough in my view, but
yeah. See, that's the problem. Certain topics like that. I mean, we only have 1 hour segments on this for the most part. So maybe Mike Hernandez in a couple hours when he's heading up his own boys on the podcast can talk about Chelsea. But we are going to move into our next hour. So first I wanted to say to you, Elliot, thank you so much as always for your incredible support, your friendship, and for being with us for this hour. And
do I get parting comments or am I just gone? I'm just
no. I'm going to say thank you so that I could then shut up and let you say what you want to say. But no, you are always very supportive of us. I hope you feel supported by us as well in everything that you do. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you over these last few years. And I'm just sorry that we're not going to be able to hang out anymore together, according to my wife.
Ever. So first of all, I assume the only reason I was invited back on was to pronounce Owen's name as Ian, because I do it pretty much every time I'm on.
You're very good at it.
Yeah, I'm quite good at it. It's my talent. It
was actually specifically so Owen had somebody that he was taller than.
I mean, how do you know though? I'm this close to the top. That could be any
Everybody
amount. Everybody
just assumes I'm small.
I'm quite small. Here, I am this tall.
I am this high. Our next guests are in the backstage area, just like, what are we walking into right here?
So, I am going to get this out before I go away. I'm going to say first, Mike, you are relentless in the best possible way imaginable. You are infectious. You force everybody who knows you to love you. You love everybody in return. You are the best hang. You support the best causes. You provide the greatest friendship, and you are a great human. I am proud to know, thankful to be close to, and look forward to seeing everywhere I go because you are always there. And you know the poem Footprints that they sometimes talk about Jesus. He says, the footprints in the sand, like.
How would I know about
there was only one set of footprints because that's when I carried you.
Okay. I'll take your word for it, Jew.
There is a deep set of footprints beside me at all times because you are always there. And I appreciate you.
I mean that's very much appreciated. Thank you. I mean, I didn't think I was going to cry on the podcast until the end, but now he's getting bigger.
Keep going. Keep
Elliot,
going.
Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
If this is a Manscaped advert, please don't get your genitals
It was
out.
about to be.
No, you have to ask him the 4 questions.
Oh, geez, 4 questions.
Love you
All right,
guys.
let's do this. I'm gonna ask you the 4 questions, but before doing that, we'll have the crossover real quick. So, guys, I'm about to bring you on our next hour's guests. We're very fortunate to have Pedro, aka LeGrove.
Hey.
Pedro,
Oh, geez,
good to
I
see
just
you.
blew my ears off there. How's it going? I got so excited to see all these faces.
And Matt Candela, Pedro and Matt of the Arsenal Opinion, and of course Pedro, the editor of LeGrove. We're just going to ask. You know what we're going to do? We're going to ask all 3 of you these questions so that we don't get stuck at the end with me forgetting to ask you these questions. So we're just going to start you right off the bat with 4 questions. And the questions
We got to warm up quick.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing the end at the beginning, and then at the very end, I'm going to introduce both of you. No, the 4 questions are your top 6 in any order, your Ballon d'Or winner, your first manager to get sacked this season in the Premier League, and then some out of left field prediction that you wouldn't normally have said for what's going to happen in the world of football this year. So, Elliot, your top 6.
Top 6. Arsenal, Brighton, Brentford, Villa, Newcastle. My Ballon d'Or winner, Kai Havertz.
Come on.
Wait, no, I'm not allowed to do it this way. I got to do the real one. Okay,
Well,
fine.
you can do the top 6 that way, but Havertz didn't make the short list, so I don't think he's eligible.
Okay. I thought we meant the next Ballon d'Or. The Ballon d'Or winner would be Lionel Messi, even though it should be Haaland. What do I have to do? A random prediction from the football world?
Just something kind of wacky that would not be expected.
Wacky that will not be expected. I
If you
think
can't do that one, the first manager to get sacked.
First manager to be sacked, Eric Ten Hag.
Okay,
my man.
And the wacky prediction.
Wacky prediction is
that he'll take a dump at Carrington on his way out.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise that wouldn't be wacky. That I could see. God, what's a good wacky prediction? Wacky prediction is Manchester City. Manchester City will
sell out again.
Manchester City will not win the Premier League this season. My wacky prediction.
Well, they weren't in your top 6, so that's almost understood. All right,
No.
Elliot. Thanks so much. We'll get you out here. Appreciate your time. Give my best to your lovely family.
I will. Good to see you.
Take care.
Have a good time, everyone.
All right, so let's do
man.
the introductions now. Let's not wait till the end. Appreciate you guys coming on tonight, and we have a dynamic duo yet again. The Arsenal Opinions made up by 3 individuals. Johnny Cochran as well.
Yeah, Johnny's in England at the moment. It's 3 a.m. there, so he couldn't make this one, but he would have been on here for sure.
I can certainly understand that. You know who else is up at 3 a.m. is a lot of the chat. I'm seeing a lot of names who I happen to know are in Europe right now. So thank you for staying up late with us.
This gives us further evidence that he's just got an attitude problem, really, and should have been
breaching the non-negotiables.
Yeah,
I mean, we're gonna have to have a serious conversation.
Yeah,
we could go very quickly.
We suspected this was the case.
I'm going to make a prediction, and he is not going to appear on the next 4 podcasts. He's not even going to appear up.
There's always one diva
4 podcasts of ours. So yeah, we've got Pedro, aka LeGrove, joining us for the first time. Appreciate it. And is it only you that's allowed to say this, or can I say "man like Candela"?
You can say
that.
You can say man like Matt Candela for
sure.
sure.
All right. Well, Matt Candela, Pedro, thanks so much for joining us. Again, if you're in the chat, please donate to goonersvcancer.com and get yourself entered for some pretty amazing prizes, which we're going to continue to draw. Our next one will be at the end of this hour. And this is the first time we formally met. I mean, I have noticed that you're both, in America, sporting traditional American accents. One in New York, one in St. Louis. So, tell us a little bit about how kind of you came to land where you've landed and why.
Matt, you want to go first?
Why don't you go first, and then I'll tell the funny story about how I first met you, because I think that's a good story.
Sure. I came to America 9 years ago. I came via advertising, and now I work in football for an MLS team in St. Louis. We're winning 2-0 right now against LA Galaxy. Get in. Been writing LeGrove for 16 years. It was 16 years, September 6th. I heard Elliot talking about making some story about drug dealing. I guess my story is not too dissimilar. I started writing LeGrove because there wasn't enough daily content. It was just Arse blog. East Lower would come in every now and then. Gunner blog was a great blog, but he wasn't daily. So I wanted to come in with the daily content and share my thoughts on transfers and all things Arsenal. So that's been going for 15 years. And then the Arsenal Opinion podcast has been going seriously for about 3 now. Matt?
Yeah, I'm a huge Arsenal fan. Had a season ticket for 20 plus years. But living in New York, obviously miss being able to go to the games every single week in person, but you do feel like you grow a whole nother community of like-minded Arsenal fans. I feel like here it's like, oh, you should meet so-and-so, they're an Arsenal fan. And I got added to a WhatsApp group, and someone posted an article that was on LeGrove into our WhatsApp group. And my immediate reaction upon seeing this article posted was like, why the hell would I read anything from LeGrove? LeGrove is literally the Daily Mail of Arsenal blogging. And at the time I was a staunch pro-Wenger supporter. Pete was on the other side of the argument, suggesting that Wenger's best years were behind him and that maybe we should be looking for, he was a bit more prescient than I did. But somehow we met in New York and we bonded over that. And he certainly really affected my opinions around Arsenal. And we started the Arsenal Opinion out of a love for Arsenal and an opportunity to bond every week around a game. And the rest is history.
Amazing. And by the way, I'm sorry, while you guys were talking, we had a little bit of I forgot that Owen's shift was over, and so we've replaced Owen with someone decidedly less Irish. Mike Hers, welcome to your maiden appearance on this year's Pod-A-Thon, and you'll be joining us for the next 4 hours or so. So Mike, good to have you.
Thank you so much, man. I can't wait. It's always a privilege to be here. Let's get talking about Arsenal. I don't think you've done that enough today, Mike. So
no,
I
not
feel
so
like
much.
we should try to come up with some Arsenal related subjects today.
Hour 9 out of 27. But here's the thing. Last night I got to talking to Pedro. I was in the middle of kind of writing some outlines and some talking points and stuff, as I like to be prepared. And he pretty much said, me and Matt are just going to do the podcast. So I am,
thank God.
And
my beer here
with 27 different segments to coordinate, or 25 different segments to coordinate. That was the best news I had heard all week. So we are now guests on a Pod-A-Thon version of the Arsenal Opinion, and I will hand it over to you guys per our discussion, and you take it away.
Okay, yeah, all right. So we're gonna treat this like we would any Arsenal Opinion podcast. I don't have access to the music, but guys, it's great to be on the podcast. We're really excited to be raising money for cancer. Mike, do you just want to give us a little bit of a lowdown on the cause? I've just put a tweet out, so for new people coming in, I'd love to hear a little bit more about it. I know that you've probably done this. You're going to do this 27 times, but I'd love to hear it again.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, the more chance we get to talk about it, the more different ears are hearing about it, and it's always a funny English thing. I've learned that it's an English thing and not just the wrong way of saying it. But we're not raising money for cancer, Pedro, because I mean, cancer has one of the largest war chests of aggression that you could possibly have. They don't need more money. We're raising money against cancer, but it's. The Leukemia Lymphoma Society became very important to me about 14 years ago when my dad was suffering from leukemia, ultimately passed away in the year 2010, way too young, in his mid-60s. And, when I started getting to become familiar with people and networking and having some pretty good and influential friends in the Arsenal community, let's call it, through our podcast and through just traveling over a lot, I decided to try to put a desire to make a difference in this area with appealing to a group of people in the Gooner family that I happen to know are just really, really, really good people. And at first in 2017, I started putting a little bit of effort into it. I had a couple of connections. I was able to get Alan Smith, who had been on our podcast, to sign a shirt. And it started really small, and it's grown and grown. And each year, we grow in awareness, we grow in the connections with the club and with the supporters and all that. And it's a passion project, a labor of love, and it's just really something that I'm touched has grown to the point where it is, where we can get the kind of people to join us and give their time, their effort, and their money towards this cause particularly.
Fantastic. And what's the target? What are we trying to? How much are you raising? You said 26,000 was the number.
It's always kind of a moving target, but I try not to set unrealistic goals. I've learned about SMART goals. The SMART being an acronym, but specific, manageable, I think. But I mean, this year we do a July 1st to July 1st fundraising year, just like the football year is. And the last couple of years, it started off with a summer tour from the States, which gives us great fundraising opportunities. We do FIFA tournaments online. We do in-person fundraising at other times. We have some pretty special things that we're raffling off later in this fundraising year. So I started off this year with a goal of $30,000 to be raised all together, and we're already at $25,385. So I think it's realistic that we could do 50 or 60 this year by the time we hit next June. And the sky's the limit. My eventual hope, my expectation, and what's in the works is that Gooners v Cancer becomes its own charitable organization. The paperwork's been filed; it's in the works, rather than just a campaign to get people to donate to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. And as we continue to grow, there are incredible other types of charities, St. Baldrick's, Susan B. Komen. There's other versions of cancer that could certainly use the donations and the money and the support. So my hope is to make it into truly Gooners versus Cancer, and then ultimately through connections with other teams and supporters groups to make it into football versus cancer. But that's kind of down the road a bit. But our goal this year is about to change from 30,000 to 50,000 once I get a chance to update the website because of all the support we've got.
Well, man, that is absolutely incredible. We are honored to be part of this year. So we hope we can put on a bit of a show. Okay, I don't have my little music. I normally have a little buzz and he goes, the hottest of takes. And then I say, Matt Candela, what is your hottest of takes? But I don't know whether I'm going to go there right now. Mike Hertz, you've come in last, so you're going to go first. You've got to give us the spiciest take that you've got about Arsenal. It can be current, it can be past, whatever you want. You've been listening to the podcast, we heard Debussy didn't get a fair chance on a previous podcast. Oof. You might want to take that on. So
that was spicy.
That was a spicy take. Debussy gone too soon. But
I hadn't heard that name in about 8 years. It was like a ghost.
I haven't heard it like crashing into the board. Who was that Arnautovic that pushed him? Son of a bitch.
Unbelievable. So Mike, going to you first.
Here's one that's slightly controversial, I guess, because there's a lot of people that still see him as the ex-Chelsea player that never did good for us. But I think David Luiz ended up being a superb signing for us.
Ooh.
I don't know. See, it got that Chelsea mojo going on, and I think a lot of people like they don't like to hear it. And he had that famous interview where he kind of said, it's better to sleep 2 hours happy or something like that than 8 hours miserable when we had the transition between Unai Emery and Arteta. But I truly think he ended up being a really good head to keep in our clubhouse, to keep around the locker room, to help guide some younger players. And he left the club loving the Arsenal. It's kind of weird. I think even after he left, Arsenal had a really big win, and he went on Twitter and he kind of posted about it, and it became a whole joke. Like, this is you're supposed to be your legend, Chelsea. But ultimately, I think he had significantly better time at the Arsenal than many play. So I know that the Wolves red card kind of has become like a bashing thing for him, but I kind of look at that like he extremely hard done. I can't believe that happened to him. We'll never see a red card like that again, in my opinion. But
we will.
That's what I'm going to start. Yeah, just with Gabriel or Saliba eventually this season. But that's what I'm going to go with, Pedro.
Mike, that was the spirit of the spicy take. I feel
like
slightly heated after hearing that. I've got to cool down. Aston, we're going to go to you for the second hottest of takes. Can you top what Mike just delivered?
Oh, God. Spicy take. My takes are just, I'm always correct, so it's hard for me to find one that's disagreeable. You know what I mean?
So humble
it's
as well.
Just so difficult. Mesut Ozil was better than Cesc Fabregas. I just want the fights. I just want fights.
Out of here.
So do you actually believe that, or were you just trying to come up with something controversial?
In case you guys don't know, he's poking at me at this point.
Also, Arsenal are better than Milan.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's personal.
Yeah. Now it's personal.
So give us a little bit of detail on that. Mesut Ozil, not a fan favorite in the end, but the first couple of seasons, you can't argue with them. Tell us why you think he was better than Cesc Fabregas, a golden child.
Cesc Fabregas had Eduardo, Vieira, and Adebayor in front of him. Mesut Ozil had Olivier Giroud and almost broke the assist record. I think that there's no player in the time that Mesut Ozil, until his fall of form, especially when Wenger left. I think for when Wenger was here, no player in the history of the Premier League created as many chances as Mesut Ozil. Sorry,
it's spicy. It's spicy.
Facts.
We cannot argue with it. I mean, we've had two absolute screamers to start with. Magic Mike, can you match this, or do you want to tap out? Do you want to leave? Do you want to leave the chat and go away and have a think? Because I'm not sure you can top these two.
If I leave the chat and go away for something, it's not going to be to have a think. Let me tell you that. Having been here drinking Gatorade for the last 8 hours, my spicy take. Now you've just mentioned, Aston, how Mesut Ozil was setting
Don't
up.
Do it. Don't fucking do it.
Getting the most.
He just won a title.
The reason that he was able to get that many assists, and you even mentioned it yourself, is because one of the greatest Arsenal striker of the Emirates era, who came after we moved to the Emirates, is Olivier Giroud.
Boom.
Most underrated and best Arsenal striker, best career as an Arsenal striker since, better than Aubameyang, better than Lacazette, top Arsenal striker, Olivier Giroud.
I believe that's science.
Unbelievable. This is you know what I like about these three hot takes? This is basically a banter era special that we're going to be talking today. And you three have like really, I feel like you were born in the banter era to be saying these sorts of things.
Santi Cazorla sucked. How about that?
No.
Too far.
You gotta go.
Too far.
You gotta go.
Jumping out of the room.
That's
All
when
right,
you order the ghost pepper wings, but and then you think you can just take it down with one bite, and you regret that. Sorry.
Macandela.
When that's the thing that sinks the show. Out of all the things that you've said, that's the thing that sinks the show.
Well, I've got Jonas's support, and Jonas teaches people for a living, so I think I win.
Macandela, we've got some spicy hot takes. They're all banter era related. I don't know what you're thinking here. I don't know whether you can continue the theme, but hit me with your hottest take.
Yeah, I think I've got to continue the theme. Some of the names I've heard, I've been tuned in for the last few hours. Names I never thought I would have to hear again. Names that at one point I sort of loved. Debussy, Hector Bellerin, David Luiz. David Luiz is a success. You know, some of the name Mesut Ozil, Olivier Giroud, and I think that this is all testament to the job that Mikel Arteta has done, because somewhere along the line we accepted that some of those players were the best we could do. You know, we thought that they were potentially world class. We were so happy to have them. I'll tell you what, you look at our team now, none of them get in. None of them. I don't think Hector Bellerin, Mathieu Debuchy, I don't think Santi Cazorla gets a look in our team right now. Mesut Ozil, absolutely not. He would not be. He wouldn't even be in the squad. He'd be somewhere. He'd be on loan somewhere. Trabzonspor maybe. So I think that it's just testament to how far we have come under Mikel Arteta, that he's just completely reimagined our expectation levels. The fact that we now talk about it, go, should Gabby Jesus start for us? You know, those are the types of conversation we have. Yes, he's an absolute world-class number 9, but my God, I'm just so grateful that the banter years are behind us, and we can move on with our lives.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I'm gonna weigh in on something. I know that a lot of people might have a different view here, but I'm going after Aaron Ramsey right now. I've nearly said Aaron Ramsey. I'm going after Aaron Ramsey.
Let's do
Aaron
it.
Ramsey.
I knew I liked you, Pedro.
I'm here for it.
Aaron Ramsey was not very good technically, and his technical deficiencies were actually his strength when it came to the eye test, because he was out of position so much that those surging runs back made him look great. But I think we saw what happened when he went to Juventus. He was not the player that everybody thought he could be, and we wasted a lot of time with him. And I actually think he wasted his career under Arsene Wenger. I think that if he'd gone to a better coach, he had all the physical attributes to be a top player, great finisher, great eye for a pass, but out of position so much. And
but would you say the same about Steve Gerrard? Because some of the things you're saying to me are sort of the same things that get spoken about Steven Gerrard, and I think there are similarities in the way both of them were able to grab a game by the scruff of the neck, win cup finals single-handedly. Like, are you saying that he was guilty of the same thing?
I think if Steven Gerrard had gone to Mourinho, but he got threatened, didn't he? He got threatened by the gangsters. I think if he'd gone to Chelsea, he would have been a much better player under Mourinho. It was Mourinho who tried to sign him. I think
it was.
Pedro, you say Aaron Ramsey wasn't that good, but I have a question for you.
No. Not that he wasn't. He was a good player, but I don't think he was a good technician. So I think that, like, you know, to watch him, he's a very exciting player, but I think he was technically deficient. But I think like some players we just like, and Arsenal fans gravitated toward Aaron Ramsey because he put it all on the field. We liked his body language. Very handsome guy. But I think if you scratch beneath the surface, I don't think he was a good technician.
I think that this is the hottest take, and you don't come up in the TGP podcast and slander the name of Aaron Ramsey, okay? He's just as untouchable as Giroud. So let's start this off. He's not, no, wait. He's not a very good technical player. Is that why he had the third highest created assist in the league after David Silva and Mesut Ozil? He wasn't that technical a player. Is that why he's the fastest player, the fastest midfielder in Arsenal history to reach 50 goals?
That's just genetics.
In our history.
That's genetics.
Not a very good player, yet he used to be the only player in the league that could complete a pass. What was it? I remember this crazy article. It was talking about the most common passes between players in the league for each team. And I remember every single team, it was like the center back out to the fullback, right? In Arsenal, it was Aaron Ramsey to Mesut Ozil. And it was unbelievable that he was able to pull off those passes. His passing metrics are actually out of control good. And I am not going to have the slander that he wasn't a great technical player. He used to score with the back of his foot.
Pedro,
you can't back heel something into Tottenham's goal so many times and not be technically good.
Giroud used to do that all the time. Scored with the back of his foot, except it was behind him and going over the top of his head. So
Giroud was a very technically good player. He had a very good touch. I'll admit that. He was a donkey. He was a donkey otherwise, but he had an incredible touch.
Pedro, the first time Aston and I ever met in person, we stayed up until 3 a.m. in a hotel room down in Sarasota, Florida, arguing about whether Ramsey or Giroud had the better career at Arsenal. So you have opened up the.
It's an open wound. It sounds like
wound
it's
of
just
all
been
possible wounds here.
He's talking about Giroud, the man that gave Ramsey those luxury assists.
That's
for him
exactly
to
right.
Neither
Neither
that's
one of those goals.
That's the Giroud we're talking about.
Neither one of those goals in the FA Cup happens if not for Giroud. Wilshire's goal against Norwich doesn't happen if not for Giroud. Rosiczi's goal, I forget who that was against, doesn't happen if not for Giroud. Come on. I mean,
all these players have to score because Giroud couldn't.
This is what I love about Arsenal fans. We're sitting here getting passionate about one of the worst periods of the last 30 years. We're so
about
deeply, we're deeply hurt. We all need therapy. This is therapy for Arsenal fans. Let's talk about the bad times and talk about our favorite players from the bad times. But those were some spicy takes, guys. I'm excited where this show is going to go because we've got an action-packed Banter Years special. But we're going to start on something a lot more current. Nico Pepe exited. And the story was we got a £2.6 million fee. And Arsenal fans, we're precious about money because in the banter years, Arsene Wenger used to say there wasn't any. We used to go through those accounts and try and work out where the cash was and where we could spend money. Arsenal, in politics in America, they sneak bad news out on a Friday because everybody's sipping margaritas and nobody's paying attention. Arsenal waited until the international break to announce that Nico Pepe has been released, contract terminated by mutual consent. So Nico Pepe has left on a free. I want to get your takes. Magic Mike, give us your take on this. Is this another example of Edu being very good at spending money, but when it comes to selling players, he's not quite right? Or is this just an aftershock of an extremely poor period of mismanagement where we would give players like Nico Pepe 140,000 a week?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where the news came out that we had sold him for a very specific number of 2.6 million.
Fabrizio Romano, I believe.
So he got one wrong then, huh? He got the location wrong, but the terms wrong. You know, to actually have had to cancel his contract is a bit insane. I've stopped trying to defend our ability to sell players because ultimately it really won't end up mattering that much. But yeah, I don't think that this is a sign that's going to continue. Nico Pepe was always going to be one of the last ones that had to come back out through the door from the Mesut Ozil and the Aubameyang and all of that. But I would much rather buy players better than I sell players. There are some teams that are very good at selling and they're not so great at buying. And I would, if I have to choose between the two, I'd rather buy players as long as I know that we're not going to be, unable to buy players because of how poor we are at selling. It sounds exciting. Oh, and we know whose neighborhood that was happening in. Although you hear some interesting sounds in New York. But Nico Pepe, forget what we bought him for. That's irrelevant. And I've heard some rumors that we didn't actually pay the full 72 because there were a lot of incentives built into that fee that never got hit. But it really doesn't matter anymore. He didn't have a place at Arsenal anymore. We've made it known that way for 2 years. So, people were either going to sit back and wait for next year to pick him up on a free after yet another loan spell, or someone was going to come in and get him now. This is a weird one that we couldn't get any money for him. Not even $1 million, not even $5 million. Why? I don't get it.
Macandela, are clubs starting to look at Arsenal like we're a bargain basement club? Do they know that if you wait until the end of the window for a player that's not very popular, in the end, Arsenal will give it away for free?
Well, I think let's just chat briefly about recruitment. I think Arsenal recruitment has been phenomenal over the last couple of years, like brilliant. It feels like there's a really coherent plan, a cohesive team working on the objectives, and then we go out, and if we don't get our first choice, we get our second choice. If we don't get our second choice, we get our third choice, and it's all working really, really, really well. I think selling is still, I think it's getting better, as you can see with like Balogun, where it's like we're trying to get rid of someone, and then like let's try and extract the right amount of value for them. But there's still a lot of work to be done, in my opinion, because Pepe was the guy. He had 48 goals and assists in 2 years. Those are good numbers. Like compare those to some of the players that we've got, and I think that the story I always felt like the story was that he just wasn't very good, that emanated from the club. And I think that with some smarter PR, not just to help the club, but to help the player, it could have been much more like, listen, he's a really, really good player, but actually he's a player who suits a team who plays in transition versus a team who plays with our possession-based approach, which means there are a ton of different places that he could go and play and be really, really successful at. And we were talking on the podcast, you know, Everton. Fulham. Fulham have just signed Alexander Iwobi. It's like, I think Pepe's a better player than Alexander Iwobi, certainly in terms of end product. So I think there's something that could be done with that. But we missed the boat by sending him out on that weird loan last year, where it was basically Arteta just saying, get him away from the first team squad because I only want to work with my core team. And I fear for that because that may have been in his best interest, but I don't think it was in the best interest of the club, who were trying to maximize spending. And I'm going to give you another example of a player who I think we should have sold already in the last transfer window. And first of all, a caveat, because I love this player, but the time was right for it to sell him. And that is Emile Smith-Rowe. We are letting his value plummet, and then we're going to be selling him in a year's time for 20%, 30% of what we could have got this season. If Mikel Arteta knew he didn't want him, we should have sold him last January. So I think that's just another case in point of us not being very, very good at selling and letting players' values depreciate when we should be letting them go and letting them get on with their careers.
Matt,
Pepe, there's no doubt that Pepe is better than Trabzonspor. He is.
Do you think that he really doesn't want ESR like for the foreseeable future, years going forward? Or do you think this is more of maybe a bit of an extended Gabby Martinelli type of situation where he's, you know, his injury and his surgery and the players that we brought in, the quality, he just put him down the pecking order, but he still sees a player in there?
I mean, let's just ask the same question to everybody. Does anybody think that Smith-Rowe can still make it at Arsenal? Like, make it again for the second time?
I do.
I'm holding my breath to see when the actual calendar gets a little bit more crazier. That's where I'm at right now, to be completely honest with you, Matt. Because going into the season, he played a little bit in preseason. I had the opportunity to see him, and it was great. He looks fresh. He had that summer tournament. Again, looking really good. And I was happy to see him seemingly completely fit. So when the league started and game 1 goes by, game 2 goes by, game 3, and I'm like, any minute, man, Trossard is getting minutes. Trossard got to start. Trossard started to, he's the sub. And, I know Jorginho's getting in, but Jorginho's like, he's getting placed in to close games out because we're often just leading by 1 and things are getting a little hectic. And I keep on thinking, dude, something's got to give. He's going to eventually have to play. And so the first 4 games of the season, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm a big fan of the player, and maybe I'm still romanticizing of that period in which he helped us, the Chelsea game and that whole season, how that played out. I'm holding my breath to see that once we start playing every 2 to 3 days, he's going to get minutes. That added on with the club actually went out of the way to say that he was part of the plans, he wasn't for sale. They don't do that very often. I don't think they did that with Tierney. They didn't do that with Pepe. Balogun, it was like he has to come back and fight for his place. Initially, out the gate at the beginning of the summer, the club made a statement or whatever, how that works, the media operates. There was clubs, leaks, et cetera, and it goes, he's not going anywhere. He's part of the plans. He's going to be here with us. So I'm not quite ready to give up hope, and maybe because I am desperately a hopeless romantic when it comes to football. In case you guys don't know that, I'm not a stat-driven person. I'm
not romantic when it comes to his family.
I'm romantic too, but I also watched that under-21 tournament, and a lot of people have rewritten it and said, well, England won and he was great. He didn't stand out. He just didn't stand out. He looked like an under-21 player. That's not a bad thing. They're all good players, but yeah.
All right, let's get back on topic, guys. Let's get back on topic. Aston, you're a big fan of output merchants. Nico Pepe certainly was an output merchant. A lot of people put up his highlights reel on a regular basis. Did we do Nico Pepe dirty? How was his reputation sunk this badly for someone that can be so magic and someone that had such a great career when he was at Lille?
I think it's really obvious. I think it was really obvious when it happened. Matter of fact, I think we can mark down when it happened. It wasn't at that Wolves game, like he didn't track back, and that was like pretty much it. Like it reminded me, it had a lot of shades of the Podolski moment under Wenger. I forget who we were playing in the Champions League, and Podolski just didn't track back, and that was the last time we ever saw Podolski. And Pepe had the same thing. Unfortunately, Pepe has a little bit of an attention problem. The way that football's going right now, players like Pepe and players like Ozil, for example, or the luxury player doesn't get to exist in system football anymore. You can't carry a player like that. You need a player that is going to, and I know this might have taken a little magic out of the game, but you need a player that's going to do X, Y, and Z behavior 99 out of 100 times in this position. And Pepe just was not it. Captain Chaos he was, but what I will not have on the flip side, we want to call him an output merchant, but the reality is I think a lot of the reason he gets called a flop is, again, because Chelsea and United want to feel better. But the idea to put Nicolas Pepe in the flop category with the likes of Antony, the likes of Mudryk, the likes of all of these other failed players that you guys have got. Meanwhile, my man over here, I think it was like 18 goals and assists GA in one season. Like that's ludicrous. Sure, he didn't work for us, but there wasn't not a player there. Now, when we talk about selling, I think that, it's really easy to kind of come at Edu about this, but the reality is, if I told you I had a starting international center back that played for a top 6 team, how much would you think he was worth? You'd say 30 or 40 and realize they can't sell Harry Maguire for anything, right? So it's not that simple. It's not, every team has these players, especially players that you buy on such high values. When they don't work out, this is what it looks like. I don't think that this should be a mark against Edu or the club.
Mike, Pepe couldn't even get a move to a West Ham, a team that needed a winger. Nobody in the Premier League wanted to touch him. What are they looking at in the data that says that he's not the right player? Do you think that this is just a case of monstrous wages?
Yeah, you read my mind there, Pedro. I think it's the monstrous wages. He was rumored to go to Saudi Arabia a little bit earlier on in the window as well, and there. You could only believe what you want to believe, I guess, but there was something in there that he wasn't convinced with the wages. And ultimately, I think that's what ended up, which is insane to think about, but it's ultimately what I believe ended up being the reason why they terminated the contract. And by all means, I'd rather a termination of contract than paying his full salary for him to go play somewhere else. So that's slightly better. I just checked out his stats because I wanted to use the point that Balogun, similar to Tierney getting loaned out, Balogun left, impressed, he upped his value, and he was able to be sold. Now, granted, there was buying clubs. A, B, his wages are normal because he only signed a contract for us. And C, I mean, he outshined in the French league. So he was doing great over there. I checked out Pepe's stats, 19 games, 6 goals. He didn't do horrible. So I was kind of like thinking in the background, like, okay, maybe he just bombed with his loan, but it wasn't that bad, honestly. I know Antony would kill for 6 goals. Sancho would kill for 6 goals right about now for a season. So I think it's just one of those things where he's one of those last players that came in at like overinflated wages that nobody wants to touch because they're like, we're not going to give you 10, 15, 20 and pay 140. I think it was reported, something like that. I think is a little too much. He's not that elite level of player, and maybe it would have messed with the wage structure of a lot of clubs. So that's my best guess, Pedro. They weren't willing to take that risk and put him on high level contract when even though he was pretty much free, it might destabilize what's going on within the squad. I remember Ben White, when he joined, I read some crazy thing that he was like on 80 grand or something. Like he didn't join us for exorbitant amount of money. And if you're looking at how the club is setting up their wages, there's a structure, right? And Saliba is up there, Saka's up there. To have Pepe within touching reach of them, that would be really damning. So I think that's a whole other can of worms that were open. So I'm gonna time it up to that the wages were extremely crazy. I don't think he has a really great reputation in England for one reason or another. I couldn't really explain to you. Every time he went to France, he performed well. That's exactly what they said about Balogun, performing well, and that's why they wanted 40, 50 million for him. So can't tell you, man. It just got a case of the uglies, as I like to call it. Everybody knew the club wanted him gone, that there was no way back. And I think at that point, it just becomes a little bit of a waiting game. He's still relatively young. They're like, hey, what's one more season without a winger, pretty much? And other clubs had other targets, and they were able to get their targets. So unfortunately, lack of buyers is ultimately what ends up with us getting horrible small transfer fees.
It's painful. It's painful. I think the worst thing about the Nicolas Pepe transfer is it didn't feel like a banter era signing. It felt like we've landed.
Beginning signing.
We've just nabbed the best player in France. He's I think he just won a league title, scored a bunch of goals.
It was the response to "We Care to You," basically.
Yeah. It was a big excited moment, and I think that it actually turned out that we hadn't really scouted him. Raul Signelli was the lead on it. Lille were up to all sorts, and I was writing about it yesterday, and I was like, there were Lille got into all sorts of trouble with the way that they were doing transfers and the agents that they were involving and the inflated fees. We got Nico Pepe for 72 million. There was a rumor that Everton got quoted 52 million, but we paid over the odds. Napoli, who have a transfer under an investigation for Osimhen, they overpaid for Osimhen, but they got Osimhen. And we got lumbered with a guy who can't get a move anywhere. Everybody in the world wants Osimhen. I think they bought him for 80 million. He's probably going to go for 130. We got lumped with the bad player. Maybe if Nico had come good, nobody would put any scrutiny on it. But he is out the door. This does lead into a conversation. I was going to say, is the banter era over? Well, obviously, the banter era is over because Arsenal finished second last year. Everybody's behind the team. We've got a young, dynamic squad. Nobody's being overpaid anymore in this system. And we're all feeling good. But I did want to talk about, when did the banter era end? Because we're going to have a bit of a banter era session. Aston, it sounds like you've got a pretty good memory pulling up Podolski references. I know that this question might come to you a little bit easier than everybody else. When was the moment for you that you knew the banter era was finished and Arsenal were on the path forward?
This is going to sound incredibly cheesy and incredibly hipstery, but it was when Mikel Arteta kind of came through the door. It was the change in rhetoric around the club, because what's been going on, and I say this is the same thing. You can see this happening at Chelsea and Manchester United right now. There was a sickness inside of the club. There was a sickness, like there were, for example, Nicolas Pepe, for all the crap that we give him, if we were in a better situation, Nicolas Pepe could have banged. But he didn't, because no transfer was going to go right during that period, because the inside of our club was rotten. And Mikel Arteta kind of spoke to that right away. And that really got me on side when I saw that the club was like just ruthlessly cutting players out when Mesut Ozil got his contract terminated, when we didn't have a creative midfielder and Ozil was sitting on the bench and not even making like the game day squad. I knew that Mikel Arteta was the guy that had the balls to bring us back up the table, because we just didn't have a backbone in the club. And that's ultimately where I think you can pretty much say when he walked through the door is when it all changed. Now, you could say maybe after the first FA Cup trophy, you thought that it was in. Maybe it was after the project probably went bang, that Norwich game after the 3 losses in the season that we came 5th. You could say that's when the project went bang, when all those players came in, the Ben Whites, the Tomiyasus, everybody playing all at once. But for me, I think I would probably bookend it with Mikel Arteta. I think that's the cleanest way to cut it, if that makes sense.
Love that answer. Matt Candela, was there a moment, was there a game, was there an incident where you were like, we're not a banter club anymore?
Yeah, I mean, I think the winners write the story, right? So Mikel Arteta gets to write whatever story he wanted. But I think the first year of Mikel Arteta was a bit of a mess, in my opinion. And, we were obviously so happy with what happened with the FA Cup win and immediately he made us harder to beat. Remember, we were all saying what a pragmatic manager he was. We were like, the guys, we're not sure about offensively, but at least we don't look like we're going to go up and lose 4, 5, 6-0. Because that's what was happening every time we played away at big clubs. It was just like lunchtime fixture at Liverpool, brace yourself, it's going to be 25 minutes of hell. And then, we established these sort of patterns of play. But I think that first summer was a complete disaster in terms of like a coherent transfer strategy. We bought some weird players, weird player profiles. And we talk about it a lot, like the Julien signing and the way he just hung on to Julien and all of that sort of stuff. I think the biggest credit you can have is that he learned from those mistakes really, really quickly. And I think the board were willing to say, we think that there's a huge amount of talent here and your FA Cup win has bought you some slack. But like, I don't think it was a clear through line of just like, I think there was definitely some things needed to change, and Emile Smith-Rowe saved his job. For me, the moment I really, and I think those transfers of Ramsdale and Ben White and Tomiyasu and Ødegaard, obviously critical. They could have gone any. I mean, they all turned out really well, and I really liked the strategy behind that. But I think the first game where I thought, okay, I get it, was the City game when we lost in the last minute, but we absolutely there'd been glimpses of that, but not as you'd only seen glimpses for like 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And I think in the City game we lost in the last minute, but it was like, okay, now we see what we are capable of. And we didn't win, but we're all really fired up. And I think there's something quite seismic around, I think it was on New Year's Day. So, that also made a bit of a difference in the way you remember it. It wasn't like buried in like it was like January the 1st, new beginnings, new calendar year, new opportunity. We see what we've got going. But you've got to remember that some of the just 5 or 6 games prior to that was some abject performances against Everton away. I remember, where we lost in the last minute. United away, where we lost. Those 2 defeats in a week completely knocked the stuffing out of the whole club. So there was still a lot of question marks, but that game, the Liverpool away in the League Cup, the 0-0, where you saw a lot of character. You look back and you go, oh, there were lots and lots of signs of something brewing, but Banty year's over. I mean, there's been a lot of false dawns, Under Arsene Wenger, we had some great wins. The occasional great win away from home against a big team, beating Chelsea 5-3 and beating City 2-0 and that Cazorla. You could have those glimpses. And I think what we were looking for was something consistent. And I think it wasn't until then that we got it, which was 2021.
Lovely answer. Mike Hertz, what are you saying? When was your moment that it really clicked for you?
Well, God, dude. Live chat, I'm sorry if... for me, when the Kroenkes took over and, in my opinion, fired Arsene Wenger, that was the year in which the club made a statement in which we're moving forward. And I understand that they ended up hiring Unai Emery, which had a nicer resume compared to at that time. And I know that they wanted him, but that whole thing fell through. But that was for me the pulling off the Band-Aid, the okay, this has got to end. We've been doing the same thing over and over. There's one head figure at the club that is held shit together for a very long time, but unfortunately started getting a little stale, if you will. So that for me is when the club decided to drastically change the course of how they were operating. No more of the still same thing. They tried a short-term-ism type of thing with a lot of older players, a lot of established players, hoping that we could push for Europa and get back in there a little bit faster. It did not work out, but ultimately they didn't do the stick with the same manager thing. They were like, okay, alert, this shit's bad. We got to make a change. And all I wanted to see essentially for me, man, is I wanted to see change. And I love the ex-manager. I love Wenger. A lot of good times. We don't have to rehash that one because everybody knows the story there. But the minute they took that massive decision to remove him and start purchasing players, and there's like a direct correlation. There's like, we went from we don't have money, we're broke. And that wasn't Wenger. That was the tug of war that was within the club of Usmanov and Kroenke battling for their percentage of the club. But ultimately, that was like the signal that things were going to be different. Now, I could never in a million years tell you that I was expecting this was going to happen. So we went through some growing pains. I was expecting growing pains. I'm actually almost relieved that that didn't come in after Wenger, because it's following up that act was always going to be really difficult. So when we went through the Unai period, it was a little rocky. We unsuccessfully got out of there. They ended up going back to Arteta, and his statement, right? Like Aston said, his first initial press conference in which he spoke about non-negotiables, about how he viewed the club, having just been there on the bench, watching us get hammered. I think it was 3-0 or something at the Emirates. And the manner in which he spoke about the Arsenal, it's like he was watching his own child get beat up, and he hated it, and he just wanted to bring it back alive. And then he started taking action, so to say, right? Ozil with the umbrella, right? And the son clearly was never going to play that game. Alba, oh, you're late. You're our captain. That's great. We don't accept that over here. It's really hard to not get on board with that. So I know that we had a rough start with him, but at the very least, my whole thing was change in attitude. For so many years, we went through so many players who were like, fuck, did he even care that we lost? And I absolutely hate having that mentality. I remember Arsblog had a great interview with Cesc Fabregas, who is factually better than Ozil. Sorry, Aston. Saying that he remembers being on the bus after a loss, and he was breaking down, crying, and the rest of the squad, or a big portion of the squad, was talking about what was for dinner that night. That is soul crushing for a fan, because every fan would love to have the opportunity to be out there, to experience what they experience and be a player. To think that a player doesn't take a loss so personal cuts most fans and cuts them deep. So for me, that was the biggest statement of intent. Once Kroenke got full ownership, it's not that I'm a big, massive Stan Kroenke guy prior, and it's not because he's American. I was kind of like, okay, well, shit and fuck, this is who we got now, and this is what we're going to roll with. But it's the fact that they stumbled, but they continuously made changes, and they made changes in completely the right direction. So for me, it was very much that day, man, when it was announced that Arsene Wenger was leaving the club. I thought it was almost surreal, having been a fan for 99% of his tenure, if not 100% of his tenure, because actually I started watching him just about a year before he arrived. It was a surreal experience, but then I was like, okay, I think they're ready to move on from this portion of history in the club. I see my co-host looking at, like, smiling and stuff. I'm almost afraid to look at the live chat at this point. So, Pedro, take it away.
No, it's nothing bad. It's Mike's pointing at his watch when Mike, like, literally goes on, like, hour-long rants all the time. And I
Pedro
think
asked me for a date, and you just talked for 45 minutes.
real quick, Pedro, before you do it, I realize, I don't know why I put so much thought on it. The day Mustafi left, done.
That's a lovely one. I agree there. I was like, we're a proper club again. Magic
God.
Mike, you're approaching 9 hours on this podcast. I hope you're feeling good and proud of what you've done. But you really have to crystallize this 8th hour by giving us a good answer here. When did the banter era end? We've had some lovely answers so far.
I'll tell you exactly when it ended, and then we got to go into a couple of housekeeping items with regards to the podcast before we head off the air in about 7 minutes or so, or back onto the air under a different link. So I'll explain that in a second. But the banter era ended in the summer of 2022 with the signing of players in June who were able to come and join, in June and early July, who were able to actually come out on the summer tour with us, bed in, and when we hit the ground running with what was it, mid-20s out of the first 30 points on offer. I think we finally learned our lesson about getting the business done early. For years and years and years, it was, signing players on deadline day. I mean, the coach of our team got signed on deadline day, and the great train race or whatever. It was. We were always getting players after the season started. Then they'd have a slow start, and we said, "Oh well, we've got to let them bed in a little bit." And by then it was November, and we were lingering around in 8th to 12th place. Finally, the club learned its lesson. They moved on Gabby. They moved on Zinchenko, who joined us in the middle of the tour. They moved. They had other targets lined up, and finally, I felt like this team understands the things that we've all kind of thought were obvious, and they're acting on them now. And for me, that and the result of the beginning of the season, where they hit the ground running strong and together, is when the banter era finally ended. It could have gone the day that he signed, and the day that Wenger was sacked, and the day that Arteta signed. Those are excellent answers. But him coming in with the non-negotiables and freezing out these players, it could have gone horribly bad.
I think it's a great point though that it's when you don't feel like as a fan you're seeing something different from what the club is seeing. And every year we were like, why do we have to sign players so late? Why are we unprepared?
Is that not what the banter era is? It's basically when we think. I mean, like, we don't all know better than the club, but we really, really were starting to get pretty sure that we needed more than Petr Cech. That one summer, and that we needed to stop being in players in the last few days of August, when the season started in the first few days of August, and finally, we were like, okay, this club starts to kind of get it.
Totally. There was like 10 years where we needed a defensive midfielder, and it was just like we needed a defensive midfielder, and it was just like no,
and we let Conte go to Chelsea and signed a box to box who we all wanted to be a defensive midfielder instead. So yeah, I mean, to me, the banner era is everyone, both our fans and other fans, saying, why did the club just do that? Are you serious right now? And no one's saying that right now. I mean, they are about Havertz maybe, but that's a different discussion. So Pedro, is it all right if I kind of take the reins back? First of all, I was texting with Sophie, who speaks glowingly of you, and rightfully so. She said he's very, very good on air, and I'm hoping I got my reference right, but I said you're like a 5 Live DJ. Is 5 Live
5 Live DJ? That's very kind.
I mean,
I love Sophie. She's the best.
She is, and she'll be joining us later on, and she's maybe as smooth as you are on the air, but I mean, the moment you took over from me, all the ums and the ahs came out, and the just the weirdness that you get when I'm leading a podcast, and that was the most professionally run hour. So I want to thank you for doing that, Matt. It's a great to meet you for the first time.
Yeah, you too. Great to meet you guys, all of you.
And what I promised to do at the beginning, and now I'm going to do it at the end, really quick. The 4 questions. We've got your top 6, your first manager to get sacked, your Ballon d'Or winner, and a spicy take. If you want to use the same spicy take, but this is actually about what's going to happen in this year of football. Something you wouldn't expect to happen, and we could either laugh at it or say, "Wow, he really saw that coming." First, I'll go to you, Pedro. Top 6.
Top 6.
No particular order.
Arsenal, City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Brighton, Spurs.
All right.
Chelsea over United.
No United, yeah. All right. And Matt.
I'll do City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Manchester United, Newcastle, and Brighton.
Excellent. All right. First manager to get sacked in the Premier League. Matt.
I'm gonna have a bit of fun with it. I don't know if this is necessarily true, but I'm gonna roll with it, and I'm gonna go Pochettino.
Oh, I would love to see that.
And
I think he's such a fraud.
And the reason for that is I've watched quite a lot of Chelsea this season, and they're terrible. Like, I know everyone's going, oh, they got so much talent, and you're just waiting for it to click. It's gonna take. I just can't see it, and I don't see any real system or philosophy or anything. And I think you're looking at the games that they're playing. I mean, Forest outplayed them. And I just think I think it's going to get worse for them. And they've got this brutal run coming up, and they've got coaches who don't understand. They've got owners who don't understand how to run a football club. And so I just think that there could be, I think it's more likely to be a huge amount of tension flaring up between the ownership and the coach that could lead to him going before Christmas.
Wow. Okay. And Pedro, your first coach?
Sean Dyche.
Yeah.
Sean Dyche.
Now, will it be right before we play them, or will it be?
No, it won't favor us in any way, shape, or form. I think
if we spank him, he could start his Chelsea career against us and end it against us.
Yeah, very true.
His Everton career, sorry. And Pedro, while we're on you, we'll do the Ballon d'Or winner.
It should be Haaland. Like, I'm getting so bored of Messi and Ronaldo just getting it because they play for Madrid. Like, look how many Barcelona players are in those nominations this year. Totally undeserved. But it should be Haaland. I mean, the guy's a complete freak, and he won the treble last year. It should be him, but it won't. It will be the last of the nostalgia pieces. But it's Messi, so I guess we just have to accept it.
And Matt,
yeah, I think it'll be Messi. Rodri could have been a shout. I mean, I think he's really established himself as the real linchpin to everything that City have done and achieved. But yeah.
Okay.
Haaland probably deserves it.
And a surprise prediction in world football for this year. Could be anything. Matt.
Saudi Arabia and the Saudi Arabian clubs in the Champions League
next season, or all right. And Pedro.
I think mine was going to be the same. Mine was the same as Elliott's. I think Ten Hag is going to get found out big time this season. I think it's already started. I think it's such a mess at United. So many poor decisions, so many problems with their players. He's starting to blame people, and that's usually the first sign that things aren't going to go well. It feels very Mourinho-esque what's going on at United, and I think he's going to get found out.
Yeah, I think that's on its way to happening. All right. Before we draw the winner for this hour, and the prize for this hour is a Zenith coin, the Highbury Squad Zenith coin. And this has been donated by the Highbury Squad and Zenith coins, of course. And if you haven't seen what a Zenith coin looks like, I don't have a video of the Highbury Squad one, but this is Zenith coins right here. It's a nice, thick, juicy piece of hardware with your favorite team on it, of course, and that's going to be given away to a lucky winner in just a second. This is the end of part 1 of 3. There are limits to how much YouTube will record and keep recorded for later, and I don't want to lose this magic that we're creating. So we're splitting it into 3 9-hour segments. All you have to do, I've already changed it and forwarded it. So all you should have to do to get to the next one is maybe just hit refresh on your screen. But at worst, if that doesn't work, go once again to 27hourpod.com, and that should take you to part 2 of 3, which we're going to start with a brand new group of folks if who are probably already waiting for us in there. And so it might be a minute or 2 off the air. We'll make it up to you at the end so that we've got injury time because we were 3 minutes late starting. So
28-hour pod.
So yeah, real quick, we're gonna get the winner of the Highbury Squad branded Zenith coin, and the winner,
but per Sophie's request.
Well done. The winner is Michael Bedard. Michael Bedard from Detroit, Michigan has won. I recall that because he was down in Orlando the year that the club decided at the last minute that they weren't able to come, but we all went there anyway, and we raised money and we drank beer. So congratulations, Michael. You have won the Highbury Squad Zenith coin. And so Pedro and Matt, please let us know where we can find you, the great stuff that you're doing, the entertain. I mean, if you haven't, I mean, you're probably here because they brought you here, but if you were here anyway and you haven't watched the Arsenal Opinion, haven't read LeGrove, please, share with our listeners and our supporters of our charity where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me at LeGrove, legrove.co.uk if you want some daily hits of Arsenal goodness. And our podcast that Matt and I both co-host is called The Arsenal Opinion. We go live on the whistle. And we're there 3-4 times a week. So come join the party.
The moment the moment the whistle goes on the game, we're live. So think of it as a bit like if you're not there in person, it's a bit like walking to the pub and you can come and find a group of people prepared for some frequently knee-jerk reactions immediately after the game.
Real knee-jerk, 100%.
Yeah, I went back and watched the one after the whistle for United, and let's just say you guys were in good spirits at that very moment in time. Remember,
Mike, just want to say a quick one. Thank you for having us on your podcast and letting us be part of this. I think it's a truly special cause that you're working towards, and this is I just cannot imagine the admin that you put in to get this going. So fair play to you. And Aston, Mike, it was great having you to deliver some extremely spicy takes. You guys did a brilliant job. We loved it. Thank you.
We're gonna have to take a quick second and water our mouths down because it's just too much spice was in this hour. So
yeah, usually I don't bring that kind of spice around white folk, but here we are. I'll let them know in the restaurants you can actually take it.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. And I can't think of a better way of ending our first segment of 3 by saying thank you for everybody. Please come on over if it's 3 a.m. where you are in England or Ireland or wherever. I mean, you're into it this far. How are you going to go to sleep now? If it's earlier, please come with us. 27hourpod.com should take you to the next segment, and we will see you on the other side in just a minute.